making history at the ECC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Forces a jump with it this time, and they both stand shielding in the gun smoke, but eventually they both back off again. Pops him up with a bomb and finally gets an up air right there.
He was so dangerous, and if it connected, it was likely to stock. So many things can kill Trajan now at 167. They cannot afford another strong hit here. Staying up high, and they go for the downer on the platform, and Kiwi is there.
But not like that. As soon as it gets that PK fire into the grab, a little bit of a scramble situation, knowing that the laser is going to come out.
It's nared away instead. Arrow doesn't land. Neither of them get to the stage. They get back aired instead. All the way across they go. Bomb in hand. They get side beat as well. And the falling hitbox will lead to the up smash. The dangerous opportunity here. 86% again. Rolls in. This time he gets caught. Sweet spot back air. And that will do it out. Gyro on the opposite side of the stage. Dash attack catches the landing, but they will not find the stock quite yet. Forward air will knock Kiwi away once more. They recover high, and they will get caught by the up air from the right side of center stage. High recovery here from Kiwi. They'll land it onto the hydrant, but they won't be able to connect it. And that's another aerial, and this one will do the trick. A nair instead. Gamer Dog surviving. And we talked about it before. You mentioned touch of death character if they find the opening. Another absorb, back to zero. Gyro is out and in play. Can he get it in his hands though? He wanted it at the last moment, but won't be able to get the back throw off the mash out. Maybe let him get out instead. Damage being racked up. Linny recovering low here, and he cannot really challenge. Now a grab back throw, and it's one stock apiece.
And we've seen how Tony.
Oh!
What?
It's Fizz Rain here on Tree that's defending it proper, and they might be able to make magic happen with 2K. Can they pull off a third? No. Braindead might be able to have a wonderful shot. Thrash doesn't see him. A Rolling Thunder is going to push everyone away from C main, but Braindead is in the perfect position.
Oh my God, brain dead. There's no way. It's just kind of that holding pattern that we're going to see. There's going to be a nice stun. Oh, here's the opportunity that you needed, but nobody checks it. Doesn't boot goes down. Brain dead going to be able to find 2. Make it 3.
That would have been the best scenario, but Braindead actually with a shrouded step on top of the box removed them from their head. Now it's a problem though. Jellin hoping to clear out the rest of them.
Here's the opportunity. You get the res as well for brain dead. Now a 1v3. It's going to be so difficult for Fizz. Oh, but he finds 1, make it 2, and he isn't able to swing. Not any damage found with it either, so that's quite interesting. Is Jalen gonna find 2 here? Oh my, gonna dropped on here.
Oh,
but doesn't. Who's gonna find another one with the Blade Storm? Caddy's gonna have a second, making a throw. Oh my!
Capitalize on that, taking the lead at this point if they can keep this up. Blizzard already available, mind you, for Captain. That's gonna freeze out Smallif and even the Baptiste of River God University of Hawaii having to back off already. That Blizzard huge. The chance UHG using that Matrix or something. Oh. And now the Blizzard inside of the hotel. This is just everyone caught him inside it. You wanted to book a stay in this hotel, you're just gonna have to stay here. And they will get Blizzarded all the way out. They've got 4 kills, just the Bastion left to go.
From finishing this one off, then I don't know. Aggies is gonna be very close to touch.
Aggies are going to touch this for right now, but they're going to have the Graviton Surge alongside the Death Blossom combination. They will have a member touch to allow this team to run right on in, and why not? Cats is able to find that kill already. There's going to be the teleport right on in. Death Blossom available, is able to find at least 1. The Kiriko with no cleanse either is able to find. The Lucio is gone, and it's just Cats that are trying to find some kind of desperation touch, which they will. It's not even gonna matter, though. UHG clears him out. Ekahi, Elua, Ekolu, Aloha.
They're just handing possession somewhat back over to the side of Concord, and it's not doing them any favors. They're constantly having to come up with these last-second saves, and now, once again, you can see them just held up against their own back wall.
On the pitch, we'll see who ends up better suited for it. ET losing control. Pancake last back needs a quality touch here, misses it. They've been certainly winning a bunch of their 50s. Helix off the back wall. What an angle! But Pancake 50, and the control by LA Tech insane right now with the demo play and with the quick shots. Jazzy, the second one on target. Working out with the handful of opportunities they have and making the most of it. Judo, double tap read here. You can't miss those. Will go off the back end of the car. Concord, but Helix now. Flip reset. ET ends up getting booked to steal the goal. Back towards the other end. ET sends it out the other way. Judo. Back to Lena. Sends it up. Bar down. Is it in? Jazzy completes the shot. Trying to set up a passing play here is Concord. This one back out. A little bit of 2v1. Trying to shadow this. The flick. It's on target. Judo to get it. LA Tech come back when it matters most.
We obviously see which one came out on top in the previous. Now everybody hitting point early right here. Both teams had the ideas, but Tiffin was in every way, shape, and form. Zepsi, I gotta say, was given the Diva of the business, Gap on the Diva of the business earlier. Now it's gonna be more. Holy moly!
So much damage throughput.
Covering the streets right here, but nothing really hitting hard. It's gonna be the Riptire that finds a lot of value right here. Says, I am the high ground, I am the Highlander, and there can only be one. 2 seconds before this one opens up. Back and forth we go. The Gravitic Flux comes down onto the ground. My God!
Oh my goodness, it's already a 5v3.
Little Smoot still inside of Nest. And we got another one reeling in, Little Smoot.
Just does not care about anything. Smoot walks forward, doesn't get caught by Dizzy, has a sense of security, make it 3, looking for a 4th, we'll find that as well. Smoot, there's not a heck of a lot you do by saving a Marshall here. He finds a no-scope headshot.
But how much more can they convert in a 2v1? More bullets are gonna go out. They're suppressed.
What?
They just need, it's just 1 bullet. 1 bullet!
No way. Yeah, Utah State just unfortunately gambling the wrong side. Hello, jump for 1. Smoot finds a second, and more importantly, Lil Smoot has their knives back. They've been circumvented. There's a jet behind them that they now have been noted.
Well, Fact's gonna give away pace, but still finds his one. Hilton now here. Nice shots with the Phantom. Sprays it down. Hilton!
You can still shoot your gun, and when Anchor's connecting, it's over.
Well, Anchor is gonna be caught high and dry, but Wizard's here to clean up. Jadal needs to go big, and he doesn't know if he's thinking or not, which he is. Frank holding on tight. The defuse comes through. Now Now with the Viper, not allowed space to work your way back onto the site. It has to be down to the fights, and with the Sheriff's in hand, some crazy shots where you need to place it at Jado's doorstep. Pristine dancing around the reckoning. The dismiss. Cove down the spray. Pristine hits 2, and Henzo on the flank from the shadows. He emerges a 13-6 Utica.
They wasted no time, no spacing, no feeling each other out. They said, all right, all buttons go, let's move. And it's just been like that from the moment it started in spring. Nova Star, come on.
Trying to stabilize, but once again, getting a hit out of all their aerials. It feels like all
Shut
of
up.
Sonic's moves
Shut
are
up.
unnecessary destroying. Nova Star sweeps through St. Rose.
Oh my god!
Oh no, opportunity strikes! He's going down! C4 recovery! They need to get back up! Oh, and Zick is right in this. They're throwing out attacks, but not at Grunk, which I feel like is the play.
Oh my god, the spring!
As they kind of took a little hop with that owl drone, but no, it's just been running, skipping, jumping, and Kelly, well, they're gonna catch one of the dome. They don't get cleared. And in fact, Anderson is able to find a couple. Avo!
Oof, that's 2 ults just down the drain. What a shot, Anderson, okay! Once again, the spike is already down, and this might be the very first time AU is gonna take a round for Anderson. All he needs to do is get a couple of frags. 2,
as Chongyun is gonna throw it in.
Chongyun throws it in right away, and is it gonna find anything? It does. It finds a frozen Lucio for right now, and it finds another frozen Baptiste. The Blizzard, huge for Chongyun, just throws it right on in. 4 members dead because of it. Going ahead and swirling them all the way around. Terra Surge is gonna come out, at least stop Terra Surge for right now, but it's just gonna be melted away. Rice Fizz does absolutely nothing with it. There's gonna be the Terra Surge. Cammy will get 1. The artillery strike will combo up with that for 2 of their own, trying to get in on the side of it, and now you lose the Baptiste at the same time. It's gonna be a scrap fight left and right. However, if you're thinking that it's Staten Island's favor, it is absolutely, with just the Lucio left to go. Bioactive is able to wipe away 4-0 here for the Blue Hens at the very least. Staten Island coming up with 4 on their own. They're going to pull out the Terra Surge. They're going to pull out the Blizzard. This is going to pull in everybody, and this spells trouble. Blizzard, Terra Surge.
Coming out of the tube. 2 players, the hookah. Worked on the Wiser. Tries to TP away. TP's further into trouble for this squad, who is going all holds barred so quickly towards this site.
And they continue. Yeah, no.
And they have spike.
He sees it. He sees it. He's got his clam and down. That's it.
Good timing here on Rafter. They both line up. Anchor will find everything.
That was off for a wizard. But with the nade this time, there's walking in.
Oh.
Spraying, no shot. Yeah, remember, that's the overheat. Remember that we were talking about before. No shot. He pushed it in the side. Oh, he saw the ponytail. Dude. He's slow.
It's more reliable. You negate the damage, and that's just how it goes. I like it.
Yeah, it's almost a faux pas to take exhaust on Caitlyn because you should never be that close. And
yeah, for sure.
Phil may find himself in trouble, but Weirderum as well has to flash away. Phil is just going under the turret. Brooklyn College not looking like they're all on the same page. Phil on one side, Paranoia out. Sam, though, in a good position for a 3-man shockwave. And they are going to rip apart Ohio Northern. It's a triple kill for Phil. Yeah, Phil in a little bit of trouble. Is forced to flash away, as you said. Weirderum going to try to chase him down, but Phil recognizing, hey, if you're going to dive me. Oh, he lived.
No way, that's
a little bit, but members are cut off over the wall. Chris the Sad Mummy going down, but Cherry is left all alone and goes down. Weirderum about a Meganar, but a big double knock-up coming through. Creature's in trouble. Weirderum trying to get some space between them, but it was all Ezreal.
Cycling through, back to Blizzaga. Oh, pulled the counter twice out, but not gonna find it, and run off Shadow Ball will do the tricks at 0. Is all of a sudden up to 78%, make it 90. Another roller doesn't find the mark this time, but his dash attack and forward tilt will only find shield.
Ooh, and now that might just be game. No strong hit, but pop him off the top with the sneakers.
Luddite very aware, I think, of what X-Wing wants to do. Is that's going to be no tech in that situation, and that means that stock is gone. Great, another string of back airs, and that one will be shut down. They will be able to get back to the ledge, but that's going to be another miss tech. The jump, the up B, and it's not enough. Rinse, repeat from the second.
It looks like we have
kill, a disconnect, whatever's happening here. On Solo Burger is just tearing right through them. 3 kill. Oh my goodness.
Hello, BrookLAN, and welcome to the finals for the East Coast Conference. Whoopshoe and Tiny Shiny bringing you guys today's action covering Rocket League, but we also have Overwatch, Super Smash Brothers, and of course Valorant and Cruise and Solos. My apologies, I skipped over that one. But welcome in. How are you doing today, Tiny Shiny, my co-caster?
Oh. Any day that you can start your day off with a collegiate esports championship, you already know it's going to be a great day. Especially with Rocket League being that starter, so many stories behind the two teams that have worked their way over the past 3 months to earn themselves a spot at this BrookLAN event.
Exactly. Both teams pretty much, like you said, working very, very hard the last 3 months to get to where they are now. But it all boils down to this: the final match, one best of 7 that's going to crown a victor. And a lot of people, leaning over towards CSI Dolphins, but University of New Haven Chargers, they definitely have what it takes to take out the top dogs.
Yeah. If you're looking at the CSI Dolphins, it's a well-known fact that they are the established previous championships, not once, but 6 times for the ECC conference since their freshman year. These guys have been playing together, now seniors searching for their 7th and final title, and it's only New Haven that stands in their way. They played once earlier in the season, but the CSI Dolphins, they're coming today. They're feeling confident. It's like, hey, this is just the same as any other day. The experience is behind them. It's only a matter of finding their ability to actually perform on this LAN event for one final run.
They've been here before. They've been here time and time again, and there's no mystery for them to be there on that main stage. But looking over towards the University of New Haven Chargers, these guys have been putting the work in. They definitely have been, grinding to get to where they have been, and like I said before, they have a legitimate shot to take down the CSI Dolphins.
New Haven themselves have only dropped 3 games the entire season, 1 match, and it was against the CSI Dolphins in the first half of the season. Every other series that they played, was a 3-0, and there wasn't really a doubt about it. They've only faced defeat once, and in order to overcome that defeat, they're going to have to do it here in the grand finals. Technically an underdog story for them to go against the undefeated champs themselves, and I'm really looking forward to the performance that they can put up here, also being one of their first times performing on LAN, preparing to kick off our best of 7 series.
Number 1 officially going to be underway, but like I said before, CSI Dolphins, like you said, Tiny, these guys have been here time and time again, reigning champions. This is their senior year now, and basically they're trying to finish off this amazing run that they have had throughout the course of their collegiate career, and this will be pretty much the cherry on top if they can pull this off, especially over, the New Haven Chargers. I know we keep on downplaying them just a tad bit, but at the same time, CSI Dolphins are the real deal.
They are. If you're winning your last 7 seasons, can you get a more perfect collegiate run than that? I don't even think that's possible.
Yeah.
You're winning every single championship. There hasn't been much contention behind it, and they literally just are looking at the New Haven Chargers like, all right, this is just one more team to go against. Where if you're the Chargers, you have to understand, okay, these are experienced veteran champs here. We certainly aren't favored on paper to win this matchup. They faced off once. They didn't make it a clean 3-0, which gives them a lot of hope, especially when LAN can bring out some of the best in players.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up as well. LAN is definitely a different beast within itself. Basically, you come here, you got the environment, you got the crowd, you got all the lights and everything else under the sun, especially not to mention once a goal is scored, just that electricity that's in the air just adds more of a dynamic to just, the storyline we're trying to paint here in the comfort of our own homes. But, New Haven Chargers, they could definitely come through, charge up some of the atmosphere, especially if they get the ball rolling early. Get on the horse early, pun intended with the mascot and everything. But get the ball rolling early and, start to, force the competition, force CSI Dolphins back onto their half. Don't allow them so much space and basically just make them feel uncomfortable. Control the pace of play is what I'm trying to say here. And set the bar to what you guys want this storyline to be. You guys can be the upsetters here, and I'm with you. I kind of want the New Haven Chargers to come through and kind of rain on that parade a little bit.
Hey, we always love a good underdog story to come in. I mean, New Haven, the bar is set high, exactly as you said. And if you want to come out and beat the experienced champions, you need to come out with the same confidence as said experienced champions. And they're already taking us to the skies here.
Well, it's top of the game number 1. 5 minutes on the clock. CSI in blue. University of New Haven over on the orange half. Driftsy, 11-teen, and Mux. Starting roster here for CSI. We're going to be starting things off with a little bit of possession in favor of the University of New Haven as well.
Yep, I mean, New Haven is what they need. They need to come out with that the level of confidence, same level of control. Nice shot, though. Driftsy, that one's going to go a bit wide. This is where CSI are starting to get themselves in more control. The Chargers need to kind of break through as those rotations are starting on the side of the Dolphins, but there isn't really too much to be shown about so far.
Into the corner. New Haven find themselves a little bit of a situation. Low boost. This is where CSI is going to try to excel. A little bit of a mistake right there for Mux. Over into the corner. Right back towards midfield, though. Trying to control this midfield line. That's always so crucial here for Rocket League. Drifty's trying to keep that possession. Martzy, though, going to bring it right back. Backwards as well. Love it what he's trying to do here. A little bit of a mix-it-up, trying to keep the defense guessing, but Mux had a little bit of a breakaway.
That's not often you see the reverse come through, but hey, maybe it worked out. 11-teen having to tip his core angle just enough, but it's not going to stop Martzy, the third man for the New Haven Chargers. This is how the Chargers needed to start their series against a team like the Dolphins.
Exactly. We talked about it in the green room. We talked about it before the game even started. They needed to start off with that first goal, just add a little bit to that confidence as well, because there could be a little bit of overconfidence over on the CSI Dolphins side of things. Yeah. Maybe they think this is going to be handed to them, but I'm telling you right now, New Haven, they're here and they're ready to play, and they got the first opening goal as well.
It's a massive start for this team. It does say, all right, we did this once, we can go ahead and do it again. Like, look at that, that's 3 players! Martzy Jetson from midfield after a wonderful center. What's gotten into the Chargers today?
Yeah, Martzy is just putting the team on his back right now in the opening seconds, being that aggressor, and they need to keep this pressure up, especially, like you said, in the face of 3 defenders from CSI. All 3 of them left a slight window of opportunity open, and Martzy was there to drill through.
Wow. If we had any doubt in our mind this would be a close series, put that away. Put that away right now. New Haven, they're coming up and showing the Dolphins exactly what they are made of in this series. Finding these opportunities. Martzy, the opportunist, that you could argue, for the Chargers thus far. And now the Dolphins need to show that, hey, they got to get their heads in the game. Still 3 minutes left to go on the clock. And they're going to nail their first in, giving the United States what they have.
Yeah, it's a good opening goal right here for Mux. The wraparound pass from 11-teen, and then just a little bit of awkwardness from the defense on the goal line from New Haven that just left that door open as well. CSI definitely cutting that deficit in half. Still plenty of time left on the clock as well, 3 minutes plus. And, you know, nothing really to worry about just yet if you're CSI, because, you know, like we said beforehand, you got to control that pace of play, make them play your game as well. But New Haven, they definitely need to come out here and maybe be a little bit more comfortable with a 2-goal lead rather than this 1-goal lead.
A lot of these first 5 minutes, what we're going to see is these teams starting to understand each other's play styles and patterns and how they can work around that, which is why these first, especially half of the game, can feel a little bit more sloppy as teams start to get into it. Not to mention, you're on LAN, you're not playing in the comfort of your esports arena, your home, wherever that may be. So lots of adjustments to come through.
Yeah, on top of that, you know, who is going to make those micro adjustments as well? You know, you don't have that availability. Ooh. Almost a great angle right there from Martzy. Just 4th defender right there, the crossbar, backboard, whatever one it was. The CSI is thankful for it. But regardless of the fact, you have to make those micro adjustments within the game, and not only that, but within the series as well. In this best of 7, it's going to be a long one, but you cannot let it slip away from you.
Like, you might feel like you have a comfortable cushion to sit on. You're like, all right, there's seven total games maximum. We need to win 4 of them. Like, if we lose 1, it's okay. But that really does add up at the end of the day. And it can do a lot in terms of your mental game, the momentum that you have going forwards, and especially if you're making larger errors that you're not able to adjust to, that's where things start to get scary.
Close shot being saved away, though, by the University of New Haven's defense. Gonna be a reload from Mux right back towards midfield. Force off the backboard. Lots of defenders trying to save this one away. Minute and 20 seconds remaining here in game number 1. University of New Haven going to fire a shot. Ooh. Another one going to be saved away by the defense of CSI. Right back to work, though, is Winsy. Trying to set something up. Martzy trying to fly on that one as well. I do like the aggressiveness I'm starting to see right now from New Haven. Wow. But still, the defense standing tall. A mistake as I say that. I'm so sorry for Caster cursing you guys, but a 2-goal lead in favor of the Chargers.
You did it to him. You really just did it to him right now. Oh, New Haven. Wonderful pitch off of the corner. That angle, that kind of flip back up that got it away from the net where CSI, they weren't predicting that ball to land, essentially gifting New Haven this insurance goal. And with only a minute remaining on the clock, you're asking a lot of the Dolphins to make a comeback here.
Yeah, they definitely can make that comeback. This double tap, as I say, maybe in the future for Mux. 11-teen off the backboard as well. And you're starting to see the aggressive push. This one might be an open net opportunity. 11-teen, the last person back. Has to kind of field that one right back towards midfield. Still a chance here for CSI, but they are definitely starting to push that ball forward. Almost a dagger right there from New Haven. Final 30 seconds here on the clock. Driftsy, last-ditch effort. Trying to get that pass off to Mux. Could not connect, and this was going to roll right back towards the blue half.
New Haven, all they have to do is maintain control of this ball for the next couple of seconds in game number 1. Looking to go this way, but they're still attempting to go for these shots. All they can do, keep CSI corralled up in their defensive end. Game 1 looking just as good as done, and you couldn't ask for a better start against the 6-time defending champions. The Chargers are starting off their series right.
Exactly. This is exactly how the Chargers needed to start off this series. We said they needed to start it off with the first goal. They did that. And then on top of that, they controlled the pace of play. It was so hard for the Dolphins to, flip on over to the other side of the field, over towards the orange half of the field. But they did so with only 1 goal, but 3 goals, 2 of them being on the back of Martzi early on in this matchup. And a heck of a job so far for New Haven.
This is a team that has shut out every single other squad that has participated in the ECC Rocket League season. And that, interestingly enough, despite losing to the Dolphins here, they still have a better game win percentage, which is ridiculous to think about. And it does show you how dominating they can be in these series, that when they start them off right, they're able to kind of snowball that into a further victory, which further kind of... It grows my confidence in this team to pull out a similar performance and puts it on the backs of the CSI Dolphins to then make those micro adjustments. Because as you said, Whoopsie, it was the Chargers in control of the pace that entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they need to do, especially being such a good team that they're facing up against, a team that you, like you said, faced in the regular season. So you got to go back, watch that film, what happened, what mistakes were made, and try to adjust and come in here with a game plan. And for the most part, University of New Haven have done that. Now it's time for the CSI Dolphins to kind of come through, make their adjustments, see what happened in that first game, and basically try to implement it here in game number 2. But you can't take too much time. You see they're going right back to work, and the pace of play, in my personal opinion, has significantly increased.
Oh, absolutely. And even when this play gets really fast, things start to get scary. And that's the thing. CSI, if you want to play the fast game, it's fine. You have smaller opportunities, but larger room for error. And that is exactly what happens with this first goal.
Yeah, huge first goal. Of course, Martzi strikes first once again. University of New Haven Chargers definitely gets that monkey off their back and relieves some of that pressure coming in, especially scoring that first goal. You kind of put things in cruise control, but cannot be too comfortable. Like I said beforehand, maybe a 2-3 goal lead. You probably start putting things in cruise control at that point, but right now with a 1 goal lead, especially early on, still 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. Martzi double tap in the future, not going to find his mark, but still that pressure. You see CSI, they start to go into a scramble mode defense.
And you can see how corralled they all were in that one corner of the field. They're scrambling right now to figure out an answer to UNH, to specifically Martzi, who has been a menace when it comes to this ball control. Somebody has to find a way to kind of stuff this guy, stop giving him all of the space to work with and take that initiative.
Yeah, the funny thing is we've only seen Martzi activated. We haven't even seen Rix right there who clears it upfield. We haven't seen Winsy even been activated either. So New Haven still has some tricks up their sleeve. It's just pretty much been the Martzi show for the time being, and CSI had been pretty much 1v3ing him every single time he gets the ball. Driftsy was trying to bring this one upfield. Can be taken away by Winsy though. Winsy from the corner as well. Can't find the second touch. He does steal the boost in the corner. That might be crucial to this drive right here from UNH.
They're going to manage to tap it up to Dripsy and get it towards this corner. But one other thing we have started to notice too is when it comes to these corner contests, the vast majority of the time, the Chargers have been regaining that control. And especially when CSI start to get on the offense or even hear the demolition in the corner, things can get scary. It's important that Mux can continue this recovery.
2 minutes, 55 seconds now. One shot towards the back wall. My apologies. Ulrich with a miss. What a great pass, though, but that was Marcy, I believe, trying to hook up with him there, but not going to find his mark. Still, right back to work, though. You see Marcy right back in the corner. This one could be a good pass down. Great defense, though, from CSI. Couldn't catch who saved that one away, but last person back in that clutch situation in the 2v1 especially comes through.
UNH essentially have CSI in a chokehold in their own half, and now they're left scrambling. They thought they had an opportunity for offense and got stuck on that drain for too long. The insurance goal gained just halfway through our second game.
Yeah, just a good, solid goal. You know, basically defense from CSI caught on the rotation back through, and you know, Ulrich just sees that goal, the opportunity, sees that slight window of opportunity, and just pretty much just, you know, floats a shot towards net. And sometimes that's all you need. You don't need a flashy, you know, flip, reset goal, whatever it may be. Sometimes the fundamentals is all you need for a goal. And right there, that's a comfortable lead, 2-0.
There's a lot of moments here where CSI often leave their net uncontested. That's been the result of both of their goals so far, has been within this transition phase from defense to offense. And they just leave the door open, and UNH find this small window of opportunity, as you said, to be able to work with. But when they're on this actual defense, CSI have the rotations, they're pretty darn clean looking at it.
Take a look at the boost meters right now. CSI, a little bit of trouble. You see 11, the only person that has 100 boost, and he's still stuck in the rotation, coming back, trying to save something. Marcy only has 4 boosts, but still, it's the pressure that we're worried about that CSI is facing. We have spent a majority of this game, I would say 3+ minutes over on the orange half of the pitch, and that's probably being a little bit conservative, to be honest with you. CSI need to have some sort of offense, and they need to do it quickly because the time is ticking away.
They have to find a way to break through. When you're getting stuffed up in your own end this badly, it is not a feel-good. Dripsy bought them a ticket to try to move forwards, but at this midline, it has to be where the hold comes through. UNH are taking these contests before CSI can even get an attempt at a center. That's the biggest difference we're seeing with these teams, is one is making a more initiative play where the other is playing more reactive.
That's a good save right there. A good takeaway initially from Winsy. Saw them trying to jump the gun before the play even presented itself, and you know, those are the stats that are not recorded on the Rocket League side of the field. My apologies, but at the same time, you know, those are the plays that separate the good teams from the bad teams. Able to recognize some of those plays, kind of take those opportunities away before they present themselves. About 30 seconds remaining now. 11 trying to drive this one upfield. Winsy, he got a hand on it, tried to pop it away into the corner. Marty gonna have a pinch over towards the opposite end as well. Winsy now upfield, over towards Ulrich. Ulrich's gonna fire a shot. 11 gonna save it away temporarily, but so far the story of this game number 2 has been all UNH, and for the most part, this tremendous amount of pressure and a goal as well to top things off. Ulrich's gonna find his second.
Not even needed. Not even needed the amount of time that is left. UNH, their confidence is growing. They're really starting to feel comfortable within this finals setting. The team that beat them to 4, this is a complete and total reset. Just another day on the field of Rocket League for the Chargers, and going up with a 2-0 lead to kick off this series. Whoops, you couldn't have asked for a better kickoff. The Chargers, they want revenge. They want to take the crown after CSI has hogged it for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look at the shot differential between these two teams.
Wow.
It's 13-2. That just tells the story of what we are seeing out here on the pitch. Staten Island, these Dolphins out here are in trouble because, I mean, you can look at the save category as well and try to compare that, but you have to kind of pair that with what happened. Like I said, probably 4 minutes we spent over on the blue half. That's why the Dolphins have so many saves in this scenario. New Haven, they are charging through, and they're charging through strong.
You made mention of this at the very start of the game, that the pace really accelerated in comparison to the first 5 minutes there, and a lot of that had to do with CSI starting to initiate. Like, all right, we fell behind in the last game. We need to pick up the pace, but then they proceeded to kind of leave the back door open and fell behind even more. They weren't prepared for the own pace that they were attempting to set. There were differences though. They started to set up their aggression game. I believe it was 8 demos over the course of that alone. It didn't do a whole lot of anything, but it is a change. It does show that CSI, they know that something is wrong, and they're attempting to make the adjustments, just haven't found the right puzzle piece to fit yet.
Yeah, and usually I recommend demolitions, the demolition strategy over to some teams that maybe it would help them out or help out with the strategy, whatever it may be. In this situation, the Dolphins, like you said, had 8 demolitions and still losing by 3 goals, which is just absolutely absurd. So it's just kind of crazy to see us in this situation. The only recommendation I can really have is just play better Rocket League and spend more time over here in the orange half of the pitch and start off with the opening goal as well.
Okay, there you go. There you go, CSI. It felt like that you were drowning a little bit. Now you get to poke your heads above water and take a breath of relief. A pass off the kickoff to the corner, an instant preparation for the center. This is how CSI can get themselves back in the game.
Exactly. First time that they're actually going to have the lead as well.
Yeah.
Think back to the first 2 games. Marty, this player right here, started things off in favor of UNH. Now we're going to start to see how UNH can pull themselves out of the mud and maybe take this lead back and maybe have 2 unanswered goals.
I have to see. I mean, CSI having this goal has so much impact not only on the scoreline but also in their levels of confidence. Having not really scored anything in the past 8 minutes, that's not great. It's not a feel good. So getting yourself back on the board in this fashion and now increasing this offensive possession from what we've seen so far, this is almost more of the ball that we've seen in the blue half than the entirety of game 2.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. So, I mean, as funny as it is, it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it is what it is. This is Rocket League. Crazy things happen, and it's about how you adjust, and that's what we've been talking about this whole entire time. That's exactly how CSI wanted to adjust. Now they have to keep that pressure up, and now they have to, establish their footing over here on the orange half of the pitch. And for the most part, for this first minute or so, it has been in favor of CSI. I mean, minus even the goal. It's just been, field possession in general. But back to the action at hand. Waterfall pass down. This one might drop in favor, and it does. Mux going to get credited with his 2nd goal here for CSI.
2nd goal and 3rd overall for the team. He's been the only goal scorer. As a matter of fact, for them, it's really relying on Mux to be the one kind of hanging out in that middle field, drilling it in as soon as the center comes through.
Yeah, Marcy was there. He had a hand up on the goal line too, and it's just, that's just Rocket League math. Rocket League gods not shining through right there for Muxy on the goal line. The 50-50 just goes in favor of CSI in that situation. Another demolition coming out as well. CSI is starting to feel their footing out here on Champions Field. Winsy be driving this one, I was going to say backfield, but surprisingly enough, Ulrichs bringing that one right back over to the corner. Here comes Driftsy now, going to try and make something happen for CSI. Demolition coming out. Here comes Mux in the sky. Shot on target. That was going to be saved away initially. No follow-up touch in sight.
Now, CSI had a chance to follow up, but decided the risk wasn't worth the potential reward there. And it's honestly not a bad thing, considering where the New Haven Chargers currently are now. Dangerous territory, dancing in front of the net. The passes have been connecting pretty well. CSI's biggest struggle so far has been breaking past this midfield line that the Chargers have established. But as soon as they've been able to do so here, this is where this offense can really start to shine.
Oh, that was such a close shot right there from CSI, and I want to think back to a little bit before as the demolition comes through on the goal line. The post coming through going to be the savior for UNH. Keep this one a 2-0 ball game. But think back to that drive beforehand. Marty was trying to jump the gun, take away the opportunity, and had he done so, just guessed a little bit more wide to the right-hand side, then that ball would have been on the orange half, and we wouldn't even see this possession right now from CSI. But nonetheless, that one falls to the wayside. We see UNH with their backs pinned against the wall right now.
UNH, they're just taking a beating at the goal line. I mean, if you told me how these first 2 games had gone and I'm watching this now, I'm like, where's CSI been? What has come alive? What changes have they made? They're actually getting control. That break between games 2 and 3, whatever speech went on there has been working wonders for them.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about. Like I said, it's about what you can do, the adjustments. You know, it definitely was uncharacteristic of CSI. It wasn't the team we both were expecting. I think we both did say that we were expecting a longer of a series, maybe not to 7, but, you know, 6 or 5 at least. But now we're looking at potential, you know, 6, if not 7 for sure. But still, nonetheless, 3-0 in favor of CSI. This is the team we were expecting to see.
Yeah. And really, if you're going to have a chance of coming back in this series, it needs to be here. Going down on, like, but you have to reverse sweep and win the next 4 in a row. That almost never happens in competitive Rocket League, especially at a championship level. So if you're going to be CSI and you're going to win one and try to make this more of a back and forth, it's got to be right here.
Yeah, making a statement. Minute and 20 left here, game number 3. UNH trying to drive downfield, a shot being fired away. That one's gonna be saved away. 11-team, gonna drive upfield. Marty trying to make that maybe a little bit of a nuisance, I should say, only temporarily. Mux sees 2 teammates there. What a beautiful pass, no boost. It still somehow makes the secondary contact to drill that one center for his teammate.
Mux has been that striker in the past. This time, he's the assist. He's going to drag it into the center. And you know what? You got to show the love. Give Dripsy the chance at the shot. That's almost the dagger to the heart right there. UNH, if you're coming back from a 4-0 deficit in the final minute, you're doing something absolutely crazy. But for the sake of CSI, this is what they need to do. This is how they're going to start turning around the entirety of their series and meet the Chargers, destroy them at their own game. But as I say that, UNH are going to go down with 0.
I mean, yeah, at least you score something. You know, crazier things have happened. 46 seconds left on the clock. 3 goals. Can it happen? It can. You know, 10 seconds apiece-ish. It depends on what this kickoff does and if UNH can kind of get a goal here. But I want to say Winsy, I believe that's Winsy's first goal of the series. So they're on the board as well for at least some of these stats. Marty, front runner here for UNH. He was trying to get that ball in, but just could not make the right contact. Didn't have the right angle, nor probably the boost as well. A little bit of a trouble situation. 30 seconds left. Marty from the corner. Here comes Ulrichs. Gonna drop that one down in the pocket, but not gonna be favorable for UNH. The time is ticking away.
Time slowly starting to go down closer to a CSI solid victory here. This game number 3 has spoken wonders how this team can truly perform in the series and in a match as important as the championships in the last run of these 3 players. And this is how you're going to start your comeback, your run through. Now we're at 2-1 for our grand finals.
Yeah, good job to CSI responding back. 3 goals, a hat trick for Mux. Driftsy going to walk away with a goal as well, but look at the barrage of shots.
Oh my.
I can't even do that quick math right there, but I think that's 15 total shots right there for the Dolphins, and definitely a flip of the script for sure from game number 1, game number 2.
I took a page out of New Haven's book. That's for sure. And none of the games, interestingly enough, have been that close. It's always been these more polarizing results, right? That we've been seeing, particularly when comparing games 2 and 3, a 3-0 into a 4-1, where the winner has been predominantly in possession on one half of the field the entire time. So if you're getting such polarizing results, I want to see these teams start to fight on a more even playing field. The big difference that I saw there from CSI particularly was that they were taking these contests faster. They weren't waiting for New Haven to get set up. Instead, we're playing this reactive sort of defense, initiating in the corners, playing off the backboard, and denying a lot of these center opportunities that New Haven's been trying to feed towards Martzi.
Well, here's a stat that we haven't really talked about just yet either, though, Tiny. It's been the fact that whoever scores first wins. So
true. That is true.
Yeah, so basically, if you're New Haven, you want to come out here, you want to do what you did in game 1 and game 2, and you got to score first. CSI definitely took that momentum with them and, you know, pretty much applied it to the rest of that game, and they just did not let up on the gas whatsoever. So as we hop into this next game, we're going to see who, and maybe keep an eye on who scores first to see if that stat line continues.
No lucky kickoff goal from CSI this time around, so...
Luck, it's all skill. What do you mean?
Luck, yeah, totally. Not just a pinch off the random cars that are barreling at each other at full speed.
Calculated tactics. Open net tactics!
Oh, no!
Mortzy!
Oh!
With a huge goal from the sidewall. Look at this takeaway. You see Ulrichs and then the 50-50. from Martzi, who's going to get that first opening goal.
Well, time to test that theory. If that first goal wins the entire game, New Haven catch CSI with their pants down there. That's a problem. A lot of the goals that New Haven have scored have been CSI falling behind on these rotations and with these wide open nets. And those are some of the worst points that you can be scored on at all. New Haven taking this early lead here. CSI yet to prove that they can win in a comeback scenario.
Well, if the stat line stays true and the first team who scores wins, then basically it's going to be trouble for CSI in the long run because, you know, right now, University of New Haven, if they win this game and this stat stays true, they're going to be at match point in the next one. So it's going to be a lot of pressure onto CSI, especially like you said, the defending champions. They're all seniors. They want to go out on top and basically defending their crown for the last several years as well. So I definitely want to see New Haven come through. Ulrich's just trying to stretch out as much as he possibly can, just running on a boost in that scenario. And then you see Marty being that third person back, just has to float that one back towards it. What a save from Mux as well. CSI's defense just standing so tall right now from Mirage's shots.
Again, when CSI can actually set up their defense, they look great. It's the times where they're not prepared at all that things start to go kind of array, right? That's when you're getting scored on. But it's UNH find themselves in the exact same situation. The fast transition, the bang down, and Mux to bury it to the back.
Yeah, there's just nobody back there as well. No. The last person was Ulrich, so he just had to get any sort of contact on that ball and then pretty much just cleared over to the corner. I think he had enough boost to kind of react to that situation as well, but regardless of the fact, it's going to fall in favor of Mux. CSI tie up the ball game.
CSI, all right, you're one step closer to more of this comeback. And we're like, all right, New Haven, we're resetting the score, essentially a 0-0 here. Plenty of games still to be played. Demolitions, though, have increased significantly already from what we've seen. Both of these teams are incredibly physical. We mentioned that it can often be a strategy for teams to kind of dismantle their opponents when they can't get through, and that's what the Chargers are starting to pick up on here.
I mean, yeah, for the most part, I think both teams have pretty much been throwing some demolitions, trying to get any sort of advantageous position for, you know, their offense or defense, whatever it may be. But it really hasn't been too detrimental. We haven't really seen as Mux scores from this awkward angle in the corner. Somehow, some way, busting out his protractor or something. I thought that at least the defender was going to get his hand up on that one, but CSI take the lead.
Oh, UNH, they thought they had that. You could see it. It was a weird angle. You wouldn't have necessarily anticipated the shot going for another player, and that's going to be, I think it's the first time we've had a lead change, as a matter of fact, in our series today. So CSI, and this is already new life pumped in to this roster after a victory in game number 3. Considering the tricky task ahead of them, just a momentum boost that they're going to need.
I like this play right here from Ulrich. Shot on target. Not going to be found, though. Trying to find a redirect downfield was Winsy. Back towards midfield we go. There's Mux. Back towards 11-team. Fielded right back towards center. Ulrich, the pass, trying to go for Martzi upfield. Martzi went a little bit too narrow, but I see the dream. And another pass going to fall to the wayside. A huge missed opportunity to tie the ball game up.
It looked like a dream just couldn't be made into reality, and it almost might turn into a nightmare to be a desperate clear down to the other side, but the Chargers can't quite get their hands back on the ball. CSI grabbing it again, 11-team, dribble up to the corner. Are they going to be able to find a center here? Marty bumped it just enough to be off target. Bring it off the crossbar. Winsy back down to the other side. CSI, they're not going to let another open net get the better of them.
Back towards the orange half we go. Initial save found. Right now, a shot from 11-team going to be the far crossbar. Definitely trying to catch the defense lacking just a tad bit, especially with the low reserves as far as boost goes in that situation. Back towards midfield we go. 11-team, a little bit of a mistake. Back towards Driftsy. Driftsy back towards Monks. And you see how they're keeping this away from center. They're not trying to risk any sort of opportunity for UNH to kind of take advantage of. On top of that, they're just doing such a good job at stalling the clock out. Not putting anything really within reach of UNH, just trying to control the pace of play, control where they're going to go with the ball. Big takeaway right here from Ulrich, though. 11-team right back to work, pushing it back towards the orange half.
All the Dolphins need to do, they don't need to score another one. sure you're not too comfortable sitting on a 1-goal lead. With the sheer amount of time that you have left, just keep New Haven, deny the opportunities. No need to take these insane risks, but please keep an eye on Martzi. This guy is scary. Anytime he can get his hands on the ball, knocking it back down to the other field, a massive committing on the side of the Chargers. One more opportunity, attempting to even up this goal in overtime, but it's Drifty finding himself with an open net shot. Might not go in, but the result remains the same. CSI Dolphins have managed to even up our series at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that was such a good stall moment right there for Staten Island towards the tail end of that ball game. They just knew what they wanted to do. Like you said before, they were comfortable with that change, or with the lead, with that 1-goal lead, and they weren't really putting anything in threatening position to even give a chance for New Haven for a counterattack in that situation. So hats off to them for implying that strategy, not really trying to push the envelope and, you know, give away an opportunity for a counterattack or anything kind of crazy to kind of tie it up and go into overtime. So New Haven, it's their chance to respond now. They have to, you know, come out here and figure out what was going on, what was going wrong, and try to, you know, push past Staten Island. Because for the most part, I mean, that game number 4, that was anyone's ball game still, I think, Tiny.
Yeah.
It went back and forth, and, you know, New Haven, they scored first. I kind of cast a curse them once again, so my apologies. But at the same time, you know, New Haven, they have some responding to do.
Despite having more shots, more of these demos, I mean, New Haven, they weren't able to overcome CSI. Still by far, though, the most even game we've had so far. There wasn't really like, okay, this team's kind of running it. It was the least polarizing. The possession was relatively evenly distributed throughout the entirety of that. UNH perhaps had a little bit more, if we're at least looking on terms of the offensive pressure, but the fact that you're still coming out short after that is going to set the pressure high for game number 5. Nobody on match point just yet, but getting a win here is going to put you up on a championship points. Only one more game would be needed. There was an early start from Martzi. You can tell UNH know that how important this first goal can be.
Yeah, that was such a good play right here. I think it was Winsy up to Ulrichs, and then Martzi was there for the putback. Still with the pressure, though. Not going to find his mark. Good save, heroic save, some might say, from the defense. CSI forced on their back half just temporarily here in the opening seconds of this game, but still they're finding ways to kind of push past and break past this defense. They need to find ways to get this ball off of their half, because it's trouble. There's a goal right there. Ulrich's gonna strike first here for UNH.
Way to combo these fast transitions with this new form of physicality that the Chargers have been taking on. Couldn't have asked for a better demo in that exact moment. That's team play at its finest. And once again, starting themselves off with that early lead.
Yeah, but last time it didn't work out for him. Maybe a 2-goal lead will work out for him instead.
Okay.
Martzi, we haven't called his name, I think, since game number 1. He strikes here. Puts UNH up by 2.
UNH insurance goal gained in the matter of just, what, 2 seconds? that's gone up. So a really, really good start for UNH. They're starting to find that life. This fire has been relit under them, and the Dolphins have proven that the comeback is possible. We just need to see that start to come into play. It's a nice kind of bank off the corner. You can't really get too much done with it. You're just trying to center back and forth. UNH have had this defense under locked. Another demo on the goal line, signifying the end of that offense.
Yeah, I don't like that push right there from Ulrichs as well. It just kind of throws the ball away, and especially when you have possession, you have a demolition on the pitch as well. You have to reload, or things like this happen. Muck's going to get credited with this goal, but it all starts from that misplay, I feel like, from UNH, just throwing that ball away, and Ulrichs slamming it off his backboard, trying to get it clear in desperation, and leaves the door wide open for Muck's.
Yeah. That's Muck's 7th goal of the day so far, and it's just about the opportunity. Misplay from UNH that was capitalized on in the worst way possible, but not again. Not again! Surely we don't get another one of these absolute breakaways on kickoff, and it's Martzi to gain from it.
Yeah, they are serious, and don't call them Shirley. Martzi crosses the finish line, his 2nd goal of the game, and it's off of a kickoff, like you said, once again. So the kickoff strategies, something I love to talk about when it comes to Rocket League. It all comes down to this right here. Basically, you're passing it off to your teammate, the 100 boost, and then you're passing it off to Martzi, the hot hand in that situation, maybe trying to capitalize on the defense once again to catch them off guard.
UNH UNH now back up to see this more safety cushion to play off of. It was a nice friendly love chat from Marcy, just shoving her own player out of the way. I get it sometimes. I would like to have some fun, but CSI has been able to kind of keep control of this ball regardless. The possession has remained rather even. You're not really like, okay, there's one team that's been predominantly in control despite what the current scoreline shows.
Still 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, only down by 2. Lots of time for CSI, but they have to start taking advantage of some of these opportunities. And I'm saying right now, Ulrichs, he's a little bit of a hazard right now for UNH.
Yeah.
He's just been flying everywhere, basically trying to put his hand up in the face of everybody and, you know, kind of put his team in some certain predicaments and situations that they probably shouldn't be in had he just stick to traditional rotations. But at the same time, that might be part of the beauty right here of New Haven. Have some sort of loose cannon, essentially, that you can't read. And basically, CSI is going to be stuck with their hands in their pockets.
Arc's certainly the wild card right now, which has worked out in some of the best and worst ways for UNH. It has cost them points, but it's also added that level of unpredictability that has allowed them to score in various ways. So UNH, they're okay with how Arx is playing for the time being, at least. Ow.
Here goes Mux. Let that one slowly roll towards Driftsy, who's going to waterfall off the ceiling. 11-team trying to put that one back. Mux now been the hot one for CSI. Can't find the back of the net. Another shot coming through, though. Dripsy going to float that one. 11-team over towards the wayside. The opportunity is going to be squandered, though. 11-team, 100 boost. Gets the boost steal. Mux with another shot that's going to slowly roll on the goal line. And 11-team's going to drill that one in.
11-team's first of the day, but it was an entirely team effort out of CSI, just forcing UNH to just completely abolish any sort of boost that they had, just piling these shots on until eventually there was no gas left in the tank to push on forwards. Only a single point differential as we head into these final 90 seconds. Despite the rough start from CSI, they're starting to get closer and closer to tying this up.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a lot more aggression coming from CSI right now.
Yeah.
Right now, UNH needs to bring this ball up the field and relieve some of that pressure. There goes Ulrichs. Another buff coming from 11-team back towards midfield, and that's onto Marcy. Marcy has no boost. He has to concede that one over towards Winsy. This one's going to be off the backboard. In trouble right now is UNH, but they come out with a huge save. The putback not found. That was going to fall back towards midfield. Ulrichs has an open net, and it's saved away by Dripsy. What a series of events, but nobody walking away with a goal just yet.
The triple commit that almost ended in disaster. It's Drifty flying at full speed to keep CSI within contention of this game. 35 seconds left to go to make a statement. And it's CSI that has to be the one step ahead with Marcy in control, crowling Mux into this back corner side. It's all UNH. They're just trying to pile on these shots, deny any sort of Dolphins offense whatsoever, keeping their chances of match points all the higher.
This one's going to be, like you said, going to match point. Final 10 seconds. UNH, a little bit of trouble. Back towards midfield. This one's going to slowly roll towards the orange half, but slow playing this one is Winsy. He's going to go ahead and concede that goal over towards the corner. And UNH officially moving on to match point, winning this matchup by 1.
Wow. Closest game we've had so far. There was the most toss-ups back and forth, but we got to shout out our guy, Marcy. I mean, look at that. 4 saves, 3 shots, and 2 goals on top of it. This guy was literally everywhere all at once for the sake of New Haven. He really stepped it up after going silent in the middle part of our series.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much was the sleeper in this game, and he got activated. And for him to be activated in this situation is what the Chargers needed. They needed a superstar to kind of essentially step up and play in this game, and Marcy was that player. And like I said, I'm not necessarily calling Ulrichs a hazard like in a bad way. I'm just trying to say that he is that person who's just like, you know, firing from the hip and, you know, being that unpredictability essentially that Staten Island just could not get. He was being that nuisance, I guess we can kind of say, to summarize it all up. But, you know, Staten Island, they did a heck of a job. A lot of missed opportunities, though, that they could have actually came back in that game and maybe even tied up, and we'll see ourselves in overtime or even take the lead. And, you know, New Haven wouldn't even have had that lead.
I'm genuinely surprised it didn't get tied up, honestly, with how well CSI did end up playing that. UNH, there were several things that I'm like, what in the world just happened here? The Dolphins just weren't able to get a handle on, so they lost out on a lot of those opportunities and now are down on match point. The team who's won for the past 6 seasons might just end their streak in their last championship. The Chargers only need to win out the next 5 minutes to take home the ECC crown.
We're going to see who that is going to be. Either CSI that have forced this game number 7 on Champions Field, or UNH is going to be walking away the new champions and passing the torch over to UNH is going to be CSI. So 4 minutes and 30 seconds in this ball game. Both teams kind of playing a little bit of ping pong back and forth, just trying to get a little bit of advantageous position. A good shot coming from 11-teen early on. It's not going to find its mark.
Not quite yet. Not gonna have any of these early goals within that first minute that have typically started our series off. So this team's more, they're playing cautious. They both know what is at risk, what is at stake for this match. CSI in particular understand the importance of it, but that's once again where we're finding UNH struggling to keep up with these defensive rotations, and CSI finally can take advantage of it.
Yeah, what happens here is just Winzy's at midfield. He has the challenge onto Mux, and then you see Marcy just come flying over into the corner and leaves the net wide open, and that one's stretched far over towards the left side of UNH's goal, and you can't play catch up with that one if you're Winzy kind of on the back end of it. So unfortunate situation, but CSI strike first. Another chance for them to strike as well. Open net, Driftsy drills it. UNH had a chance to put that one away towards the right side, but flying by it is Ulrich.
Oh, just flying by, 2 ships passing in the night, and also a great read off the bounce from Driftsy there.
Yeah.
It was a series of unfortunate events from UNH, but also a wonderful play on the side of CSI. 2-0 now, slowly clawing their way further away from UNH, understanding the game 7 is within their grasp, almost a third one, potentially.
Right back to work they go as well. CSI not trying to let up on the gas, and we've seen this happen time and time again. Think back to game number 3. They won that one, I believe, 4-0. Once they start to feel that pressure, they start to apply it, and over and over and over again, just berate the backboard of the orange half with shots. Chance right now for UNH, trying to maybe cut this lead in half. Hit 50-50. That one's going to be 11-teen, trying to extend this play over towards the orange half. Right back towards midfield. Driftsy over towards right, sees 11-teen cheating up. The pass back to midfield. I love the 1-2-3 play. The design was there, but the execution not found.
No, not quite. We're starting to see kind of the differential here. This is the most offense that New Haven has had the entirety of game number 5. That whiff on the shot there, which could have resulted in another point. That's just another straight ticket back down to the orange half of the field, where CSI are happy to play their own game.
Oh, halfway through this ball game, start to feel that pressure. Definitely the atmosphere has changed just a tad bit. You went from having some hope and dreams essentially of holding up that crown and that title, so now you find yourselves with these are the champions. These guys have been here before, facing these deficits. Definitely one of the hardest series that they played all season. Good demolition as well.
Yep.
Definitely one of the hardest series that they played probably in their career. Trying to force this game number 7. 11-teen from his back. It's a good takeaway right there from Marcy. Over back towards the left side. There goes Ulrich. 11-teen, back to work. Driftsy, he wins that exchange, and now we're back towards the orange half.
UNH, though, dancing in front of the net. 2 players, not one, for CSI at a decent angle, though, to send that ball home. UNH are doing their best to hold on to this, but I do start to question with how their season has gone. 7-1 record. Anytime they've dropped a game the entire season, they've lost. It's been 3-0. They're not a team familiar with losing, and you have to question if that is part of the thing that's holding them back. If you don't know how to come back from a loss, your opponents can just take advantage of you like here.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate situation once again for the defense of UNH, and they get caught with little to no resources on the goal line, and you start to see the Sharks or I guess you could say in this sense, Dolphins just swimming around, and they're lurking. They're looking on the goal line. And when they lurk on the goal line, things like this happen. Dripsy scores another one, 4-0, now in favor of CSI.
This is crazy. The Dolphins have transcended, all right? This is them in their final championship form. This is the team that has won every single season that they have participated in. And New Haven are just the unfortunate squad that has been in the way, taking this beating in game number 6. Almost clear shot at pushing the series all the distance to that final game 7. UNH, I want to see them get one on the board. Just some signs of light, some signs of hope pushing forwards, because all of that you have worked for, despite the strong start, it's been CSI roaring back and taking the win with a 5th now.
Listen, you say the Dolphins have transcended. I say the Dolphins have evolved into sharks. There is blood in the water, and that blood right now is a charger. And basically, the goal is just wide open for CSI, 5-0. But I've seen this time and time again, though, Tiny. You know, you see a team where they're so hot, and they start to essentially, you know, score so many goals in this situation. You know, and you think that the Chargers are in a drought at this point in time, but really, one of two things is going to happen. Either CSI, they've been activated, they're done playing around, or what happens is like they're going to start to struggle to, you know, basically score in the next game, and that's when UNH is going to run away with it. But 26 seconds is going to decide that one. We're definitely going to see in game number 7.
We're going ahead. We're pushing the series all the way. We doubted it initially. There's a lot of talk of 4-0s going on behind the scenes, but we're at any point but that right now. UNH, it's going to come down to these couple minutes in between games. Going down 5-0, an unsurmountable and devastating loss to fall to. When your series started out as good as it has, the recovery has to be important. It has to be key, because otherwise the CSI Dolphins, they're just going to come away with a final championship.
What is showing right now? What a match. What a series.
Whoa.
We told you guys it was going to be a heck of a series to start this stream off, and we were not lying to you as we see ourselves here in game number 7 for all the marbles, essentially, here in the East Coast Conference. BrookLAN, stand up. Woo! We have a game 7 for your finals.
Game number 7. You can't ask for anything more in a championship level series. This is where we want all of the games to go, where the tensions are running the highest. You can start to feel the adrenaline, both on stage, but also here as a spectator. 3 months of work, entire seasons, careers are on the line right now. UNH, CSI, their victor will be crowned just in the next 5 minutes.
Exactly. Like you said, 3 months of hard work, and on top of that, years and years of hard work as well.
Yeah.
CSI trying to get that nice cherry on top of their Sunday to, you know, pretty much cap off their sweet college performance and just be the reigning champions and walk away with that torch. And meanwhile, you have the University of New Haven, those Chargers, trying to, you know, take that victory away from them and walk away into the sunset, the victors themselves. So regardless of what has happened out here on the pitch, I still think it's anybody's ball game. It depends on what team we see from CSI and what team we see from New Haven. But let's get this last 5 minutes of some of these Rocket League players' careers underway. Who's going to be the victor here in Game 7?
Polarizing Game 6 sets the stage for our final minutes of gameplay here at the ECC BrookLAN Finals. CSI roared ahead. They found their fire. They've been able to run with it. UNH starting to extinguish it. The demo helps temper the aggression of the offense just slightly, giving Marzi a chance. Pass up on over. Mux, though, inserting himself right in that situation. The sparks flying.
I like that demolition right there from Aurix. Basically taking that chance away from CSI to get it far clear over towards the orange half of the field and maybe even have themselves a little bit of a counterattack, but demolition comes through. They get possession. It's not necessarily squandered just yet, but it's just been put on hold. University of New Haven trying to push upfield right now. You see Winsy hasn't really been activated just yet. A takeaway. Interception from Mux. Trying to go for the double. It was low. He couldn't catch up to it. So that opportunity is squandered.
UNH almost had the mistake of a lifetime. Thankfully, no response on the other end. They're going to manage to keep themselves at that 0-0. New Haven fighting on back, breaking into the blue half of the pitch. Aurix, though, doesn't match up with Dripsy quite yet, and we find ourselves in a dangerous spot once again. Marcy doing his best to keep CSI off this ball, but these whiffs that keep coming through make this a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, and that shot as well, I do like what I saw from it. I think that was 11-team that fired that one towards the right-hand side. He saw, I think, Mux over on the right side as well, so either was going to go in or Mux was going to have a redirect. 1-2, back to 1. This one's off the crossbar. What a read from Winsy to keep this opportunity away from CSI.
CSI, though, still very much in control. It goes for Dripsy, but no! It's going to hit the outside. Oryx was there. It was there. He could feel the wind as the ball flew right past his car. What a way for CSI to start off the championship game.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate right there, but at the same time, it's not detrimental. You have to push that one away, push the feelings down deep below, and come back from it. There's still 3 minutes left in this ball game. A shot being fired from Ulrich on the back end. Supposed to show you that he does do just that. Right back towards midfield. There's Marcy, 11-team, good 50-50. That one is going to be saved away, though. Another chance for University of New Haven to maybe try to put this one in. Marcy trying to slow play it. The push up from Dripsy is spot on. Definitely needs to kind of take the opportunity away before, you know, Marcy gets activated.
Demolition, though, doesn't really amount to a whole lot here. It's just Dripsy, the nice carry over the top, the bounce. This will be interrupted for the sake of UNH. They're struggling to break through this kind of rock-solid defense that CSI has mounted themselves to. We're not seeing these open nets anymore. They've really, I'm going to say this, like, tightened their corners up. They've been checking their six. Normally terms you'd say in FPS games, but it reigns true for right here and right now. CSI, they're buying themselves opportunities as well. Just haven't converted on them just yet.
Oh, I do agree with you on that one as well, though. But, like, once you start to see basically demolitions start to come out, especially this series, the long distance that it has been and all the demos that have been coming out, you do start to put your head, like, on a little bit more of a swivel. To see who's next to you, who's by you, who's around you, what's going to happen. What's going to happen is a shot, but a save going to be found by Marcy as well. Keeping University of New Haven in this game, only down by 1. Still anybody's ball game. They need to get some sort of offense going. This is an open net opportunity right now for Dripsy, trying to hook for the double. The hustle back for Marcy might have got a hand onto the back of the shooter. But regardless of the fact, precious seconds being taken away, CSI still find themselves in scoring range.
CSI are looking close, but a double demolition there just opens the door right back open, leaving it up to Oryx, who will manage to defend for his own teammates to go ahead and respawn. We mentioned UNH taking their heads up on the demolitions, but CSI playing their own game.
Back towards midfield, and the final 50 seconds are officially upon us. CSI definitely playing like a different set of heroes. Pass backwards. That could be a mistake that University of New Haven needed. Demolition does come out. Back towards midfield. A low 50-50. Not going to be one. Marcy, though, so mechanical. Uses all of his boost to get that one back up in the air. Here comes Ulrich now. The extension off the sidewall. Could have a potential chance. University of New Haven still knocking on the door. Can they find the key? Can they open up the door? That's the question. So crazy. They had a chance. Mux was there, but he took the opportunity away, so it's just so unfortunate. Final seconds ticking away. All zeros on the clock. Mux decides to keep it up in the air. Some 0-second shenanigans, and that's it. The ball hits the ground. CSI walk away with your champions, and look how excited those guys are out here on the pitch.
They've been playing with each other for years and years and have won every single time. Like, look at this. They're giving each other hugs. Like, they gotta be like good friends at this point. This is an important moment for all of them. What a way to cap off your career. You ask us what the perfect collegiate esports career looks like, you look at the CSI Dolphins. There's very few teams that are going to find as many championships as they have in the same conference time after time.
Yeah. I mean, but, you know, University of New Haven, hats off to you guys, man. Like I said before, when we just started the stream, I said if it was anybody that was going to do it, it is them. They have the best chance, the best opportunity to do so. and they definitely put up a heck of a fight. A lot of these games only being decided by one goal, Tiny Shiny. So I mean, this would included, there were so many chances, so many opportunities that could have went in favor of University of New Haven, but it's CSI who reigns supreme, like you said before, just walking away with a championship once again. We are, in fact, going to have an interview with somebody from the University of Staten Island. My apologies, Staten Island for CSI, the Dolphins. So stick with us through this break if you guys want to see what a champion looks like and sounds like as well. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for sticking with us through that break. And this is the East Coast Conference BrookLAN Finals. My name is Whoopshoe, Tiny Shiny in the booth. And if you guys missed it, you guys missed a heck of a series, a best of 7 that went the distance. But ultimately, after that best of 7 and after 3 months, we finally have ourselves a victor. And that victor is the CSI Dolphins. Welcome in now to our good friend 11-teen. Look at him stretching hands up. I'm not sure what he's doing over there. He's celebrating.
I was doing like the
11-teen?
fist bump thing. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm exhilarated. I'm a little shaky after that, but oh my god, yeah.
I'm sure the adrenaline got pumping there too. You guys went the distance in today's match. It might have been your 7th experience in the championships, but this game was down to the wire. I know initially when you guys started out, you were down 2-0. You're heading into game 3. Talk me through, like, what was going through the comms? What were the communications at that point of how, like, all right, we got to get ourselves back on track?
Yeah, I mean, so we played them once before, obviously, in the regular season. We had an idea of how they're playing. We just came out a little cold, and that happens. We usually are somewhat of a slow start team, but in that break, we kind of just went over the things that we knew about them. They're a pretty demo-heavy team. You know, they play 50s a lot. So we kind of just mentally reset. We took a breather, and we were like, all right, this is our game. Let's play it. We're better than them. We know that. Let's just go.
Was there really ever a moment of doubt for you guys?
No. I think if anything, the most doubt would have been after if anything, the most doubt would have been after game 2. But even when they got that 3rd game on us, we had no doubt.
Okay. That's completely fair. I mean, you guys have won this conference for the past, well, now 7 seasons in a row, so I would imagine that you're pretty confident heading on into it. So kind of speaking in that, I do want to touch on more of a sentimental piece. You guys are all seniors, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is like your big last event, your last hurrah. Like,
Yeah.
I want to know, you've played with these guys for the past couple of years. You're ending it all here. Like, what were really the emotions walking away with this championship?
I mean, we're riding high. We still have the Texas LAN, which is going to be exciting, but this really feels like a good conclusion to our story. 7 ECC titles, all of the ones that we've played, we have won.
Wow.
It's been a great ride with these guys. You know, like, they're insane. They carried the hell out of me in that series. I mean, I did my job, but like Mux's goal scoring is ridiculous. His shooting is great. We just know what we're doing. Like, I'm up for this ball, and Mux knows exactly what I'm gonna do with it. He's ready for what I'm doing. Like, we've been playing forever, and it shows. But also, it's gonna be bittersweet once it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit bittersweet for us here in the booth as well, especially since, you know, seeing you guys, you know, but the sweet cherry, the sweet victory on top of the, you know, the Sunday that I've been accurately describing here, I think, on the stream for you guys. I have a question. So, like, what's next? Besides CECC, by the way, congratulations for qualifying for Texas, that Texas LAN. But what's next for you guys on the horizon?
I mean, we're graduating. Life is next. Doing adult things. Like, we go into the real world. We start our careers. We play Rocket League maybe once a month. And that's, yeah. It's
You're describing my life right now, and it's very sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Stop talking.
Just,
No, I mean, I get it. I get it. It's
it.
definitely, it's bittersweet for sure, man. So congratulations once again to you guys. Like you said before, 7-time champion out here, and once again get to hold your hands up high. I just have to ask you one more time, you know, any shout outs you want to give to anybody out there that's listening and watching?
Yeah, I mean, I want to obviously shout out my team. They're insane. I mentioned it earlier. Shout out Alberto, our esports director. He's been, you know, pushing this program forward despite the limited support the school's been giving us, but we've been making the best out of it. Shout out the Overwatch team, which is about to play next. I wish them the best of luck. I'll give them a little pep talk before we start. And honestly, shout out friends, family. I hope a couple of them are watching them. I sent out the link to a bunch of people beforehand. Shout out the Ripper. And yeah.
The Ripper, by the way, the main car over here for 11-teen. 11, thank you very much, man. Shout out to you guys. Congratulations once again. Tiny, that's going to do it here for us. Our reign is going to end. Our first time casting together as well. Hope you guys had fun listening to us, you know, kind of banter with one another. I had fun. Tiny, any final shout outs for yourself?
This was a blast, and you couldn't have asked for a better championship gain. And CSI, I'm glad to hear from 11 Team himself is happy with the results that this team has put up, establishing, of course, a great competitive run, but also long-time friendships, preparing to head into the next stage of a life. And while their journey might be coming to an end, we still have a lot of collegiate esports to go today, Whoops.
Yeah, 100%. We have a lot of other teams on our hands, including Valorant and a couple other titles as well here in the ECC for BrookLAN. But up next, we're going to have Overwatch, the finals. It's going to be College of Staten Island. Once again, the Dolphins going to be representing out here versus Southern New Hampshire with Time Delight and Twin Salty. Going to be bringing you guys that action. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us for the Rocket League portion of this broadcast. We appreciate you guys, and we'll see you next time.
The ECC BrookLAN Grand Finals continues. It's Overwatch 2 next up on the cards with the College of Staten Island up against Southern New Hampshire University. Time to light that right there is Twin Salty. A bid to see ECC Texas on the line and some recent history between these two rosters. A lot, very much, is up on the cards for this one, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be a very intense matchup because, like you said, a lot is on the line. A bid to see ECC Texas. And, you know, you have CSI who won in this past fall, but then you have SNHU who won last spring, who got to go to Texas, and they just beat CSI a few weeks ago. So this is going to be a very tight matchup, but honestly, I don't know what's going to happen because it is a completely different patch than what they casted and what they played last time.
Hey, all I'm saying is that this is a LAN. This could be a completely different conversation than what was the fall or the spring of last year. Remember, with some different conferences, they run their, we'll say, organizations in different ways. Here, they run it in semester form, not in academic calendar form. So there are champions every fall and spring, not just every spring. Meaning that you can win in the fall, lose in the spring, and you get nothing extra for winning in the fall. Who you just saw, by the way, was Southern New Hampshire University. This is a LAN happening in Brooklyn, hence the name BrookLAN. We're very original out here.
Oh, yeah. Always just, you know, funny little word puns. The esports original, it seems like at this point. But no, this should be good because, like I said, I think it was like early March these teams played. It was a 3-0 to SNHU. I say that in air quotes because the first and the third map were extremely close. Nepal went 99 to 100 both times. Saravasa went 3-2. So it's not like they were a blowout, right? So I do think there is a chance here for CSI to really bring it back and finally earn that bid. But it's going to be a very tough task.
Well, we're heading into our first game of this series. It's a best of 5 in front of us. Samoa is our first map. Now, this was not decided by the teams. It was not picked by a higher or lower seed. This was predetermined going into playoffs. There was a predetermined map in quarterfinals, a predetermined map in semifinals, and we, courtesy enough, whatever that word is, in grand finals, get Samoa, which I'm thrilled about because it's one of my favorite maps to see considering how new it is. So I'm absolutely thrilled.
You might be one of the only people who are thrilled to see this map.
I'm unique, Jesse.
But okay, a little bit of a different look here. It will be Phobic starting here for Staten Island with Bio over on support. Sometimes we do see Bio actually go over to the Flex DPS for Noob to come in on Flex support. So a little bit of a change up here for Staten Island. SNHU, they're going to run this Orisa comp that has really settled in over the last week or so.
Everybody and their mother plays Orisa. This is what I want to see. I love the Zarya selection. I'm a Staten Island fan. No, I'm kidding. I'm not favoring either team. That's not my job as a caster. However, SNHU in the early stage have been really forced back because of the bubbles available for Cammy, and there's that immunity early on. They have expended both of those bubbles in a very difficult fashion, but by no means are they forced off. And point-blank range with Helios, who kind of wants to stay about as far away as they can. They have that distance pressure, and with 100 charged Zarya on the other side, you want to stay away. It's social distancing like it's COVID times once more for SNHU. Nobody capturing just yet, and SNHU much more point presence and pressure. They very nearly cap again, but they can't seem to lock it in.
No, it's just each team, you see that point kind of going back and forth, and now it'll be SNHU pushing in, but wow, already Kitsune rush here for Staten Island.
That is a quick rush. Damage and healing personified. Helios, yeah, you're not living through that one. And it will indeed be a cap for Staten Island. A very long and drawn out fight. One of the longest I've seen on a first map type like this to at least initiate first cap, but Staten Island do indeed cap first.
They do cap, and they already force a swap for SNHU. Helios will go off of the meta pick in Orisa because of the counter pick, and they will go the Winston, which I think it can work. It's a little tricky, though, depending on how Kami uses those bubbles. Well, they're dead.
Yeah, they didn't have a bubble to live through that one. Pulse Bomb finds one, a second for Ultima Wep. They drop onto Ripser as well. 25%, and it's capped right back. Good selection for SNHU. Good alteration early in this game.
Very good countermeasure right there from SNHU, and they just play fast. As soon as they realize, like, hey, Kami maybe doesn't have the bubbles that they want. Ultima Wep jumps on the opportunity, and SNHU all of a sudden have a little bit of control. But Helios, yeah, you can't. They're not going to be able to stay in that front line as long as they want because that Kami will be able to burn them down quite quick.
Oh, this bubble just disappears immediately. Caught in the grab, but a sound barrier to keep him alive. And Siren there with the overclock. Helios, while caught inside the grab, by the way, finds 2 separate kills, and they're going to stagger out Bioactive, who's just isolated here. That is a terrible stagger. Extra 10 seconds or so of point presence because of it. Yeah, Kiriko has Swift Step, but who cares?
Yeah, it's still gonna hurt because then you also don't have that healing up front, so you can't poke as aggressively, even though Ultimo Web maybe is the one that needs to take a chill pill for a second. But they do get out, and it'll be Kami now actually on the Orisa, so a lot of tank swaps around.
Everybody's trying to counter swap each other. We've gone from what was a counter swap from the original tank onto a new one. We've now swapped the counter onto the original tank, and the sound barrier just to initiate and make sure that said original tank can stay alive. The Orisa barely catches all that much of it though, and because of it, they take some damage and have to reinitiate a different way. Primal Rage popped by Helios. They catch out Ripser, but Kresnik goes down at the same time. The issue is with Kami falling, that'll probably be the disengage here for Staten Island, and they're down to final fight. Bioactive dies, Chongyun does as well. Ironically enough, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, that's a really good thing at that point, is they commit the Kitsune Rush to push in. They're trying to find some of those kills in the back point of sight. And yes, Phobic's able to find Kresnik to take away some of the speed, but it's still not enough. SNHU is able to capitalize, and now Staten Island, they gotta play fast.
Overclock here for Chongyun, walking in, trying to speed things up. Low HP. Phobic by the Winston, but they stay alive, and a double pulse bomb from Phobic, just making everybody scared and possibly living up to their name just the opposite way around. Staten Island will cap and stay alive here on first point.
Phobic making them have a phobia of pulse bombs in the back line, able to find both Kresnik and Siren in the back, and now SNHU, they've been able to really just hold the line with this comp and try and counter dive, but now they're the team that needs to really get aggressive, in Staten Island can just kind of chill back and decide where they want to try and play this. But Crazy Cat will have the Kitsune to push in.
Oh, and Kami already finds Osiren before that Kitsune's even popped, but Bioactive going down in the middle of things doesn't have time to build up a Kitsune of their own. Terra Surge trying to catch somebody, it will. Say goodbye to Crazy Cat, and the Primal Rage not available just yet. Helios just barely has it popped, and they'll use it as a survivability tool. Say goodbye to Kami. They have popped any chance of staying alive, but they've also had it disappear right in front of their eyes. Respawns I don't think will come quickly enough for Staten Island. Maybe a touch, but that's really pushing it. Combine that with the fact that they're already down in members before the fight even starts. SNHU, they will strike first, but it's only the first point of this first map.
Yeah, only the first point for now. But yes, it'll be SNHU continuing their role against Staten Island, at least as of recent history. And as soon as they're, okay, the Orisa's not going to work for us initially, that's fine. They go over to the Winston, and it works really well. It seems like Staten Island really never had an answer to it, even after the swaps that they made. So now going over to the second round, SNHU going to try again to go back to meta. They will try and go to the Orisa. Ultima Wep will TP them in, then go over to the Tracer. And Osiren's on the Cassidy, I'm assuming because they think either to deal with Phobic or to deal with Kami if they try and go dive, but instead, Kami's over on the Mauga.
This is the first time I've seen Mauga outside of my ranked games in, I think, like 3 weeks. It's been a little while. And honestly, I've loved not seeing Mauga just mirrors for the entirety of every game. But now seeing Mauga on Samoa, I mean, it is basically his home map, so you might as well go for it while you can. But the problem is, against an Orisa alongside a Cass, that movement will become significantly hindered. It's literally an effect in the game, should you get hit by that magnetic grenade. There's that hinder. There's a perfect follow-up. Will they do enough damage off the back of it, though? Very much, yes, they will. There's no way Kami lives through this, right? No, they do? How do you get out of that? And with HP left over, they're still alive. This is a Magician? Hello?
Yes, they stay alive, but they don't get the point. Yeah, there they go. The steamroll continues to push on through. Step aside if you are Staten Island, because, yeah, I don't mind the try there. Like, hey, we're going to chuck something new at them. It did not work. They're already going to make the swap. Kami's going to go back over to Zarya, and the counter swaps on the tank line continue in this series, which I have a feeling will be a pretty constant variable.
I'm here for it. I love seeing counter swaps.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't like seeing the same thing for a calendar year, but it died alongside a pulse bomb. 2 players press Q, and magically, Staten Island, a disappearing act, just not in the way they want. All 5 members go 6 feet under at the same time. A team kill for SNHU.
They lose the Kitsune Rush as well during that fight, but alright, well, Siren, you think initially he's like, oh, they're just walking up, trying to get some kills, but it is the Terra Surge that actually pulls some of them back into range, and they're able to get the shot off, and now an aggressive window.
What a window! Cammy, even with bubble, dies immediately, evaporating like they're a scientist or a STEM major, it seems. Either way, they're gone. Say goodbye to Staten Island again. And it's just a walk in the park for SNHU. I don't think Staten Island is going to have all that much of a shot at this one. They only have Pulse Bomb.
Man, there's still Sound Barrier on the other side. Kresnik has not had to use it during this entire round because they've never really been in that uncomfortable a position.
It's Overclock and Pulse Bomb up against the Sound Barrier. This Kresnik puppet, they try and keep themselves spaced out, and it seems to work until the Overclock's just about expired. Perfect timing used. Low HP for Helios, who will go down. Pulse Bomb used, not even required as a matter of fact. Staten Island do indeed cap, but it seems to be a fairly inconsequential one. Some damage done. Wait a second. Maybe not inconsequential. Decent damage, decent follow-up, a pretty good kill into Siren. Say goodbye to SNHU. Staten Island do stick around.
They stick around and at least keep fighting, and they will have the grab to work with. So it's not like they have nothing. But like you said, they eventually, they have to play aggressive. They pop the Overclock. They force the Sound Barrier early. And they do find the bits of people. I think it was Helios went out maybe a little too far at a point to try and stall. And they just got melted down.
So Bubbles expended for Cammy. They've got grab and they'll decide to use
it.
He
got eaten!
By a javelin spin. You watched him pop it. And that's a thrown away grab, and all you do is pop Kitsune in the process. You'll walk in, but alongside that Terra Surge, there's the Deadeye. It used in tandem again. This is a perfect combination, a symphony of ultimates for SNHU, and they'll walk away with map number 1, almost a certainty to pick it away.
What an ult combination, again, that they have on lock on this team. They will try and get there, but oh, they actually do. They're able to get a touch, but I don't know if it's going to mean a lot. They popped Beat to try and help Phobic and Ripsir, but yeah, like I said, it's done.
Yeah, they do touch. They secure overtime, but that's about all they secure. First point picked up for early for SNHU. Cammy will, again, continue what is going to be the inevitable, and Staten Island get absolutely shut down on Samoa. You gotta say, that trio of ultimates, Deadeye through a window into a Terra Surge to make sure everybody's pulled into the open, is absolutely gross. It is just damage upon more damage. And SNHU, the counter swap early in our first point, followed up with the second point early dominance, is an absolute scary sight out of this first map of play.
Yeah, that ult combination is so good. It's just mesmerizing to watch, because you watch it the first time, you're like, oh, they just yanked him back in. And even that last time, it was the window on top of it. Like, half of them didn't even die to the Deadeye because the window already helped finish off everybody who got whipped into the Terra Surge.
Yeah.
But no, that was great execution from SNHU on a map that not a lot of teams scrim, because it is one of the newer maps. And you know, like we talked about in the green room, you usually think of Lijiang and you think of Nepal. Like, you think of those control maps to scrim. Not as much Samoa, and maybe that helped them a lot there. And for me, there was a pretty hefty tank difference. Maybe not even as much in how they played. It was just the support. I think it was an 11-3 death difference for Cammy and Helios. We have some stats here, actually, for Helios on the Orisa. Yeah. 36 eliminations. They only had 3 deaths. That is an insane rate here for Helios in the first map.
And remember, one of those 3 deaths was before they counter-swapped in our first point. So, really make it 2 deaths. We'll call it 2.5 for the sake of argument. But the E-limbs alone are nuts. 11 final blows to get assistance, and 11,300 damage.
It's ridiculous.
Now, the damage alone, usually not focused on, but when you're playing on an Orisa and swapped from a Monkey earlier on, that is a great combo when you're following up on it with eliminations. If you're just finding damage, it's like me playing Soldier in my unranked games. It doesn't really matter. I don't find that many final blows. I'm not good at this game. I'm good aiming. That's about it. But when you combine that, it's an insane combo. Midtown is our second map. Thoughts? I don't hate the selection, But the only issue for them would be, I'd say, middle of second point if they keep over the same players, because Midtown is very scary second point, and basically the complete opposite of first and third.
It's like they've showed poke before, like in their last matchup they showed a little bit of a Sigma comp over on Nepal. So I wonder if this is them trying to maybe go the poke route and having Cammy play maybe more of a comfort pick and go on to Sigma. We'll have to wait and see if that is actually the case, because they will be starting on the defense here in Midtown. But I think for them, they gotta have a little bit more pressure go on to Helios as well and help Cammy in the front. Because Cammy is battling for their life time after time after time. Even like the damage taken, you look at everything from that map, they took 17,500 damage. That is ridiculous in the front line. Helios only took just under 15,000. The next closest for SNHU was 4,000. So it was, yes, of course you're going to shoot the tank a lot. That's kind of what the tanks are there for. But no, it got to a degree where they couldn't get a lot done because of Cammy always needing help. They will not go poke. They will continue to try and run this counter comp to the Orisa. But it will be Chongyun on the Sombra, which I think can work.
The only way this works, unfortunately, is if you get the hack directly onto Helios and are able to follow up on it very easily. That's my one concern. But if Cammy dies too quickly or uses too many of their cooldowns too quickly, I'm very concerned. Helios has gone fairly low, but with Crazy Cat there, there goes the healing right back for Helios, and Cammy's dead. Again, it's just damage upon a Cassidy upon damage. It is just not good.
I think they honestly need to swap Bio to BAP. That's my honest opinion, because there is just too much, especially with SNHU running the Lucio BAP on this map. The healing difference is just going to be too much at times. Cammy has swapped over to the Orisa, which I think will help, but it is going to be a very tall order, because you can see here, they had to pop gold early, and they're still getting low. They're still dead!
Oh my goodness, Cammy dead early again. It's just the lack of healing, or the healing difference, it seems. Osiren finds both low HP players, and Staten Island is being rolled over by the fire truck, or in this case, the absolute behemoth that is the SNHU attack.
It just seems like it's a freight train that can't get stopped right now if you're SNHU, and they got one thing on the line right now, and that's getting back over to Texas, and they already are battling for... Whoa! High ground!
They want it. Terra Surge upon that attempted amplification matrix. The problem with the amp is through a small window it becomes a problem. The issue is Cammy didn't have the healing. They're too focused on popping that Kitsune rush in the middle of everything to try and heal their tank. And in the process, yes, you do take out Ultima Web, but how much more do you find with it? Great Suzu keeps 3 separate players alive, but they're still not staying in these fights, and that's the issue.
And the cart's been moving this entire time, Dan. Like, it's already at 104 meters, and yes, they're going to be able to get Kresnik as they're trying to regroup, so you win the fight, kind of. But the cart already got to the other side. No, they're still trying to fight this, actually, without the Lucio.
Deadeye pops, doesn't land on anything. Was popped before it got attempted to countered by the Javelin. Great EMP. Here's the follow-up we've been looking for. These are the combination of ultimates that Staten Island needed. And yeah, maybe the lack of early ultimates have been that early indicator, but the issue is if you can't fight with ultimates, the fights with ultimates are only going to be a delay rather than a denial.
Yeah, so at least, okay, they are able to hold on to high ground control, and like we talked about earlier, and before this map started, you need to hold high ground, especially in the second phase. If you can't hold high ground, you are going to lose second phase, period. Like, it is arguably one of the most important high ground places in the entire game. If you don't have ults to really work with, Staten Island could start getting a roll here.
A good early hack, but there goes another amp and very early. Cammy's low HP. I think they've already used Suzu. Suzu lands and it catches Chongyun on that disengage. Yes, they go 1-for-1, but it's much more impactful for SNHU. Overclock in the middle of a sound barrier could not have been more nightmarish timing. And Phobic, it's just a nightmare of circumstance as second phase gets capped very early.
And they're going to try and get these staggers as well as the Chongyun. I think we'll be able to get out. That translocate was maybe not exactly where they wanted it to be. But again, it's just SNHU. They just keep rolling on forward. Staten Island have no way of countering the level of aggression that SNHU are bringing to the front line. And look at this already. They're already playing past first corner where Staten Island wants to hold, even though Osiren, yeah, they got maybe a little Maybe a little overzealous.
Yeah, it's we'll say some overconfidence, maybe turning into some arrogance, but hey, it's nothing that'll absolutely hinder SNHU. What will is if they start to do too many of those instances of, we'll say, overconfidence. They put themselves out of position, they maybe unadvisedly use ultimates in fights that may have already been gone, but here's where they can just walk in. Terra Surge only catches out the Lucio, who will go down early. I say only, but the Lucio a very impactful part of a fairly immobile composition otherwise, and that's a lot of space off the back of it.
And the sound barrier is gone as well. SNHU are going to try and take advantage of this, but here's the EMP!
Another EMP, and in the middle of 4 separate players, great usage of it. Crazy Cat, however, uses their immortality field to keep themselves alive. Cammy's the one that goes down in the middle of all of this, despite all the ultimates dedicated. Staten Island are the only ones dying. Phobic, there's no way you live through this. A slide into everything will keep you out of things. And Ultima Web just barely misses their own opportunity, but they've got a pulse bomb. They could throw it onto a very easy target of Cammy 101, and if Cammy goes down again, I think this point may be over.
If they find anybody with this pulse bomb, I think it's done, as they're just going to chuck it into the back. They don't find anybody. We're already 2 meters to go.
Sound barriers on both sides, but Cammy goes down before their own is popped. Worst possible timing for Staten Island. They do have a Suzu and a Kitsune rush in the middle of nearly everything. Suzu lands on the Helios, but it'll force them away. An overclock will at least slow things down. It seems like Staten Island are stabilizing. The problem is, it's with 35 centimeters to go on this attack.
And they used everything, Dan. They used everything. And even, yes, they're going to have the EMP soon. But that last EMP they used, it didn't... There was no follow-up. There was nothing they could really do because they popped it maybe a slight second or two too early because SNHU were still on the backside of that corner to where it was really difficult for Staten Island to take advantage because Crazy Cat popped a window, fended everybody off. And now SNHU have a perfect opportunity here to cap with a decent time bank.
Terra Surge, Deadeye on the way, alongside the window. I think Terra Surge is going to be used early. It will, in the middle of everything. But a great Suzu keeps 3 separate players alive, and Cammy stays forward. The problem is Chungyun already going down. That's a lot of damage exiting stage left. Cooldowns as well to go through. That should just about do it, and with the Deadeye, it very much will. A minute 45, a minute 43 is the final number on the top of the screen. SNHU complete Midtown with, as I look at my watch, a calendar year left over.
Yeah, what a little performance there from SNHU. It's like, you know, we're comfortable in this Orisa comp. There's a reason why it's meta right now. We're just going to keep running it until you figure out how to counter it. And so far, Staten Island, they don't. They don't have the answer to it right now. And that is at least the benefit of them being, you know, in BrookLAN on LAN right now. They can look at each other and be like, hey, what do we need to change? It's like there's no latency. You can look at each other straight in the face and be like, we need to change something. Because, you know, players like Crazy Cat, this was, I believe their stats, is this from Samoa or is this from, I think this is from this map actually.
Yeah.
And it's like, look at this, 13,000 healing already on a round. That is why, especially at this map, the BAP is arguably better than the Kiriko because it is a lot longer of sightlines, and you need that lamp for some of these fights. And it'll actually be SNHU who elect to go the Sigma route, not Staten Island.
Let's go. Sigma Soldier.
I love this with the Brig as well.
Sigma Soldier. That was specifically describing Soldier, not their tank. Never mind. SNHU. I feel like this could either go very well and just like a we are better than you pick, or it's going to be a disaster and they're going to swap immediately. One or the other. There's absolutely no in between, I'm going to be real. They do still stick with the BAP though, and BAP Brig is it's a decision, that's for sure. But Cammy already using a bubble. This is basically going to be a very odd decision early, but I feel like it could still work for Staten Island if they want to stick with it.
And they're just going to get pushed into the side room. SNHU not really going to complain about it because it's not by point quite yet. And look at some of those health bars. It's going to take a little bit of time with a Kiriko to really get those healed up. And yeah, Phobic just gets left behind.
Yep, Phobic gone. That's already the opening pick. That's basically a fair percentage of your damage gone. Cammy with those bubbles is building up a decent bit of charge, but it's a game of hide and go seek or just tag at this point for SNHU. They are just chasing after Staten Island, doing as much damage as they can, and then killing them. It is a very lethal game of tag, albeit not very similar to the way you played it as kids. However, still just as fun, at least for SNHU.
Yeah, for SNHU, it's a great time because they're like, all right, you're gonna walk in there. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Like there's nowhere for Staten Island to go in that room. This Zarya, you could tell they were trying to play counter pick, and how it's a Sigma. And it's like, well, what damage is Kami really going to do? And that is the real question right now.
They're throwing Kitsune, but the problem is you get caught inside of a grab, and Kami doesn't get the courtesy, but it does seem like Helios was shut down in the middle of it. I don't know how, but they were denied, maybe getting caught out by, I'm going to say a hack from Chongyun before they go down. Unfortunately, it's only a temporary fix. Everybody still dies, or at least has to disengage, and SNHU win another fight, and all they take out is Osiren, who has a visor on the way.
They have a visor, so they can kind of just chill back. There's no real answer to it right now unless Phobic is able to hit a long-range shot, but this is the benefit of this compound defense for SNHU. You can play your own angles, you can sit back and wait for Staten Island to make a mistake.
You know, your goal right here is play alongside not only your soldier, but the visor if they need it. Already an open kill, make it 2 in a bioactive. Osiren has been hitting the Kovacs, or the Aim Labs, whichever one you prefer. We're not sponsored, we don't care. And Staten Island are just dying because of it. Osiren finds a third of 5 members, and we're down to 90 seconds. Staten Island are about a minute and a half away from going down 2-0.
And honestly, I'm struggling to see how they can push into this with their current comp. Their comp is just not built to push into something like this. Like, you saw, they make their way over to Fire Station. It's like, okay, you know, Phobic and the team's making it in, but there's no protection for that rotation. So Phobic is so low by the time they get in, they get picked off, and Chongyun almost has the same fate.
So Staten Island already isolated. They do have the EMP. They could couple that with an overclock if they want it, but a grav used. Suzu possibility here for Bioactive. Who do they throw it on? The answer, nobody in time. They didn't have that cooldown. The EMP alongside the Kitsune. They want to try and rejuvenate the spike. The problem is they're doing so not only without the availability of your tank, but in the middle of the combo of a very easy visor and a nice little brig ult as well. SNHU, this is a stop.
Ripster got stunned out of beats by
Ajax.
by the shield bash of Kresnik. It wasn't even them dying. It was they got stunned out of it because Kresnik popped the rally and stunned him with the shield bash. What a play there from Kresnik. I don't know if it would have turned it around for Staten Island, but it would have at least made it somewhat possible. As yeah, it is. They're in dire straits.
Day at the shooting range for Osiren, and it is just from distance, lining up nearly everybody. 10 seconds left. You will probably see one person touch, and that's a maybe. It's going to come down to whether you swap to a Tracer or a Ball
it's
or
a no.
Anybody else. Yeah, no. They're just accepting their fate. 2-0 SNHU, and an absolute statement in this grand finals. Brief reminder, while yes, Staten Island won the ECC in the fall, SNHU has since beat them in early March. Osiren will get credit for play of the game. This is probably the visor in the middle of the rally and all that chaos. No, it's just straight through a very courteously placed amplification matrix. Nice little 3-piece. Make it 4. Easy as you like.
Yeah, that was, for a map that was picked by Staten Island, it was all SNHU. Like, that was a clinic from SNHU on how to run defense on Midtown. And, like, I understand what CSI, like, okay, this is a comfortable map for us. We think we can actually do well on this. And then, especially on their offense, it was like, they were anticipating the counter comp for an Orisa, and then never made the swap afterwards. Like, oh, they're running Sigma. Okay, you should change something then, because Zarya into Sigma is always going to struggle, especially on a map like this.
Yeah.
And they never made the swap. And it just seemed like, okay, they were very focused on, hey, we're going to run this comp until the wheels fall off, and the wheels fell off a mile ago, and they were still rolling down the hill. Like, that was kind of the attitude there from CSI. So now you have to look at, okay, what do we go to at this point? Because it did not go well. I believe it is Flashpoint next. Yeah. But Osiren, yeah, we talked about them already. Wow. 33 elims, 16 final blows. An insane run there for the Soldier.
So you also have to remember they played first point of that on the Cass, or first round of that mostly on the Cass. So that is a great combo. 33 elims, And you also have to think about the time difference between point 1 and point 2. I feel like they were fairly similar considering it was a fairly decently long point 1 and point 2 of Samoa. But here you played 6.5 minutes in the first phase because you get total of 8 minutes if you go all 3 phases. They only had 1.5 minutes left or so, plus the 4 minutes of the second round. So at 10.5 minutes or so, you get 11,600 damage plus 16 final blows. Wow. Playing a cast and a soldier, the final blows numbers are the ones you really need to focus on. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, those are the stats that their coaches, it's like, yes. Like, do that more. Like, do that every game. Like, yes, this is what we want to see. Or those kind of stat lines from the DPS. And Staten Island, they need the reverse sweep now. Like, that is, it's point blank. They need the reverse sweep. Last time they were at this point, they were not able to do it. They got swept by SNHU. It was a 3-2 on Suravasa. And we'll be going back over to Suravasa. So we're going to try it another time here, see if they can make it work, and at least keep this series going a little bit longer.
You know, I like to say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But the problem is, the other option here is New Junk City, and nobody likes New Junk City. Plus, Suravasa was fairly close last time, so I don't hate the selection to go back to Suravasa after, we'll say, about a month or so, depending on when these teams had their spring break. Suravasa is our third map. It could be our final map as well. It depends on how early we see the start come from CSI. It could be an absolute investigative tool used between now and our previous map. That's an ode to the Criminal Science Investigative Unit. Or they could absolutely have an early lunch break and forget they had a third map. We could see them sitting at their PCs, so luckily it's not the latter. But we'll see if it's the former in a few minutes.
Yeah, so it'll be Staten Island. They're just going to... Okay. If we can't make the counter comp to work, we're just going to run meta ourselves. They're going to run the Orisa with the Tracer and the Soj. SNHU, they will run this Winston look that we saw a little bit over on Samoa. So against Staten Island, they think they're running a mirror, and when in reality, there is a Winston on the other side that's going to give them lots of issues.
I don't know how I feel about the Winston selection for Helios, but I've seen crazier things. Cammy runs into the backline and only has a little bit of health. Bioactive goes down, so too should the Lucio, but low health for Helios, who has to jump back into their bubble, and Ripser stays alive at the end of things. Can't say the same for Cammy. Lucio, I think their life was only temporarily prolonged. A very hunting attempt at the orb, but it doesn't seem all that consequential. SNHU will still cap.
It looked good for Staten Island there for a little bit. Like, they pushed the back line. They're trying to get a pick. And then Helios finds Bio. And as soon as Bio dies, Staten Island, again, have no healing other than Ripser. And that's a lot for Lucio to try and handle. So, nice fight there for SNHU. And, yeah, Cammy, yeah, that was bold.
Yeah, that's out in the open again, relying a little bit too much on the cooldowns that are not that valuable, let's be real. Javelin Spin is not immortality, it's only kind of immortality from one side for a few seconds. And Bioactive dies as well. Just the lack of a tank is really impactful here, and everybody's getting staggered. That's probably going to be 80%. We're heading into final territory.
Yeah, it's one fight away here for SNHU on this first point. As Staten Island, they're just struggling to really get a foothold in anything. And SNHU, credit to them, they've kept the momentum this entire series so far. They have not let Staten Island really get a hang of it.
Pulse bomb.
Ultimate What playing a dangerous game.
He's playing back and forth with the other Tracer. It's a very chaotic fight, but it's one both of them will stay alive in, at least for an extra few seconds. A long and drawn-out fight, but they don't even get a touch. SNHU just absolutely 100-0 this point, and they end up using Kitsune in the neutral. Luckily, the spawn doors have moved for Staten Island, so they get a saving grace. But that is a scary, scary fight that could have gone against Staten Island. And they used Terra Surge? Say goodbye to Kresnik.
That's personal, I think. That's, that one feels a little personal. They still lose Phobic on the rotation over, and now the overclock is used to try and keep them away, and now from both sides.
Overclock on both sides, but it is going to be a sound barrier, only temporarily there for Chong Yun, who goes down. I think we're going to say goodbye to Cammy as well. This is... Stop, they're already dead.
Yeah, that's, this is getting bad for Staten Island. It's like, okay, you use the Terra Surge to get Kresnik, which I don't mind it, and especially with the swap coming through, maybe that was the the thought process, okay, we're swapping anyway if we lose this next fight. So let's just try and get something out of the ult and give ourselves a chance. But it's still, the overclock was just better from the other side. And now this is bad.
Chongyun dead early. Bioactive has a Kitsune if they want to use it, but you've got Primal in the middle of everything. They're trying to hunt down both members, that being their tank and flex support, and this is just insanity. There's no way you should be able to be this dominant. I don't know if we've seen a member of SNHU die except for Kresnik in that Terra Surge.
Yeah, I don't know if we actually have. Let me double check here. I don't believe we have, and that's a lot to say. This is it's getting bad.
Again? He dies in the middle of a Kitsune rush. There's no way you're supposed to go down that quickly. Bioactive needs to switch. I understand wanting to play that Kiriko. People like Kiriko. Sure, whatever. Don't care. But when you just don't output enough healing, not any discredit to Bioactive, but discredit to Kiriko, you have to swap. Your team is dying and you're not doing enough healing to counteract the insane amount of damage, inhuman amount of damage actually, coming from SNHU, which makes sense considering they're running a monkey. He's not very human.
They're just going to keep pushing forward here as Staten Island, they're just stuck. Honestly, they're stuck. They're getting pinched on. It is going to be the sound barrier just to make sure from SNHU that they finish this fight cleanly. And that will allow them to go cap this point first, bearing any ridiculous turn of fate. But yeah, it will be them capping Staten Island. They got to pull a mini reverse sweep to start the overall reverse sweep. And you were talking about the deaths. Osiren and Helios have yet to die in this map.
That's insane, and they're building up to more ultimates. Kitsune's on the way, 100% on this Primal, and inside the opposing side, they're trying to pop out attempted sound barriers to come successfully, and they will get it off, yeah, but they won't win the fight. Cammy is going to die here or pop Primal unnecessarily. They're going to die to a triple from the Primal of Helios, who ended up finding a quad at the end of the day. 50%, we're looking at maybe 2 fights at the end of this series.
Maybe 2 fights, depending on how long it takes Staten Island to push in. They have the Primal Rage if they want to use it, but Ultimate Whip, they're just trying to... They're sneaking around back here, seeing if they can try and find an opening pick.
Oh, not with being seen. They're going to run out of blinks before they get out of dodge here quickly enough. The trade of Tesla cannons is not going to do all that much for Cammy, who gets booped away with this Primal, but they're trying to hunt down absolutely nobody. They're just keeping themselves at a social distance, which is not good unless you're trying to face COVID. You're trying to face point blank an SNHU roster who owns you at seemingly every turn. Finally, some kills starting to go their way, coupled with an overclock, hopefully something to start substantial comebacks. They have capped. That's a good first start, but the problem is Chongyun's dead. It's seemingly only Cammy as they start to get some amount of help, but they've been caught by a pulse bomb. Say goodbye to Cammy 101. Staten Island may soon to follow, but Phobic in a 1v1 with Ultima Wep. As Helios joins the fray, there is an attempt with the Kitsune Rush which will be successful. It seems like Staten Island have slowed things down.
Yeah, that Kitsune Rush, they probably didn't want to use it, but they needed to use it. Like, you cannot let this get out of control. If you are Staten Island, you need to make sure, like, hey, no matter what, we are winning this fight. And that is exactly what they're able to do. Yes, Cammy's on the Doomfist now, which is not... It's not ideal. Let's be real. It's not ideal for them to be on the Doom, but hey, they're making it work so far.
Them and Rips are combined for 1, but so low and running out of a power block here. Luckily, they find that kill and force SNHU to disengage. We're on final fight territory on both sides. For Staten Island, it's just to initiate, as you said, a mini reverse sweep into a more massive reverse sweep. For SNHU, this would be to win the series. And Crazy Cat going down, that is a disastrous loss. But on this single point, that could be the difference maker required. Sound barrier in the middle of everything on both sides, but Ripster gets Ajax before they have the opportunity to pop it. Say goodbye to Lucio, and possibly Staten Island as well. Bioactive goes down, Primal's available for Helios, and Cammy does not have their Meteor Strike. I don't know if they have the time to build it up as well. Helios will pop their own. In the middle of everything, Cammy goes down, Staten Island will do the same. Any touchers? The answer, not a chance. The College of Staten Island go down 3-0 in the grand finals. Southern New Hampshire University, it'll be Southern New Hampshire going to Texas. They book their ticket to ECC and take the ECC Conference Championship.
What a showing from SNHU. That is how you win it at the very end, and that is how you punch your ticket 2 Texases there. I don't know if it's even hitting quite yet for SNHU, as that was probably quicker than they thought it was going to be in a grand final. But hey, did an excellent job of just shutting down CSI at every single moment. CSI were never able to run their game plan. It was SNHU's lobby. It was SNHU's pace. And CSI just never had an answer to it.
I'd say the only time they had an answer was when they were going for those stagger kills at the end of what was basically the game. They had 70-80%, and of that, it was a very long and drawn-out fight as they capped before the fight started. So they gave themselves some level of sustainability, but it was just way too late. Midtown was an absolute nothing burger. Samoa was good for maybe 2 minutes of the 4 that we played, or 6 that we played. I didn't keep track. And Suravasa, I don't think that we saw anything substantial at all from the College of Staten Island until the last 60 seconds. And that's a heavy maybe. It was just absolutely ran in the most dramatic fashion, or anticlimactic fashion, considering the storyline we built up for this one. Another 3-0, this one less close than it was in March.
Yeah, a little bit less close. I think it was just the fact that SNHU ran their style. And they forced CSI to run their style and run their tempo. And even, CSI, they tried to pull out the counter picks. They tried to pull out the Zarya. You know, they're trying to match the Orisa at times, even the Winston getting thrown out. They were never able to really find the crux of the problem, and that was Helios just didn't die. Like, they did not die because they were playing so confidently. They always had the heals that they needed, and they had that extra support that it just seemed like Cammy didn't have in that front. Whether it be the extra damage or the extra heals, it was always SNHU who were controlling the front line, and they just took over the game the rest of the way. And they will be going back to Texas, hoping for a little bit better of a fortune than they had last year. But yes, this will be a nice trip there for SNHU back down to Arlington.
I am very scared for whoever SNHU plays. This is a team that looks like absolutely rejuvenated from not only the fall semester, but the spring of last year, where, they made it to Texas, but you said it, not a great result there. They've got a new breath of life in them. They played a close game just about a month ago, close in terms of individual games, not very much the series. Here, it is absolute dominance, maybe bar 4 team fights throughout 3 maps. That's about it. It was great from SNHU. And to get their thoughts on things, we're going to send things to a break. When we come back and interview with the members of SNHU and the close of the Overwatch 2 show. Perfection personified. That seems to be the fairly accurate adjective coming out of yet another 3-0 sweep of CSI from SNHU in back-to-back months, back-to-back series, and now back-to-back academic years to send themselves to CECC Texas. We've got Helios in for an interview, getting their thoughts on things. And Helios, just to start, you guys just would not die. That's period, end of story. You would not die. Samoa was a little scary. Midtown, by no means concerning. And Suravasa, I think we counted your deaths on one hand.
Yeah, I didn't die until the last point, and I was a little sad about it.
We were keeping track. That was scary.
Yeah, it was an insane series from you guys. Tell me, what are the emotions right now, being able to go back to Texas and winning it in this kind of fashion as well?
This is like, because I didn't play on the roster that won last season. So this is really like my first like real LAN experience, because the LAN in Texas, we didn't make it out of groups, so we just sort of played on back PCs, and it's cool, but this is a whole different feeling, and it's
for sure.
It was just
now,
really fun.
Yeah, and it seemed like you guys were having fun out there. Did it just feel like everything was clicking for you guys today? It seemed like you guys could do nothing wrong except for maybe a few fights here and there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is a team that we already 3-0'd in the regular season, and I think I played really bad in that previous game, so I felt like I had something to prove, and I feel like I did that today, and I feel a lot better
Imagine
about
having
it.
something to prove after a 3-0. That's
It felt like we won despite of me, and today did not feel like that.
I mean, coming out of this series, we've got some stats for you. You had the most elims and the least deaths. You had 94 eliminations as seen down there, and only 7 deaths in 3 maps. That includes your 1 death on Samoa, which we kind of didn't count, considering it was an immediate counter swap. You guys were very adjustable throughout this. There were absolute genius counter swaps through and through, and you just seemed to have a revolving door of mystery heroes, but every single time it was with a purpose. Talk to me about that.
Well, basically, every team we scrim just plays Orisa, so we're very used to that, like, Orisa mirror matchup, but they rolled out on Zarya, which I think we can win the matchup, it's just a skill thing, but Winston is just easier. So we haven't really practiced it, but it was like, that's what counters that, so that's what we're going to play.
Hey, it worked. It was a fairly good swap, but it ended up being a consistent swap throughout most of that day, at least. Final thoughts from you in this series, and I gotta say, you guys had a fairly clean one at that.
I'm just happy for the win. I'm excited to get to Texas.
Well, speaking of Texas, before we let you go, last year, less than ideal group stage, but in all fairness, you faced against 3 separate teams that are currently in the top 10 in the United States and technically Canada as well. You've got hopefully a better group pool. We don't have groups obviously drawn just yet, but what are you thinking going into Texas? Is there going to be an improvement from SNHU?
I like our roster a lot more now, and obviously it's up to like group luck, but I think we can realistically get out of groups no matter who we face, unless it's like both Northwood and Maryville. But what are you gonna do about that?
That is a combination of optimistic and realistic. I like the take. Thank you very much, Helios. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to give? Anybody you want to shout out before we let you exit stage left?
I believe my family is watching this, so thank you.
All right, well, the ECC champions as personified by the shirt. Helios, thanks for joining us. Congrats on the victory, and congrats on qualifying to Texas.
Thank you.
So, Jesse, that's it for CSI, and SNHU booked yet another ticket in back-to-back years to see ECC Texas. But honestly, this one seemed so much cleaner overall, much less with the actual individual scores.
Yeah, this team definitely feels better than last year's, in my opinion. And, like we talked about, their group last year was them, Blinn, Converse, and the eventual champs in Maryville. That was a gross group that were given last year. We'll see what the exact format is and, what their beginning of this tournament will look like, in a few weeks. But this is not a team that you can just push away. Like, this is a team that will push teams that are not prepared for them, and I cannot wait to see how they do.
The support line played to near perfection, the DPS line was lethal as ever, and Helios didn't die. Period. End of story. 7 deaths in 3 maps, and one of them really didn't count because it was the first fight of the first map, and then he counter-swapped. So, very good, to say the very least, and amazing from Southern New Hampshire University. They will get another chance to send another team to Texas with our SSBU crews when we come back from this break. It is Southern New Hampshire University up against the University of New Haven in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate when we return.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the ECC BrookLAN Smash event. Once again, back in better than ever. I'm your host, Captain Etsoka, joined alongside the one and only biggest sauce boss in esports. It's Soy Sauce. Soy Sauce, how are we feeling today?
I'm doing great, and I'm excited. We've got some great SSBU action on our docket here, and a chance to go to the CECC finals. This one should be exciting.
Oh, it definitely should be. And I'll be honest, you know, we've already gotten to see some great esports action going down for this entire event. Of course, just a friendly reminder for the folks at home, we had the Rocket League finals where it was the College of Staten Island to go 4 wins over 3 against the University of New Haven. And we had the Overwatch 2 finals where it was Southern New Hampshire who came out 3-0 over the College of Staten Island. So again, we've already had some great matches. And again, they're going to be some tough acts to follow. I mean, we have seen some pretty talented players through and through, and honestly, I think SSBU might just give them a run for their money. What you thinking, Soy Sauce?
No, I'm thinking along the same lines, right? We look at the bracket, and these schools have been battling hard to get to this point here. Southern New Hampshire going up against New Haven in these grand finals, and it's been a fun run to watch. Southern New Hampshire 2-0ing both teams to get here. St. Thomas Aquinas, a veteran team here that has really put up a lot of good numbers in previous seasons, and then they 2-0'd Utica Blue in the semifinals. On the flip side, New Haven 2-1 over New York Tech and 2-0 over Malloy. Again, 2 schools with experience here on this stage.
Yeah, and you know what I love about this the most is that not only are we going to be able to go through the crew battles, but we also got some 1v1 Smash later during the day. So again, we're going to be having so much Smash action. It is going to be phenomenal. And you know what? And that's another thing that we're going to be privy to is the fact that we do get the crew battles, because crew battles and 1v1 in Smash, those are 2 entirely different beasts. And those are 2 entirely different types of settings. It's going to be so much fun. Again, I've been going through like a Smash binge lately. I'm not gonna lie, whether it be the esports, you know, actually being able to watch the highlights, commentate, cast, the whole 9, Smash has just been delivering. And you know what? And again, we're covering the BrookLAN region, right? Well, here in my own region, down on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana, we have been seeing some big Palu play. Palutena has been one of the big contenders, one of the highest pick rates. I want to see if that translates into this BrookLAN region. But without further ado, let's get ready to get this first matchup underway. 9 stocks apiece to each team. Soy Sauce, bring us in.
Well, we're underway here on PS2. Thrigs versus Breb. Thrigs for the side of SNHU, rocking the Sephiroth right now. Should have the range advantage over Breb's Mii Brawler. But Mii Brawler, the combo game of this character, is always so potent. Once they get in, they can string together combos just like Mario can. And they nearly find one there, but that Shadow Flare lingering, they won't be able to fully dive in.
Well, you see, and that's the interesting thing, though, is that you have to get in with Mii Brawler, and there's nearly no one worse to try and get in on than Sephiroth. I mean, the dude has the reach. He's got the reach. He has a little bit of utility, so that's going to be the difficult part, is actually getting in on Sephiroth. And again, that's going to come down to how well versed that Thrigs is on the Sephiroth, and so far they are not disappointing.
Yeah, this defense is very, very solid, right? Just continuing to poke away, making sure that Breb cannot cleanly close the distance. Breb really has to do a lot in order to kind of land in. Wants to go in with something like a neutral air, but is really only finding shield when he does. He'll be able to snap back to the ledge as well. As you can see, the cameras come online. Those are the players live at the arena playing right now, and now Breb has the advantage. This is where things can get rather scary. Sephiroth, a lighter character here and a lot of kill power, but they find the sweet spot of up air, and it's the first stock of this series.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, like Sephiroth is a little squishy, but you know, Mii Brawler's not the heaviest in the group either, you know? At the same time, Sephiroth has more than what it takes to send this Mii Brawler to the blast zone already. We're getting right back into the action again. This is where this Sephiroth has been really good that I've noticed. Their wake up on the ledge guard, you think that they would be susceptible to damage, but their wake up on the recovery has been pretty good so far.
Yeah, very good at making sure they don't eat too much damage. That's a risky move. Oh, but they actually evade the up smash punish. There's a kick around, and Thrigs, not enough height on that up B. Good angle, but too far away. So he'll drop the first stock there and tie things back up in terms of the stock count. But it's a pretty substantial lead, one that Breb is trying to cut into with this combo.
Yeah, you know, it just reminds me, much like their counterpart in Cloud, not the greatest recovery. It's okay. It's not bad, but it's not good, you know? So if you get Sephiroth far enough off the blast zone, you know, that recovery is just not going to do them any good.
Not quite. Good forward air in, but not going to be able to land too much. And this is a good positioning for Breb here, right? That sword, a little bit of wind up to all these aerials that Thrigs is throwing out there. So if he can stay nice and close on that shield, these aerials are not going to really work. But Breb now forced to the corner. He's able to get back here. Good grab, and he'll have to air dodge away that time. Was looking for Thrigs to maybe throw out an anti-defensive option, but no dice there. Able to shield the dash attack as well. Goes for the up B and can't get the punish. Falling through the platform was big, but he gets caught by the back here instead.
And you see, this is what I've been waiting for. You know, you're at 131% damage. You just in the second stock, the same way you ended the first, either go for an anti-air, which would, of course, you know, be the up air. Because look at me, bro. Look how often they are jumping. You can hit that with the up air or the back air, and that's what I'm expecting this stock to end on. But right now, look at the Me Brawler. They're catching up so quickly. And like you had mentioned, you know, with Me Brawler going up against Sephiroth, you put them in the 90s, maybe even in the high 80s, and that'll be enough to take the stock.
Gotta land one strong read, though. That's gonna be difficult to do. You have nowhere to run to from that platform. The up air will cover just about everything. It will kill Breb off the top, and that will make a one-stock lead once again for SNHU. But look at the combo here. The immediate follow-up into the up B. It doesn't kill quite yet. A couple times Breb has been down air, too, so he's got to be weary of getting too antsy for looking for this kill. Thrigs at 123, back to the ledge, continuing to play around it with this up B, and he'll poke away at Breb's final stock.
And that's what you got to do, because you got to keep in mind, you know, we're still in the crew battles here, so there is actually a score currently being taken. It is now 8-7 in the favor of SNHU. So again, this is going to carry on into the next bout as well overall. So you want to be the one that goes into the next match with that one stock in your favor. So right now, if you're Thrigs, your main concern is just being able to take this final stock. You still have a stock to spare, and there it goes. But no love lost. That's 66% damage already done on Breb's last stock.
Not going to be easy, and look at this, already cutting into it. 39 off of that corner play, and now maybe a chance to reversal here for Thrigs. Looking to try and end this game, but an early up B cuts off that attempted edge guard. Now a down air to knock him away. Flip kick to maneuver himself towards center stage here, and they go back into neutral. Maybe a chance here to find another aerial. Breb gotta be so careful weaving around this platform. Again, the distance means so much in this matchup, but the counter comes out at the last second, and Breb will survive for the moment. And another late counter hitbox, and the sweet spot of forward air will clean things up. It's Thrigs to strike first in this crew battle.
I gotta tell you, Thrigs was so impressive towards the ledge, whether they were ledge guarding, whether they were recovering. It seemed like their ledge play was nearly perfect. And you know, that's a problem I see with a lot of sorties and a lot of, mostly sorties, I'll be honest. But also anybody that plays like really close quarter, you know, they have a real big difficulty on the recovery, and the ledge guard is where they shine. This Sephiroth here, Thrigs was able to do both. Their recovery was awesome because every time they went for the recovery, there was damage that was coming along with it. And then they were also able to get themselves back on platform. We did see Thrigs drop a stock because they got pushed too far out off stage and they simply couldn't recover. But after that, Thrigs just, I feel like they locked in. They made sure that they didn't go too far out while being able to inflict that wake-up damage every single time they came off the ledge grab.
And also, too, just no ability for Breb to even attempt to go for an edge guard. There was no way that they could go off stage. They were easily going to get hit by that recovery of Thrigs. And like you said, the player on the ledge just getting that chip damage to make sure they get back onto stage, finding ways out of the corner was brilliant. And I think holding on to that counter, too, a cheeky move, right? Because counter feels like, okay, it's a call out at the end of the day, but in the corner there, when the active hitbox will always come out no matter if the move hits or not, it's the one move he hadn't used all series. Very well done to keep that move in his back pocket.
And you know, that's what was interesting, is because I was thinking to myself, where's the counter been this entire time? I was waiting for it to come out. I was thinking, okay, maybe they don't use it, because again, they do have certain players that just don't use their character's abilities for whatever reason. Like I've seen a lot of Terrys that never use Go Meter. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's one of those scenarios. So I'm wondering where the counter was at. And then sure enough, for the last stock, that's when they break it out. And that kind of threw a wrench into Me Brawler's type of recovery, because they weren't going up against the counter for the entire match. All of a sudden, counter comes out. So what do? It was just perfect timing.
Yeah, very well executed. On top of that, too, just in this type of matchup, right, where the sword has the advantage over the brawler type, where that range advantage means so much, you kind of get conditioned into that. Okay, well, they're just going to be swinging the sword at me time and time again. I need to get close. I need to get up close and personal. And then from the ledge on that recovery, the counter comes out, and all of a sudden that hitbox turns against you. They're able to clean things up with that sweet spot forward air. Just very well executed upon, but still, it was at times very close. Breb did a good job of making sure that, hey, it's only a one stock lead heading into this next set.
Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm doing goofy smiles, it's because I'm taking a screenshot, because this layout, by the way, like just the way that we have this presented for the ECC Esports East Coast Conference, we got to give production credit. It's beautiful. I love the way this looks. Again, we got the players underneath this, we got the characters, you got the map selection in the middle. Big shout out to production. I mean, they're doing an amazing job. I just wanted to take a moment because again, the presentation is just on point. This is a really good production for collegiate esports, so got to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, and you know, it is awesome to see, right? Just to have those names and be able to put the character to the nameplate immediately is just, it's something that it's hard to do, and so it's very well done. You know, shout outs to production. As we get ready for this next set, you know, New Haven, a bit of a tougher run for them again. It's been a lot of 2-0s throughout this bracket. They had the only 2-1, and it was a game three set, or sorry, set three against New York Tech in the opener. Then they 2-0 Malloy, again, another college that's been able to put up some numbers here in the ECC in the past. So for New Haven to get here to this point is a very solid showing. Now it's a question of, can they take the crown for themselves? Because on the other side, Southern New Hampshire, they've already taken a crown once today.
Yeah, but with that being said, I'm getting some information that someone at the BrookLAN may have tripped over the power cord. So we're going to take a quick short break, but when we come back, don't worry. We are going to continue on with more Super Smash Bros. Action right here at the EEC Esports BrookLAN East Coast Conference. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the ECC BrookLAN Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals. Back again once again, it is Captain Etsoka, joined by the Sauce Boss Soy Sauce, the one and only, as we get ready to continue with our first game crew battle. Why don't you break down for us, Soy Sauce, what we have seen so far?
Right, so SNHU up against New Haven. They opened up on PS2. Thrigs on the Sephiroth, taking the victory by just one stock over Breb on the Mii Brawler here. So he will hold one stock as we get ready for this next bout. And now entering the ring, we've got our name locked in for the side of New Haven.
All right, hear me out, because this is what it looks like. You know, you got your side, right? And you got Breb over there. You got your 3. I'm over here. I got my 3. It looks like we're Pokemon trainers, right? And the players are our Pokemon, and we're just like throwing them in the arena. It looks great. Regardless, though, actually, I really would like to see a Pokemon trainer here today. Pokemon trainer is one of my favorites. But speaking of some of my favorites, how about a good Swordy matchup? The Swordies, I mean, low-key are like my favorite in Smash, and this is a great Swordy matchup. I mean, we have Sephiroth versus Ike here. I mean, Soy Sauce, it doesn't get much better.
Very explosive matchup, right? Ike has so much kill power, and the game plan very straightforward. They can get so much off of Nair and Thrigs. It is not going to be easy, right? That range will be tested. They do have the range advantage, but Ike just a little bit faster, hits a little bit harder. This is going to be very, very dangerous here, but also the recovery, right? Very susceptible, especially with the way that Thrigs was using that counter late in that last series. So can he hold on to the stock is the question here and extend SNHU's lead.
I mean, so far so good. It's just about even in damage percentage right now. You can see Sephiroth trying to hit those back airs, but like we said, Ike is just so damage heavy. My goodness, they do so much with so little, and that was nearly the stock there. We got jebaited a little bit by the elimination animation, but hold on! That one is not a jebait. That one's the real deal. We're back even at 6 stocks to 6 stocks. It is going to be Deception coming out with the win.
Big win there for Deception, ties things back up, right? No blood lost in that battle. Was very close for a time, but you start to favor the heavier characters as those percents trend up. And Ike, just a little bit heavier than Sephiroth and a little bit stronger hitboxes. Sephiroth sometimes requires those sweet spots, kind of at the end of their sword, just inside. And that is not as easy a hitbox to land when Ike is constantly jumping around you.
Yeah, and you know what? Much like Sephiroth, actually, I think even more so for Ike, their recovery is kind of doo-doo. Like, Ike's recovery, not the greatest, I'll be honest. If you can get Ike off stage, that would be wonderful. So now you have to ask yourself for SNHU, are they going to go and try possibly for a counter pick? Or, you know, again, that's the mystery. That's why we have that question mark there, right? It's because you don't know who's coming up next. And that kind of gives them a little bit of an advantage because, again, your opponent doesn't know who's coming up next, right? I mean, they might have an inkling if they were wise and was watching their opponents play their matches. Anytime that you're able to sit out a match and take a minute, watch your opponents every single time. That's what you should be doing. So hopefully New Haven has done some research on SNHU so that way they could be a little bit prepared on what is possibly coming up next.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see. You know, you mentioned the PT earlier. You know, you also mentioned the Palutena. Both have been making waves here in the collegiate scene. I think there is a PT on SNHU. Either, at least from last season, they had a Pokemon trainer player, but I'm not sure if they're still around. Some players change tags and so on and so forth. So we'll see who they opt to send in, what character they opt to go for. But Ike is in a weird part of the game where it feels like, okay, everyone kind of knows what this character does, and yet they still can churn out results if you are unprepared. And Deception looking pretty solid after that opening match.
Yeah, and you know, not for the sake of puns, just because, you know, we recently had an eclipse, but I really think that Ike has somewhat been eclipsed by Roy. You know, Roy has seemed to be like the new Fire Emblem Swordy main, but with that being said, it's good to see that Ike still very much viable, and now this is a matchup I'm very much interested in. I've been seeing a lot of Falco, I've been seeing some great Falcos, and those usually end up being the up tilts into the up airs, and then again into the forward airs. We're already seeing it now. Those Falco combos go absolutely nutty, Soy Sauce.
Absolutely, though, but it's a double-edged sword here in this type of matchup. The combo game for both is where both players really excel, especially in the juggles too, right? Like you said, a lot of vertical play in those combos, and Falco certainly privy to it, but unable to get that edge guard there. If he gets that nair, maybe something more, but 2 nairs connected. Will catch the landing with a dash attack too, and Falco very light. Ike with rage. This could be a very early kill, and it will be. Run off forward air. We'll take the stock.
Yeah, that is a very dangerous Ike, one that's not afraid to go off stage. Again, off stage Ike not the best, but if you have somebody that knows how to navigate Ike while off stage and can recover, that is a dangerous Ike to be playing against, and that kind of makes me nervous for this Falco.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. And now the question is, how do you find this stock if you're Cruz here? Because it is not easy, right? You need a strong hitbox here. At 174, something stray really should kill, but you got things like the armored up B from Ike. There's the down tilt, sneaky underneath, nice and quick. We'll be able to seal that stock away, and now we're basically back to even.
Yeah, pretty much so. And now we can see if Cross is going to be able to come back and answer. And so far, so good. But like we said, you know, Ike's a little heavier, so these damage percentages can be deceiving, hence the name Deception. You know, again, I had to make at least one bad pun there. But regardless, we're getting right back into it. And already you can see Ike doesn't take much time to get the percentages back in their favor.
Not a whole lot required. Ooh, they just barely are able to air dodge around that down air. They fall out of the multi-hit, which means now Deception gets a chance to combo, and they'll catch the falling Falco with the up air. Down goes stock number 2. Cross is in a world of hurt here. They need to find something here quickly.
Yep, that they do. And you know, that's like the one thing for this Falco. As much as I love Falco, Ike just hits way too hard. Again, you can combo them all the live long day, right? But with Ike, they don't need much. All they need is one opening, and all of a sudden you're taking like 20, sometimes even like 25 to 30% damage. There goes the down throw into the up air, and look at the damage that's coming out from it.
It's the classic end of the pendulum problem, right? You can get all the combo damage in the world, but if you don't find a way to take the stock, it will come back to bite you, and it nearly does there off that dash attack. Low recovery forced here. Cross trying to find a way back, nearly gets down tilted, but the forward air will help him fight out of the corner. Won't be able to find the back air on that platform either. Up tilt will do the trick here, and Deception nearly was able to find the hitbox. Now looking for a landing aerial, throwing out these back airs. Anything will really kill potentially. Up B from center stage, but not enough to do the trick quite yet.
Not yet, but nearly there. And you got to keep in mind, this is the last stock. So even if Falco does manage to try and find an opening to take their second, it's still going to be a lead no matter what. But big game coming from Deception there. Being able to take their team and put them up now 2 stocks. And that is, I think, the biggest lead we have seen so far. So again, a big game coming out there from Deception. And you know what? Cross, again, they were playing good Falco. Like, it wasn't any different than any other competitive Falco I've seen. They did all the right inputs. Everything was looking good. I just don't think it was a great matchup. You know, I just don't think Falco is a good matchup against Ike.
You can get in and do your combos, but it goes back to kind of what I said towards the end of that match, right? If you don't find a way to finish the combo with something powerful, put them in disadvantage, all that damage is all for naught. It all becomes rage. And on a character like Ike, who already hits like a truck, so many moves on Ike have so much knockback, you're just building up power. It's like Go comes online earlier for Terry on this character. That's the way that damage kind of stacks up. And with Falco being so light, you have to make it count. And there, Crust just unable to do so. And now a 2 stock advantage for the side of New Haven.
Oh, I got debated. I got excited for a minute. I was watching the character selection and they were hovering on Pac-Man, and that would have been very fun, to be honest. I love Pac-Man. I love the cheeky zoners. You know what I mean? Like, I love those cheeky players. But regardless, we get a Bowser, and I'm not mad at that either. I think this is going to be a good matchup because, again, now you got somebody that can go toe-to-toe with Ike's heaviness, with their big hitting abilities. So now, you know, it's kind of almost fighting fire with fire. Of course, Bowser is an actual heavy, as they start things off with the side B. So again, this is where we're going to see the difference between a swordy and an actual heavy.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see too, because these two characters really beat up on each other. You can see Insignia wasting no time. Turnaround back at her was so clean to take that stock. Deception's done only 20 off of that side B now, but they'll get a juggle game here. Insignia up to 60% and now trapped in the corner. They fight their way out of it.
I gotta tell you, I love Bowser's side B. It's just so much fun, and anytime it comes out, you're wondering, you know, how much. I mean, you already know how much damage it's gonna do, but you need to know like, how much knockback is it gonna do. Of course, it comes down to damage percentages, but I feel like whenever like Bowser players come out with the side B, it's usually in a pretty pivotal moment. Like it's so much highlights just come off of Bowser's side B. I love it.
They really do. And it's such a solid move too, right? You get that grab, you get the animation, you're always not 100% sure where you're going to land. It's a way to secure stocks too for Insignia. You might look for that here, but instead he catches him on the platform. The spacing was perfect, and Insignia, just like that, ties our game back at 3 apiece.
And that's huge right there. I mean, my goodness, 2 back-to-back stocks, both coming from the back air, by the way. Like, we always talk about these dangerous back airs, and of course, particularly in, you know, the Mario universe, because you got Mario and Luigi with the power of the Doc Martens, right? And then everybody likes to talk about Yoshi's Timberlands. You know, you got the power of the Tims. But what about the Turtle Toes? The back air from the Turtle Toes clearly are just the heaviest hitting of all of them. I mean, it is the trifecta there. Literally 3 toes per foot for a total of 6. Again, the Turtle Toes just hit the hardest. And clearly they do, because they managed to send Ike to the blast zone twice. So truly phenomenal. And now we have to wonder what New Haven is going to do to answer against this big bad Bowser.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy, right? Insignia, in that type of matchup, you're thinking to yourself, okay, Ike's got the range, Bowser's a heavy character, the combo game should come online very quickly. Deception almost never got a combo off, aside from, I want to say, around that 20% marker when they were able to string 2 or 3 hits together. Insignia's defense was just perfect. They really did a good job of avoiding being in those situations. And then the punish game, like you said, being able to quickly seal those stocks away thanks to that back air. That's a move with a lot of end lag on it. You're going to be trapped on the ground on landing for a while if that move does not connect. So the fact that they were able to pull it off twice shows their proficiency on this character.
Yeah, and you know what? We were really, you know, harping to Deception's like big, heavy attacks. They hit hard. They hit like a truck. You know, they don't need big combos. They just need an opening. Well, you know, I think it has been answered that Bowser just hits maybe a little bit harder. Again, and that's what we were talking about. Because again, at the end of the day, no matter how heavy and how hard Ike hits, there's still technically a sortie, whereas Bowser is an actual heavy. So if you're going to go toe for toe in the heavy category, Bowser's going to take that. I mean, don't get me wrong at all. At the end of the day, comes to who is playing them behind the sticks, who's holding the controller. And I got to tell you, Insignia on Bowser, just chef's kiss, perfect.
Insignia just looking so strong too, and like you mentioned too, Ike's recovery can be very lackluster and very readable at times, right? You are either fully vertical or fully horizontal in those recovery moments if you are playing Ike, and Insignia knew that and positioned themselves accordingly. They knew exactly where Deception wanted to go, position themselves. They were able to get that back air to seal it away. They were even able to sneak in that back air on that second stock as well, because of the way that Deception was kind of fading towards the ledge, towards the stage. So Insignia's got a very solid read of the defense of at least Deception thus far, of what they wanted to do, where they were going off stage, simplifying the game. And that's what Insignia and Bowser can really do. So I'm curious to see where New Haven now go with the counter pick onto the Bowser.
Now, you see, that's actually something I was going to ask you. Like, say if it was you, where would you go for a counter pick? If you're even going to decide to go for a counter pick. Honestly, when it comes to Smash, I prefer comfort picks over anything. You know, comfort picks reign supreme because you have to go with your best foot forward. But if you were going to counter pick the Bowser, who would you go with?
It's tough, right? Because in theory, you know, you want to go for those heavy combo characters, like something like a Pikachu or Pichu, but you're weighing the risk of, hey, if I get hit 2 times, I am likely dropping the stock because of it. I'd imagine here that SNHU, they've usually got some sort of answer in terms of that heavy combo game. But now, as you see on your screen, we might get something a little bit different. A battle of the 2 evilest kings in Nintendo.
Please confirm that. Just click ready. Go. I need this fight. I need this fight to happen. If we get debated and this fight doesn't happen, I am going to be one sad captain. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like we need to see Ganondorf v Bowser. Yes, let's go. Like this is gonna be awesome. Like I can't remember the last time I've seen these two in a competitive Smash scene go off against one another. It's been a while for me anyway. But without further ado, we're getting it underway. We're on Pokemon Stadium 2. I mean, soy sauce, what are we looking at?
We're looking at Bowser versus Ganondorf, and here on PS2, so this matchup, it is, again, very exciting to watch, because it is just, every single hit just feels so damaging. Listen to the sound effects. It is just, every single hit does so much damage, and Insignia, off the bat here, should have the speed advantage between these two, but Ganondorf just covers so much range, especially with their smash attacks. The question is, can they commit to one of those? Or reversal the Bowser with the down air spike to start things off?
Oh, that was perfect. I mean, for that entire bout, it looked like Bowser was just in absolute control. Like, they were running the ring around this Ganon, and then all of a sudden, you know, they go off stage, and they went a little bit too far. You know, they tried to go a little bit too far with the offstage presence, and then what happened? They got punished. So again, good heads-up awareness coming from Fart. Gotta love that name. But coming from the Ganon, as they were able to come through with the down spike, and once again, we had mentioned, you know, Ganon as well as Bowser have some of the hardest hitting punishes in Smash.
The other aspect of this matchup, too, that'll be interesting to watch is that both players can edge guard each other extremely well. Very limited recoveries on both sides. We've already seen Fart land the down air, but on the other side, Insignia, the runoff forward air, can do so much damage. It covers so much space, and Ganondorf cannot really do the same thing there with the runoff forward air. It's too laggy of a move. So the question becomes, who has this more solid edge guards here as they're both now in the red?
Yeah, speaking of like covering a good area here, can we just appreciate how much area the up tilt from Bowser covers? And not only that, but whenever you see Ganon bring out the swordie, that also comes out with a lot of area that is covered. So again, both characters can cover a very wide range, even though they don't look it. But you know what? We have yet to see the sword come out from Ganon.
Be able to snap back to the ledge. Oh, cheeky move. You're talking about that side B, and he nearly was able to get the kill off the back of it. But now both are up in the 160 area, and now a dash attack kind of got the soft hitbox there. Surprised that one wasn't strong and does not find a way to kill here. Playing around the shield. There's another grab. That's the platform, and that's the stock, and Insignia retakes the lead.
Yep, that they do. It's coming down to the wire now as we get down to one stock v one stock. This is it. Whoever takes this next stock is going to be taking game number 1, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Bowser v Ganon. Let's get it going here. It doesn't get much fairer. This is an even matchup, and at the end of the day, I'm going to go ahead and say it doesn't matter who wins. I think we have seen enough already to know that both of these teams are very evenly matched.
Very even. Ooh, this could be dangerous here. Don't want to be too committal, but that side B means so much. He nearly got the down smash, but the shield from Insignia comes out just in the nick of time, and now Bowser's off stage. Insignia trying to get back, and he won't be able to do so. The up smash will catch him, but he's still able to survive. That's a heavy body you got to kill. From center stage, back air will do the trick, and it's New Haven to take the first series.
My goodness, Ganon coming through. Got to give credit to Fart for being able to close that one out. Again, it was looking like Insignia was going to be unbeatable, but the answer coming from New Haven with the Ganon pick, that was very fun to watch. I enjoyed every second of that, especially that it ended up going down to one stock v one stock. And to be honest, Insignia was in control for the majority of that match. For the first 2 stocks, Insignia was in it. And then all of a sudden for stock 3, it just seemed that like Fart just absolutely locked in for the side of New Haven. I mean, they were completely in control of that last stock. And finally, we did get to see that big bad sword come out, because when Bowser tried to go for the recovery and try and get back on stage, that sword just covered so much area that they simply could not get back on stage without getting hit by it. And at the end of the day, that there's really not much you could do about it when you're going up against a ledge guarding Ganon.
Yeah, and I think what you were talking about too, that advantage really shifted in Fart's favor, because when you're looking at these two characters at low percents, it's just easier for Ganon to start a combo, right? When you're thinking about how Bowser wants to start his combos, it's often off of grab or up B, but for Ganondorf, you've got landing nair, you've got up air, you've got neutral air, you know, you've got dash attack even. You've got a couple different ways that you can get in and get damage. So there's just more variety. There's more for Insignia to worry about. And that early advantage in that final stock, when he's got more variety, ends up paying massive dividends, extends that lead because he's got multiple options. Now there's more ways for Bowser to stuff it out, but a lot of it is very committal in those low percents.
Yeah, and you know what? Now things are interesting because both teams have showed their hands. You got to keep in mind, this is a best of 3, so there's going to be another opportunity for SNHU to try and answer back and force a game 3. But now both teams, like I said, have showed their hands. They know what they're going to be bringing to the table if they didn't know already. But now you know what to anticipate. The first series is over. You kind of have an inkling of what to expect, and now you can even try and either, outsmart, outmaneuver. You could try and counter pick a possible lineup. Now this is where the mind trickery comes to play. This is where the strategy starts to come into play for both of these teams, as it does look like we are going to be heading to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back very soon with some more Smash action right here at the ECC BrookLAN Finals, so don't go anywhere. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the ECC BrookLAN Finals. Once again, I am Captain Atsuka, joined on the desk by none other than Soy Sauce. Soy Sauce, give us a rundown of what we have seen so far. Game number 1 in the books. Now we're getting ready to head into game 2.
Very, very close and back and forth set, but it was New Haven getting the victory over SNHU in series number 1 of this best of 3 by a 2-stock advantage. Fart the captain able to take down Insignia in the battle of the evil Nintendo Kings, Ganon versus Bowser. So now we get ready for set number 2. Teams have strategized, teams have made their decisions as to who's going into their lineup. So this one should be exciting.
Yep, and not to mention, we have already heard that some possible player rotations will be coming out, possibly from both sides. Again, these teams are stacked. It's not just 3v3s. I mean, it is 3v3s, but they have a deep roster. Some teams having up to 6 players. So again, there's going to be some interesting strategy going into game 2. Again, we had already mentioned this before. You know, game number 1 is in the books. People have showed their hands. They know what to expect. But here we are in game 2. Now it's time to see strategy come out, Soy Sauce.
We're seeing a little bit of a mix-up here. El Jefe entering the lineup here on the Incineroar to go up against Breb. So no change from the side of New Haven, and I like the play, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Breb worked last time as the opener, got a decent amount of damage, did lose the opening set, but only by 1 stock. We'll see what they can do up against El Jefe's Incineroar.
Now you see the Puerto Rican side of me is saying that's El Jefe.
Right, I was thinking that too, right?
I mean, it could be Jefe. Maybe that's how they pronounce it, but you know, I mean,
you go with El Jefe,
yeah,
I'll go with El Jefe.
And not to mention they're Incineroar, right? So that just reminds me of a luchador, you know, like, you know, that's a wrestler right there. But regardless, you know, we're getting into the action, and already Incineroar able to take that first stock off of Breb.
El Jefe right now 102, so decent amount of damage. Incineroar, an interesting character, right? They can also thrive in these high percents, right, at 115, but they've also got a very solid combo game when their opponent is at low percent. So this is where things get interesting. Certainly playing around the corner well, and they are going to catch Breb a little too aggressive with that up B. Now playing around the corner, they get the forward tilt platform gone. Could follow up here, but they don't get the forward air. They do not get the whip punish either. Breb trying to keep this cat in the corner, but they cannot do so for long. The clothesline will knock him to the other side.
It's so funny because from time to time I have to be reminded that Incineroar is a cat. You know what I mean? like when you said you keep that cat in the corner, I was just, oh wait, yeah, they are a cat, aren't they? And again, the clotheslines are just hitting so hard. My goodness, that is now 2 stocks into the favor of El Jefe, and they haven't even dropped their first yet.
Yeah, and at 132, Breb's got to work so hard to try and take this stock. Again, the clothesline just does so much damage. It is so difficult to deal with that command grab. Oh boy, oh, he nearly had the read. Look at another one to get Breb off to the left side of the stage. Low recovery here. What can the Mii Brawler do? Down smash? Nope. Counter. Will not land either. Looking for an opening. Breb, you can see these empty hops. He's scouting. He's looking El Jefe to commit to something, but he's not going to get the punish. There he finally holds shield the down smash, and he's able to get a stock on the board.
You know, I'm kind of curious as if, you know, this was just a call out. Like, did they know that once again Breb was going to be the starter for New Haven? Because I feel like this Incineroar is a great counter to Mii Brawler. Again, Mii Brawler has to close the gap. Every time they try to close it, they're just coming in with the command grab with the punish, and that is going to be a 2-stock win in the favor of SNHU thanks to El Jefe.
Huge win there, right? And a 2-stock victory, nearly a 3-stock. Breb had to work extra hard to get that first stock off the board, but that's the power of Incineroar, right? If you don't take stocks off of this character, if you don't get edge guards, if you don't force them off stage, they can very quickly rack up damage. Fast defensive moves, things like forward tilt, up tilt, down tilt, and a lot of combo starters, and it may only be 1 or 2 hits, but it adds up over time if you get overly aggressive. And that's the downside of Breb's Mii Brawler, is that at some point they have to go in, they have to get aggressive, they have to be on your shield, constantly pressuring, and that's where Incineroar can get that little bit of extra damage, that little bit of extra mileage, and eventually becomes a long road back for Breb.
Yeah, well, now that is going to be a 2-stock advantage. So the question is, who does New Haven bring out to take on El Jefe? Now, with Incineroar, there are a lot of counter picks you can come out with because, again, Incineroar, even though they were a phenomenal matchup for the Mii Brawler, they do have limitations. I mean, that's to be said with every Smash character. Incineroar is no different. So, again, there could be some big counterplay coming from New Haven. And we have already got to see what they can bring to the table. We know they have one heck of a Ganon. I mean, that goes without saying. And, you know, they also have an Ike. So that's what we know so far from what we have seen. Now, I'm sure they have other characters that they can bring in. Who knows, they might have brought in a new player as well, just like we have seen with SNHU coming out with El Jefe. So again, once again, the question marks are coming back into play. Those little mystery tiles. Who's going to be coming up next? What are they going to be bringing to the table? How are they going to counter this great Incineroar that we have seen so far from El Jefe?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another substitution come in here for the side of New Haven, because both of these matchups, although you do have kind of a range advantage from Deception and Fart, it feels like in terms of the character matchup, the fact that Incineroar has so many good, quick tilt options could be devastating in these matchups, right? Ganon's a bit slower outside of jab and maybe neutral air. You're not going to get too much off of being in the face of this Incineroar. And Deception on the Ike, while you do have the range advantage, that speed, that quick burst, even things like that side B, the quick command grab from Incineroar can be extra devastating to these characters. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a substitution, but still Deception and Fart for that matter, feels like either one of them could go in here and do kind of the same amount of work on this Incineroar.
All right, well, now that we're waiting, you know, for the next matchup, we're going to take a moment because clearly this is the time right now for you and I. This is what I like to call the soy sauce and Atsoka show. Okay, so now we're just going to pop off for a second here. I want to ask you, soy sauce, let me pick your analytical brain, okay? Hear me out here. Okay, you have Incineroar side B, the clothesline. You have the Heaven's Gate from Kazuya. You have Bowser's side B. Who has the best command grab? Go.
Ooh, oh man, that's tough. I'm going to say Kazuya's just because of the damaging move. Like, it doesn't have the distance that the other two have, but you can still go through platforms with it. It's got a little bit of armor to it, if I'm remembering correctly. I've seen it take too many stocks to not take it. Incineroar was close because of the distance that it covers, and it just does so much work for you, right? You get the clothesline, and you can get, it's like 20 damage, 20% on the board immediately. You can mix it up by going up high with it. It can get kills off the top, but I do think it's just such a hard punish if you whiff that move, and Incineroar kind of needs to land every single one that he gets, whereas Kazuya, it's not the worst thing in the world if you're up close, you go for that move and it doesn't connect for one reason or another.
Yeah, now you see how Soy Sauce had the completely perfect analytical reasoning behind their selection. I don't have that. I just love Kazuya's Heaven's Gate. It's literally a choke slam from up on high. It looks so cool. And there's like lightning that comes with it. You're going into the ground like true anime style. The ground shakes. It's like, you know, a little smoke that comes out. It just looks so aesthetically pleasing. And then it does pack a punch as well. When you see the Heaven's Gate come out, you're looking at that and thinking, wow, that looked like it hurt. So again, completely different reasonings, but we have both come to the same conclusion. Heaven's Gate is just the coolest of the three command grabs. But speaking of, I am so on board with this. I love this. I am a big fan of Apollo Kage, and I am a big fan of Solid Snake. I'm all here for it.
Yeah, the Snake is a very good pick here, right? Because Snake, what they do well is these grenades, and they make this game Minesweeper. They are going to have explosives all over this stage, and El Jefe, they're going to have to work really hard, right? Incineroar has quick bursts of speed, but they're not necessarily a fast character, and they're very, very grounded. So the fact that these grenades are going to be placed really everywhere along with the C4 makes this very difficult for El Jefe to play through neutral, but if they get in, they've got a very tall body to combo, and that's what you're seeing right now as they land another side B and nearly get the stock for it.
Yeah, I mean, El Jefe does not seem phased at all by this Snake. And again, Solid Snake, you know, a very heavy hitting zoner. I mean, they got so much explosive, so much knockback potential. And again, the C4 themselves are the most tricky, but at the same time, thinking, not even thinking, but knowing that we're on Town and City with the platforms that constantly come and go, I feel like that kind of nullifies Snake's C4 because Snake is very sneaky with the C4. They like to place them on platforms and they kind of like to manipulate that in that regard. But now that the platforms are coming and going and they're off to the sides, you're really not going to have that type of surprise with the C4.
Oh my, is that the stock? LFA nearly got it off of that great counter read. El Jefe is playing this so aggressively. He's just saying, I don't care about these explosives. I'll tank them, I'll counter them, and just go in. Use the armor to your advantage. Do not give this Snake any time to set up. And that's what's really working right now. They've taken off a stock. They've already got him up to 107. Snowcone gotta be very careful with the next couple decisions they make. Otherwise, they're likely to drop another.
Well, let's see how they do. Again, look at Snake now really playing the range here. They're at 107. They're in the danger, and they know it. So now they are keeping their distance. But you also got to keep in mind, Snake can also hit pretty hard when they're up close as well. We got to see that second stock that was taken from El Jefe. That came thanks to the up tilt. But again, you're not going to survive the clothesline. Not at that damage percentage.
And they land the down B too, right? The extra counter gets even more damage. They catch him on the platform. That means 44 damage onto Snowcone here. Neutral B, down smash. Snowcone knocked away here. Big stock for New Haven. They gotta find something here off the Snake. They've gotta shut down the Incineroar, but it might be too difficult. Another side B will land, tied in percent. They try and go for the spike. They'll end up just recovering instead. But look at this dead even percent gain, but it's a full player lead for the side of New Haven.
And I mean, honestly, when it comes to knockback potential, Snake has a lot. So that's what's making me a little nervous. But they're not going to have to use it because they get sent to the blast zone thanks to El Jefe, who has now come through and taken a total of 6 stocks. They took 6 stocks by themselves. That is insane.
And on Incineroar too, a character that you feel like, hey, maybe we can take advantage of this guy. Maybe we can get them off stage, get some early stocks. It's a lackluster recovery, right? No, El Jefe playing so smart, seeing the neutral and saying, all right, I know exactly what you want. I will not let it happen. Tanks the grenades, uses the down B to get even more damage, right, on that next attack. And the clothesline, again, to cut down on the distance. You want to pull a grenade? Fine. It's going to take you a second. That's just enough time for me to get over there and throw you into the ropes.
Yeah, and once again, I just got to reiterate, like on that map, again, Town and City, I'm not sure who came up with the pick, but regardless, it seemed a little bit detrimental to the Snake. Again, I feel like Snake would do better on maps like Pokemon Stadium 2, Battlefield, etc. Because again, those platforms play a more pivotal key. On Town and City, when the platforms are constantly changing, the only time that we saw Snake actually make a really big comeback was when that center platform was there. And as soon as it went away and we had that flat surface, especially on that flat surface, the advantage started to go the way of El Jefe on the Incineroar. So again, it was tough. It really was tough, but I gotta give it to El Jefe. I mean, my goodness, they are just playing on another level today.
On fire right now. Like you said, 2 players down and 1 more to go. New Haven, we'll see who they opt to send in. By the name being locked in, it looks like Deception will be stepping into the ring, trying to shut down this Incineroar with only 1 stock remaining on the cat. We'll see what they can do here. This one, again, more of that pendulum-esque match, double-edged sword here. Both characters do not like to be off stage. Both have similar recoveries that they can take advantage of. So who wins neutral first? Who can get their opponent off stage? That is the real question here as we get ready on Hollow Bastion of all stages.
Oh, I love Hollow Bastion. Again, I am a very big Kingdom Hearts fan. So again, you know, just for the aesthetics alone, I love this map. But with that being said, you know, El Jefe, as far as I'm concerned, they don't even have to do anything anymore. They played their value and did it twice as much. They've come in, they've done their job. You know, they took 6 stocks in exchange for their 3. For my economics majors out there, that is a good ROI. That is a good return on investment.
Now, looking for an opening here. They actually fight through that forward air to get some good damage, and they've knocked the Ike off stage, but Deception should be easily able to get back. Weaving around the hitboxes, finding another up air is Deception, so they've got this Incineroar right where they want them. They'll get a dash attack as well, able to burst through, forcing a low recovery, and they get the perfect down air spike. No chance to snap to the ledge. Deception will shut down El Jefe.
I mean, once again, I'm not surprised. Deception is just a great Ike player. You could see that. We saw it in the first series, clearly seeing it in the second. And El Jefe only had one stock to play with regardless. Like I said, they did their job. I mean, I'm not disappointed at all. Well, you can't ask any more of them. They took their 3 stocks and were able to take 6 in turn. So they more than outperformed themselves. But with that being said, SNHU, they still got 2 players waiting in the wing to come and get their go about. So now we get to see who's going to be coming into the bout next. So far, what we have seen coming from SNHU is that we did get to see their Falco. They do have a Falco. They have a Bowser. And that Bowser debated me earlier because they were hovering on Pac-Man. So that makes me think that they have a Pac-Man in their back pocket as well. Okay, so we don't know the full potential of what they can bring out. I'm just saying so far from what I have seen. Okay, so again, making me a wee bit nervous here because I don't know what to expect, honestly, coming from SNHU.
Let's not forget about Thrigs the Sephiroth as well in their back pocket. Although that matchup a little bit more one-sided, although Thrigs only 1 stock, I believe, when they entered the ring the last time they played. So maybe they changed things up. We can see by the nameplate locked in on the side of SNHU, though, another substitute entering the ring. So lots and lots of mix-ups this time around here in set number 2. And again, remember, if New Haven somehow bring this back, they will win the series, win grand finals, but SNHU trying to push us to that set 3.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. Unfortunate, it feels bad, but it doesn't matter because we got a Mario getting ready to come into the mix-up here, and this should be rather interesting. Again, we got to see a Brawler v Sortie mix-up when we got to see me Brawler taking on Sephiroth, but this is a different class in and of itself. Now we have an Ike versus a Mario, and so far, Deception is just popping off on this little Mario.
Yeah, an immediate 60% lead, but I do really like the counter pick here by SNHU, right? Mario has a very easy way to deal with Deception's recovery, but it's all about, again, getting the Ike off stage, and now you can see tall hitbox, easy for Mario to combo, but if they get opened up on, they can easily die. The nair into the up air will seal away Steven's first stock, and Deception only at 77%. That's a substantial lead.
Yep, that it is, and like, I mean, really no surprise here, just because of how heavy hitting that, you know, Deception is with this Ike, and not to mention, you know, we often talk about how Ike is really lackluster in speed. Clearly, Mario has the advantage in speed, but, you know, I think the pacing is just coming so well from Deception that, you know, it's not so much of a weakness. You know, they've managed to play against these speedy characters, and I just think they've done a good amount of homework. They know how to pace it, and they know how to play their positioning very well in order to counter a lot of the speed coming out from Mario.
Yeah, very much so, and they're using their range to their full advantage here, right? As sorties over brawlers, that is what you have to do. You have to outspace them, and that's what Mario can sometimes struggle with, but instead they will find the punish. The up smash on the platform will take the first stock off of Deception, so able to answer back, but now at 93, what can they do? They're looking to extend the combo, but Deception able to jump out of it. Dash attack from center stage will actually kill Steven, maybe DIing away to try and fade back towards the stage, and he dies for it. Now going for a forward air, starting to look a little greedy here to try and even things up.
Yeah, and you know, right now, this is what we're talking about. The power of those Doc Martens, those up tilts into the up airs, not to mention the back airs. My goodness, those Doc Martens are coming out huge. And they are going, no pun intended, maybe a little bit, but they're going toe-to-toe with Ike's sword now. We're talking about how heavy Ike's sword hits. How about those Doc Martens, sword?
They gotta be steel-plated boots, right? It's gotta be in order to clank with that sword. And now at 126, maybe able to hold shield here, looking for an opening, but Deception will find one instead. How does he get out of the corner? He ends up rolling into up smash, but will not connect. Another trade will send Deception up high, and back into the dance of neutral they go. Knowing how important these stocks are, Deception really doing a good job of bringing things back here, especially if he can hold on to this stock. All of a sudden, the comeback for New Haven feels a lot more feasible. Steven now forced to the outside. He'll be able to snap back to the ledge, but with that sword dancing around this corner is so difficult. Holding shield again, rolling, and he will find the up smash and send Deception to his last stock.
Okay, now we're back in some good graces here for the side of SNHU, because right now, if you're Steven, you just want to give them, I mean, Obviously, you want to get the win. 3-stock to 3-stock, you want to get the dub. But at the end of the day, you still have one other player in your back pocket. You have the stock advantage. So you want to make the job for the last player on SNHU as easy as possible. But hold the phone. They're going to end it here and now. Steven on the Mario, able to make a comeback and get the win for SNHU. Soy Sauce, we got a tie series.
And we're going the full distance too. What a play, right? You look at the percent count, you go, Steve's at 95 up against an Ike. An Ike that's been so clean all day at cleaning up these types of stocks. Surely it ends here. And instead, 2 combos, keeps him by the ledge. And that's the downside, right? You get thrown off stage immediately on that first stock when the up B doesn't whiff. And I said, oh no, because everyone knows how clean these edge guards can be. It can end very quickly. And he ends up whiffing. But that puts the wrinkle into the back of his mind of, I have to play more careful. I have to play like I need this stock. I have to find a way to win. And all of a sudden, you start making mistakes because you feel that pressure. And Steven finds the opening, finds the up air, and some way, somehow, that forward air was just barely off stage enough. That angle was insane.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I was really thinking that Ike was going to take that one. I thought at least we'd get to see who this last player is over here, right over there. Seeing who that last player was going to be. Again, that big question mark. Because, again, we know that they have a Bowser. We know they have a Sephiroth. So, I mean, we don't know. Again, that is the mystery, right? So there was still one other player lurking, ready to strike and ready to get into the bout. But again, I mean, big shout outs to El Jefe once again coming in to make the job for the rest of SNHU a little bit easier. And Steven, of course, for being able to come through, for being able to finish up the series, being able to take those final stocks. And not only that, but thank you for not playing Steve with a name like Steven. I'm glad you didn't play Steve. Thank you.
But still just as explosive, right? On a character like Mario, able to get the job done, able to shut down New Haven and push us to a third series. So teams got to go back one more time, strategize, and see what they bring to the table here. And I think through 2 sets, right? Southern New Hampshire with a bit more explosive of a win, a bit more of a distance in terms of their margin of victory, 4 stocks instead of the 2 that New Haven won by. To me, this comes down to what is New Haven's answer to El Jefe. He took so many stocks so cleanly. It felt like Deception was the answer, but Deception's been kind of the anchor for this squad. Do you dare send him in early thinking El Jefe is going to go in? It's going to be, I think that's the focus of these 2 teams headed into that third set.
Absolutely. Well, it's another time to strategize as we're going to be taking a very, very short break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the conclusion of the BrookLAN 3v3 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals right after this. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the BrookLAN Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals. We have gone through the ringer once again. I am Captain Etsoka, joined by Soy Sauce. And Soy Sauce, we only got one more match left in these 3v3 series.
Yeah, we're going the full distance of this best of three. Set number 1 going to New Haven. Set number 2 going to Southern New Hampshire. Set number 1 was a 2-stock scoreline. Set number 2, a 4-0 victory for the side of Southern New Hampshire. And now we get ready for series number 3, game number 1 underway here. Breb versus Steven to open things up.
And you know, this is really interesting considering that it's a Mii Brawler versus Mario. You know, again, like, there's a lot of similarities between the two here. So you got to ask yourself, who's going to take it? Is it going to be the OG Brawler that is Mario? Or is it going to be, you know, somewhat of a mixed bag of the Mii Brawler? Again, this is a quite interesting matchup. And to further the point, they were literally just now tied at 54 apiece until Mario was able to hit those aerials.
Yeah, and very back and forth. Both are looking for similar openings, too. That falling up air can mean so much here. You see the up B's at a shield. That could be impactful. Steven taking a lot of the early damage. Breb consistently been the opener, but now in a bit of a pickle as that up B from Steven. A little ambitious, but I like the play. If it connects, it likely gets the stock. But now instead, in the corner, there's the reversal. He's able to shield the smash attack and get the up smash of his own. And that means Breb is first to strike.
Yep, that they are. And look at this, the revenge stock nearly coming in kind there. The recovery from underneath the stage is good, and Breb is still in this until they are not. Still, not a bad revenge stock, only costed them 11%.
Yeah, good follow-ups here. Good chase down by Breb, too. Remember, Breb has mostly been kind of shut down by players like El Jefe and Thrigs in the opener, but now on kind of even footing in a Brawler v Brawler matchup, this is his chance to really shine in this series. And now Steven finds an opening, could be big here along the platform, wants another follow-up up there, but the shield from Breb comes out just in the nick of time.
And you see, I think this is why they're bringing out Steven so early. They want to try and take their Brawler and go Brawler v Brawler. You know, they want to try and beat Breb at their own game here. And not only that, but I think they're saving El Jefe, Thrigs, and, you know, possibly those other heavy hitters for later on. And that's why they're going to be starting out with Steven here, just so that way they can get this Brawler matchup out of the way.
I do like the plan, too. I'm always a fan of the type of strategy in these types of crew battles that are best of 3s or even best of 5s. The anchor of the last game, whoever played last goes in next, because their hands are already warm. They're already used to kind of the playstyle, the tempo. They're already sitting on stage, and Steven doesn't have to move very far here. Now he's looking for an opening. Things relatively even, a little bit of a percent edge for Breb, but still both players in the red, and that means one solid hit could do the trick.
Yeah, and right now, you know, again, this is good use of the fireballs to try and zone out on the ledge guard. But my goodness, you don't need the fireballs when you're bringing in hits like that. Now down to 1 stock. And you know what? This is something that I noticed even when Steven was playing in their previous matchup before when they were going up against Deception's Ike. Steven is a second half player. It seems like they fall short whenever they start out, but in the late half of the game, that's when they start to wake up.
Yeah, quick adaptations, right? Mark of a good player is being able to flip that switch very quickly, catch on and catch more and more openings. But now, speaking of openings, look at this from Breb. 56 racked up very quickly. The forward air well spaced as well to tie up this percent. But now a back air from Steven could be an opening. Looking for another up air. Instead, he'll land a back air to knock Breb off stage. And he nearly got the call out too. The forward smash was there, but the spot dodge from Breb was better.
And now this is coming down to the wire here. I mean, that lead really isn't as big as you might think. 97 to 80, but okay, that'll do it. 106, yeah, that's a little bit better. And that is a big up smash coming from Steven to end it all. There we go. There's the finisher. And again, a second half player for like the first 2 stocks. It's really seemed like Breb was in control, putting out the damage. And Steven was always working from their back foot. Like, they had to make the comebacks after they hit like 100% damage on those first 2 stocks, and they were always working with their back up against the wall where it seemed like they were in the most danger. But you know, you do have some of those players that work better under that pressure, and for all we know, Steven just might be one of those players.
A little bit cleaner around the corner too, right? Breb got caught up being above the ledge, got called out for it with a forward smash, and in a I guess in a more character-specific matchup, one of the slight advantages that Mario has over Mii Brawler is the fireball, right? Unless Breb has shot put, which it didn't look like he had as his neutral be locked in, there's no projectile to really contest that move. So you have to respect the extra little bit of distance that Mario can cover with that fireball, and that's how he ends up taking that last stock. He's normally closer to the ledge, looking to cover something like neutral getup or potentially jump. And there, Breb goes up. I believe he wants to jump out of the corner, and the fireball catches him, brings him back down, and gives Steven just enough time to run over and get that up smash. So the projectile play coming in at the last moment, very clutch from Steven.
Yep, and now here we are again in that classic scenario. Who's going to be coming up next? Who do we pick to answer against Steven's Mario? Do you try and bring Deception back with the Ike? I mean, we've seen that matchup play out, and then with the way the Steven. But I mean, I think Ike in this particular scenario could be enough just to take that final stock off of Steven. I don't know if you want to go back to that matchup, but again, we know what New Haven is working with. Again, we got to see Fart a little earlier on the Ganon. There is, again, just, a lot that New Haven can work with here, as they only need to take this one stock and then they can GG and go next.
And at this point too, right, you're starting to feel the pressure of the grand final, right? It's a chance at the CECC Invitational, right? Just at the end of the month. It's going to be exciting to see one of these two teams there, but only one can book their ticket through this event. So a very tensious moment between these two is now we're going to get the name locked in momentarily. I'm curious to see where New Haven go as well. I think part of me says hold Deception in the anchor role because of their performances, because a player like El Jefe is still kind of waiting in the wings. You don't want that to be, you'd love to counter pick him rather than see him blind picked into you, right? So maybe you hold Ike back, but on the other hand, you've got some players that still can do some damage, and the fact that it's only one stock too means that you don't have to lean heavily into a Mario specific counter pick. You're just looking to gain a slight advantage, and hopefully that's enough to bring things back to even.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Snowcone back out, actually. I don't think they got a good round when they were debuting here in the finals, so I would like to see Snowcone get another shot with the Snake. Again, I have faith in Snake. I think they're a great zoner. I think they're a great character, and I think Snowcone was against just, they were unprepared, to say the least, to take on El Jefes and Cineroar. So I want to see them get another shot. I would not mind seeing Snowcone come back out from New Haven, and I think that's going to be exactly what they need to take that final stock. Again, Mario, very speedy character, that can, again, close the gap and get in on the brawling situations. But I think that speed against the Snake could come back to bite them, and they can constantly fall into constant nades, C4, mortar strikes, the up tilt, etc. So I wouldn't mind seeing Snake, but it looks like Deception has returned on the Ike. Our original synopsis was correct. Deception has reemerged.
And we go to Hollow Bastion here. Steven will have to drop the 2 stocks to get us started. Interesting stage selection, right? And I feel like, I know you're a fan of the stage, but it's also getting a lot more love here in the collegiate scene. This stage is really used pretty frequently as a counter pick, in a meta where, PS2 is constantly used, Town and City was very frequently the counter pick. This stage is seeing a lot more love.
And, I think it's because it's that center platform. Again, like Pokemon Stadium 2, there's always the 2 platforms. Sometimes there's even the 3 platforms, and with Hollow Bastion, there's just the 1. So again, you kind of get the best of having somewhat of a flat surface, but you still have that one platform that's in the center and not off to the sides. So I think that's a good shakeup. Like you had mentioned, it could be a counter pick, but at the same time, it kind of puts both of these characters on even footing.
You can see the constant barrage of fireballs from Steven, right? Saw that a little bit at the end of the last series, but here, take full advantage of it. This sword from Ike has no answer to that projectile. And that's the classic ranged game that swordies struggle with sometimes. They have to find a way to weave through and get good damage. And although, in theory, they do have the range advantage, Mario's got some range of their own, and they're able to get a good combo here. They nearly find the forwarder off the back of it, but a little bit of reversal damage will put Deception still in contention here. Good combo string. Maybe another follow-up, but they get greedy going for the dash attack, looking for them to recover low.
Yeah, and you see, I don't know if you noticed, but that is why this center platform can be so dangerous, especially for someone like Mario, because if you get caught in those up combos, the up tilts into the up airs, they just reset on that top platform and they can go again and continue the chain. So you have to be really careful if you're Deception not to fall into that and be wary of that center platform.
Gotta be weary of it. Doing a good job for the most part, but there is a portion of the game, right, where Steven wants to advance. It's the moment that those fireballs hit, but they're only finding shield, and so you gotta be very tentative in those situations. Side B, ooh, Steven wanted to try and catch it, wanted to try and maybe contest it, but couldn't position himself accordingly and got caught by that recovery move. Another dash attack could be a good mix-up to burst through, has just enough kind of power behind it to sneak through a fireball, but instead it will be Steven with the catch. Down tilt into back air will seal away Deception's first stock.
I gotta give credit to Steven. I mean, they managed to take that first stock. You know, you can't ask more. Again, good ROI, good return on investment. They came in with 3 stocks to end up taking 4 total. So again, GG's, well played by Steven, and especially for being one of the most annoying Mario strats and techs of all time. I mean, that was like the definition of like an annoying Mario player, but it had to be done. Remember what's on the line. They're trying to punch their ticket to Arlington here, okay? No, like all bets are off, okay? You gotta go for the dub, you gotta go for the win. But I mean, my goodness, if I was playing that Mario online, I would be pulling my imaginary hair out, for the record. You know, I don't have hair, I'm bald, but if I did, I'd be ripping it out. As a matter of fact, the reason I don't have hair is because I played so many online Marios like that. My goodness. But regardless, I mean, Steven, they came in, they got the job done. That is how you lead off for your team in the grand finals.
Yeah, big performance from Steven. But like you said, to the playstyle, it just kind of had to be that way. You have to be kind of taxing in that matchup. And Deception falls prey to it, right? Too many projectiles, too much early damage. We saw, I think, a little bit of that combo game from the up air string, kind of in the mid-range of percents. And at some point in time, it's just so difficult to play so careful in the red. And Steven, an interesting catch with the down tilt of all things. You don't think of that as a lead-in combo move, but they get the stock off the back of it, and now the lead, and now Insignia stepping into the ring.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, we have seen this matchup before. I think. I want to say, because I remember Insignia. Yeah, no, we have. This is a rematch back from game 1.
Correct. It was, and it was very close. I believe Deception ended up dropping the series, but it was a 2-stock advantage. Insignia came in, and Deception dropped both of their stocks very, very quickly for Insignia to tie things back up. So the Bowser, a good answer to the Ike here in theory, but now in practice, Deception looks like they've got a solid download.
I mean, but with that being said, you got to give credit to Insignia. I mean, their recovery with the Bowser was pretty good, but at that being said, you could see they are on the receiving end of business here in this matchup. I mean, Deception, I think, has learned a little bit since their first matchup with this Bowser, and it looks like they are using it to its fullest potential here as they're trying to take stocks off of Insignia. Clearly, a lot more damage than the first time that these two met, and already there goes the first stock off of Insignia.
That forward tilt from center stage, plenty of knockback will do the trick. Insignia looking to answer back now. Look at the side B. Won't be able to take the stock quite yet here. This is where things can get interesting too, especially if Deception's able to hold on here, and they are able to weave around. The timing of that forward tilt just barely off, so they're able to sneak through, but not for long. The side B again back onto the platform will do the trick, maintaining the lead here for SNHU. Deception looking to try and even things back up, but can he find a way to break through neutral? He's caught. I don't believe there's a jump, and all of a sudden, 81% is racked onto the Ike.
I think that's so funny because when I see Bowser, I don't often think of up tilt to up air and then into forward air. Like, they don't come across to me as a very upward character, but Insignia says, you know what, we ball. We can go up with Bowser if we want to. Why not?
Ooh. Oh, I loved the mix-up there for Deception to go for that counter. If he gets it, it's probably the stock off the side there, even though it's not the most powerful counter, but instead it'll be the runoff back air from platform. Insignia's reversals are just too strong.
It's the power of the turtle toes. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's literally how Insignia won the matchup the first time around. They were able to take the 2 stocks with the power of the turtle toes. So again, that is one thing you've got to watch out for. Those devious back airs, like you said, again, they just hit different. And now, once again, the stock advantage goes to the favor of SNHU. So now we get to see who the closer is, who is the finish, who is going to be able to hold things together for the side of New Haven as we get ready to go into our next bout. And you know what? They got to go up against a 2-stock Bowser. So they're going to have to take a total of 5 stocks. And I don't know who's waiting in that 3rd spot for SNHU, but something tells me that I want it to be El Jefe. That is the final boss, right? El Jefe on the Incineroar. That's got to be the final boss battle. But before we can even get there, you got to go through 2 stocks of Insignia's Bowser.
It's going to be very, very difficult. You look at the rest of the New Haven lineup. We haven't seen a ton of them, but with Deception and Breb already out of the lineup, we've only seen in this spot now either Snow Cone on the Snake or Fart on the Ganon. And I feel like in this point, we talked about it early on in set number 1. When your back is against the wall, rely on comfort. I think you go with the captain here, the Ganondorf. I think that's the way that you lean here, just because of the performance that they had against Insignia, and then you just give yourself a chance whoever they play in that 3rd and final set here. But the fact that they were able to take down the Bowser before, they'll have the stock advantage headed into this one. Feels like it'll have some momentum behind it, but that's what New Haven are debating right now, because like you mentioned, it's probably El Jefe lined up in that 3rd spot, in that anchor position for SNHU, and there has not been a clean answer to that Incineroar. But like you said, it comes to the first problem of dealing with Insignia first.
Oh, absolutely. And then, that is kind of the discussion we've even had. How do you counter El Jefe's Incineroar? And then again, Fart on Ganon had come up in the conversation. So I think that is the right call. I think you have to go with the Ganon pick. You have to bring back the player, the character that won you game number 1, right? So then that was the Ganon. So that's what you need to bring back now, possibly to take on, of course, the Bowser, who we know they managed to defeat in the past. And your best possible counter pick with the roster that we have been given from New Haven, your best possible counter pick to that Incineroar. So that's what we're expecting. But at the end of the day, it's going to be coming down to the decision of New Haven, what they're going to bring into this next matchup to try and close out this series, because right now SNHU are just on the cusp of punching their ticket to Arlington.
And what a ride for SNHU to do it in this fashion, right? They 2-0 both of their opponents to get to this spot, including an upset over the number 1 seed. And then here in grand finals against a very stout New Haven team, they clutch up in game number 3. It's their first series where they've had extended play, and they still look very solid. An explosive victory in set 2. That's part of what makes a championship team, is resilience, bouncing back. They drop the opening set and say, okay, let's get to work. Let's see what we can do. And they have a big 4-stock victory in game number 2. And now with this lead, it is just 2 stocks. But 2 stocks might just be all they need here in this grand final.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see who will be coming out. And it looks like with the name that has been confirmed, we're going to have Snow Cone, which should be interesting because, again, it's that Solid Snake pick, and I'm all for it. I love Solid Snake. Again, big shout out to Apollo Kage, big fan. And I think arguably one of the best zoners in the game. I would definitely put them to A to S tier. But again, all tier rankings are bonk anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But regardless, Snake is just all in all one of my favorite characters. I think this is going to be a good matchup. And like I said, I don't think Snow Cone was able to really, go on full display that last time out. So I'm hoping to see a big resurgence. Look at them getting in the zone right now. Let's dial in. Let's lock in as we get the possible last match of the BrookLAN finals underway here and now.
Snow Cone, the last hope of New Haven here in this crew battle grand final. And I do like the pick here too, because, we talked about it. The character matchup on paper
feels a lot better if you go with Snowcone, right? Snake can still get a good amount of damage onto this Bowser and is certainly not shy of kill power against some of these heavyweights, can survive a bit longer too. They have enough speed to be able to go in, and even if you do reach that third member, right, you still have a, in theory, like that range counter pick or projectile advantage, but it's all about taking down this Bowser first, and Insignia not making it easy. Look at this punch for punch through the first bit, 117 to 125 now on Snowcone. High recovery really can't be contested, but they will catch you on the ground with the run-up forward tilt.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I like the Snake pick as well, but you know, I'm just going off of what we have already seen in this series, games past, and I still think the Ganon might have been the ideal pick, because we know that Ganon, we know Fart can beat Insignia. They've done it before. And unfortunately for Snowcone, their first time out, we didn't really get to see much of them. But, you know, hopefully they can pull things together. Hopefully they can come through for their team, because right now, finishing off this Bowser seems to be proving rather difficult.
Oh boy, Snowcone's really having trouble landing. They will eventually get the stock thanks to that get up tilt, so one stock off the board, another one to go here. Can they find a way to take this one? If they want to give themselves the best chance at that third and final member, they really can't afford to drop this stock. But Insignia right now is doing such a good job of staying grounded, staying underneath the platforms, making sure that they're not getting clipped by any of these projectiles. They'll eat the little bit of throw damage, but as long as that explosion doesn't land on them, they can then reversal and get run-off forward airs like that, and all of a sudden Snowcone's on their last stock.
Yep, that they are. This is looking a little bit dangerous here. And again, you know, we haven't seen the flamethrower from Bowser until this last matchup. So again, they're playing, you know, at Snowcone's game. You want to keep distance, you want to go for range. Bowser has a little bit that they can work with too. So now we're seeing even more of that flamethrower as it keeps coming out more and more. You know, if they're going to keep keeping that distance, they're going to chip away with the flamethrower, and then they're going to come in with the command grab for the finish, or even, like you said, those forward airs, or even the turtle toes with the back air.
Oh, C4 stuck. Oh no, it did not actually. I thought he actually got him with it, but instead it falls to the floor. Insignia doesn't get caught, and that was a huge whiffed opportunity. So now Snowcone, they have to find a new way to take this stock, but Insignia is trying to end things here and now. The flamethrower doing so much in this matchup, and he'll roll into the up smash, and Insignia will shut down Snowcone, which means they are booking their ticket to Texas.
Yep, that they are. GG's all around. Insignia on the Bowser, the original anchor, the original closer in game number 1, unfortunately fell, but here in game 3, they reign supreme, tried and true. They're able to come through for their team and once again punch their ticket to Arlington. Big GG's all around, and once again a big congratulations to your BrookLAN champions, SNHU, Southern New Hampshire University. They're going to Arlington. They are going to represent their region. They're going to represent their school, and more importantly, they're going to be representing themselves as a team. Cannot wait to see it.
It's going to be so much fun to see them there. What a run they had. Again, 2-0 over St. Thomas Aquinas, who has been one of the top teams in the ECC for a while. Then they take down 2-0 Utica Blue, and here against New Haven, in a bit more of a drawn-out series, had to go to Game 3. They come up with some explosive victories. This is a well-rounded squad and a lot of proficiency, a lot of adaptation. I'm excited to see them at the LAN.
Oh, absolutely. And just a friendly reminder, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, we should still very much have our SSBU 1v1s still yet to come. So we're going to take a quick break as we get the ball rolling and bring you some more esports action right here at the BrookLAN Finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, hello and welcome back to the ECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate BrookLAN Finals. We have got to conclude our 3v3 finals, and the winner, of course, friendly reminder, was SNHU, who managed to take it 2-1 over UNH, and I got to tell you, it was quite the matchup, to say the least. It came down to the wire, and Soy Sauce, we have ourselves a very special guest joining us in the booth. We're going to have Steven, and we are also going to have El Jefe.
All right, welcome to the
How are you?
booth, Steven El Jefe, and congratulations on the grand final victory, 2-1. I mean, how does it feel now that you guys have won the BrookLAN and are headed to Texas at the end of the month?
Thank you. It means a lot. I think it feels pretty amazing. This is going to be our first time going to a LAN with the Smash team, and I think everybody just did a great job playing their part, whether it was in-game or out-of-game with mentality stuff, and I think everyone is also just really excited to get going.
And you know what, I got to ask, in game number 1, we got to see, the starting lineup come through, and it really came down to the wire, and then y'all ended up falling in that first game. When y'all had the time to take a break and start to strategize, I want to ask, what were the calls being made in order to turn this series around?
So there weren't really a lot of calls being made. It was a lot of just team strategy after examining what the other team was playing. Like, we ended up figuring out who fits against what sort of play style and who would be better against which character, and we ended up moving on from there.
And it was a solid adaptation, right? Because the next two sets, you guys really had their number, although there were some scary moments. So I guess for this team in particular, it was a very solid run through the bracket. We were talking about it, 2-0s in the first, in the quarterfinals, then the semifinals. This series going to game 3. But what do you think is the biggest strength of your team overall?
I would say our team's biggest strength is probably just the fact that we all mesh together so well. The fact that all of us are from New Hampshire, we get to go to local tournaments outside of the SNU college scene. We all bond really well, and I think we all just get each other. And I think us meshing well and being able to strategize the way that we do, I think that's why that's what our biggest strength is.
All right. Well, my next question is specifically for you, Steve, and I want to ask you, because again, I've noticed that when you were going through your bouts, it seemed like you were having a little bit of trouble on your first stock, and it seemed like the advantage would go to your opponent. But then come through midway through the second stock and into the third stock, you just absolutely woke up. And it's often when you were taking a lot of damage. I have to ask, do you just play a lot better under pressure?
That is a really good question. I always think I find myself being really good at making comebacks. So in the first game where I was kind of just losing it on my first stock, I felt like I needed a breather just to reset. And I knew to myself, just keep doing what you're doing, play your game, and you got this. And it ended up working out.
It worked out very well for you guys. I guess my next question for you, this is a big win for this program in particular, right? Because the ECC, a lot of stacked competition. What does it mean for your team as part of the SNHU program to get this grand finals victory?
It really means a lot. This is the first time the Smash team's able to bring home a trophy for the school. So I think everybody overall is just feeling really excited and really proud of ourselves for working as hard as we did. And I think we're all in the mindset of we all just played our part and we all did just a great job.
All right, my next question is actually going to be for El Jefe. I want to give them a moment to, I want to give them a moment to get it turned on the mic. What is going on, El Jefe? I got to ask Steven about their gameplay. Yeah, that's correct, right? It's El Jefe, right?
Yeah, El Jefe. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure we pronounce your name correctly. Yeah, we were doing a bit of both. On the desk. But, I wanted to ask you, again, awesome. You came out for your team and then absolutely put on a masterclass with Incineroar. My goodness. That's number one. I mean, how does it feel to perform so well on LAN, on stream? And then the follow-up to that question is, were you the last player in game 3 behind that mystery card? Were you the closer in that last game?
Yeah, it felt really good to play Incineroar. It feels really good to, like, I guess, have an intimidation factor. I think that's the thing I go for the most when I play Incineroar. I think it's hilarious. I like the character, so I go in. So that's kind of like my game plan. And then for game 3, when the closer, I was absolutely the closer. We were alternating between if it was going to be Insignia or me. But when we saw the Ike come out, we were like, we might sell an, Insignia in, and then I can come in for the last player and clean it up, whatever you want to phrase it. Yeah.
So, I asked this of a lot of like newer players, but how did you come to settle on Incineroar? Some players, there's a lot of experimentation before they find their main. How did you end up settling on Incineroar?
It is the hardest challenge to settle on Incineroar. It was kind of early in Ultimate. I was playing all the bread and butter, simple characters, fundamentals, and then when I played Incineroar for the first time, and I just saw how much damage he did and just how hard he hit, I was like, this is the funniest thing in the world. Like, I am dying. Like, this character is so funny. Like, when I discovered things like just killing him at 0 or just killing like with whether it's like going for like the up B spike or just like hitting them really hard and they die at sub 40 from Forward Smash Revenge. I'm like, this is the best character ever conceived. I'm gonna keep trying to make this work, and I guess it has a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what? I got one final question for you. Well, not really a question. I'm just going to give you a moment. Is there any shout-outs that you would like to make? Anybody that deserves recognition? Any final statements you would like to make before we let you go? Right now, I got to say the floor belongs to both you, Steven and El Jefe.
All right, so shout-outs to this new team. Everyone on there, I love you all. Shout-outs to Emma. Shout-outs to Brad especially. He's my GOAT. I've been talking to him. He's the GOAT. Shout-outs to a lot of my friends, everyone that's watching the stream. I love all of you. I think Steven loves them too. And then shout outs to Steven's mom. Yeah. For sure. Shout outs to Steven's mom.
Well, thank you very much to both of you. And a big thank you to Steven's mom. Big shout out, big kudos. And, we look forward to seeing you in Arlington for LAN. We will see you then. And thank you for taking time to sit down and talk with us.
Oh, yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, soy sauce, there you have it. That is our champions here for the BrookLAN 3v3 crew battles. But after this short break, we're going to be right back with the 1v1s coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the ECC BrookLAN Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals. We have gotten our 3v3 crew battles done, and now we're moving on to the 1v1 Grand Finals, Soy Sauce.
Yeah, 1v1's a whole nother beast, and it is so fun to see these teams, these players go at each other. It's been quite the bracket, but we're down to just 2 players remaining for this Grand Final.
Yep, and we have 2 players, one coming from Mount St. Mary's, the other coming from Malloy, as we get ready to head into the Grand Finals. And once again, just a reminder, this is the 1v1s, okay? Things are a little bit different here. This is where you go to settle disputes, okay? This is where you come to settle the beef. This is where you come to settle arguments. This is where champions are crowned. And of course, this is where we will see the end-all be-all of today's Smash action for the East Coast Conference Finals. And honestly, I cannot wait to get into it. Soy Sauce, why don't you let us know, who do we have coming up onto the fighting platform?
Well, we've got Torna versus Euphine, and Torna from the side of Malloy, Euphine from Mount St. Mary's. These players have been explosive throughout this bracket, notably coming off some big semifinals victories. Torna defeating Derpager, one of the most experienced players in the ECC on that villager, a very tough opponent to take down. Torna does so 3-0, and on the other side, another sweep. Euphine taking down Rare Luke was a big victory for them to get to this point.
Yep, and in those semifinal matchups, again, you know, we got to see a little bit of what they were bringing to the table, as it seems that Torna was playing on the Sephiroth and then Euphine on the Steve. So that's going to be the first Steve that we see today, and that should make for an interesting matchup if we do see Steve taking on Sephiroth. But again, that's going to come down to the players as we get ready to head into our first matchup of this best of 5 series. So again, now that we're in the 1v1s, it's no longer best of 3s. We're going into the best of 5s. We're going to make it a little bit longer in the series because now we don't have to go through 3 other players to get into the action. It's just going to be a 1v1, and we're going to start things off with Sephiroth versus Pac-Man.
And I was going to say, too, the other advantage of these 1v1s, you're not locked into a character for a long period of time. It's just one game. And although they left items on, we will get a quick reset there. Although I think the Smash Ball would be fun to include. But either way, you see that for this type of matchup, right, you're not locked into one character. And these 2 players, they're so proficient that they've got very deep pockets. I would not be surprised to see a counterpick war here in Grand Finals.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? That was really interesting. I mean, part of me really wish we would have kept the ultimate ball, right? Just because, you know, we don't really get to see the ultimates anymore, and they're actually really cool. So yeah, it would be nice maybe one day to commentate a tournament where they did allow the ultimates. I think it would be pretty fun. But I'll just keep on dreaming because it's never going to happen in competitive Smash. But regardless, you know, of course, we can't have that here at the ECC. We got to get rid of the Smash Orb, sad face. But it's okay. At least we got to get a glimpse of what we can expect. Again, the Pac-Man versus Sephiroth, if they are going to stick with those picks. The Pac-Man, again, I've been waiting to see them all day. We got debated a little earlier when one player was hovering over the Pac-Man. But again, we have ourselves a zoner to start things off against this Sephiroth. And let's see how they do. Again, Pac-Man definitely having a lot of tricks up their sleeve. You want to avoid the hydrant, and of course, you want to avoid that bell.
It's a very kind of clunky matchup between these 2, right? Because Sephiroth can poke away at Pac-Man, but you do have the projectile range on Pac-Man with the numerous fruits and other projectiles that you can kind of weave around and utilize the hydrant, like you mentioned, being ever present. The second it comes on the stage, the camera kind of focuses on it too, saying, hey, this is an item of importance. You have to watch out for how much damage has really been tacked onto it. Also, the Shadow Flares, you're seeing a lot of side B used from Torna to help kind of chip away at the damage and force Euphine to either dodge or hold shield. But so far, through the first 45 seconds of the matchup, it's Euphine in the lead.
Yeah, that it is. And you know, I mean, Pac-Man not necessarily a zoner. I would like to consider them a pseudo-zoner, just because, again, they like to rely on a lot of their utility, and again, especially the bell, and it's going to be the red ghost coming out to get that first stock off of Torna.
Yeah, just
run-up Bell was able to do the trick into that. Oh, clean play from Torna, able to answer back, and 0 damage taken in the process. Immediately able to use the counter to their advantage. Not very frequently do you see really any character in the cast able to contest Pac-Man's recovery, but that counter strong enough to beat out the armor of that side B and get the job done.
Yeah, and for a moment we got to see Pac-Man's Waka 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 Waka. It didn't do much, but you still love to see it. As we get back right to center stage again, they're going to be throwing out a lot of lemons. It's been mostly lemons coming from Pac-Man. Still waiting for the bell to come out. There it is. Oh my goodness, the bell. It does so much damage. And just like that, it is going to be the second stock now gone off of Torna.
Perfect placement too. They catch Torna right at the edge of that platform, so Euphine doesn't have to go very far to run over and get that up smash. And again, Sephiroth is a big character, is a tall character, but is not a heavy character. And Pac-Man's smash attacks, you get that strong hitbox, you can take stocks very, very quickly.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about Sephiroth offstage as well. I mean, we have yet to see really any big offstage plays, but I feel like Pac-Man definitely has a better presence offstage than Sephiroth, and at the very least has a lot better recovery. So if they can force Sephiroth offstage, we could see some interesting plays being made, but already it's this util coming from Pac-Man that is dealing so much damage. Again, being able to use the lemons, being able to throw out the apples and everything in between, and especially that fire hydrant. My goodness, it is just putting in so much work, and they are right now accomplishing what a lot of people have difficulty doing against Sephiroth, and that's avoiding that long sword, avoiding the reach.
Just able to set up the wall, get the projectiles online, key in hand too. That could be another kind of trump card to potentially take the stock. They look to go for it, but a great catch there. Gets thrown back at them, but Euphine will be able to survive. But the apple angle will catch the top of the head of the Torna, and Euphine will take game 1.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, an apple a day will take your stocks away, you know, so there you go. No more stocks, unfortunately, for Torna, as we have already seen quite a good display. And you know what, I was really expecting Steve to come out for Euphine, but that wasn't the case. Instead, they came out with the Pac-Man, and I'm all here for it. Remember, I was very excited to see Pac-Man during our 3v3 crew battle, so you know what, I'm happy I get to see it in the 1v1s.
And I was expecting to see a little bit of a change up too, right? Potentially, we were talking about, I think Kazuya got used a little bit early on in the bracket for Euphine. So I was expecting to see a matchup of DLC, but you can see how proficient they are on this Pac-Man, knowing exactly where to be, how to manage the neutral here. And like you said, just mitigating a big part of the Sephiroth game plan of the spacing tool that they have, not getting poked out very frequently, although now you get to see Torna's adaptation. They're starting to find those sweet spots.
Yeah, and you know what, that so far has come off of the counter, which again has been really difficult for Torna so far to really land those counters, especially against a character that had so much util. You have to time that oh so perfectly, and honestly, if they could perfect the counter against Pac-Man, I think they're going to have a much better go of it. But right now, it's not looking too good for Torna. They're already at 100% damage, and not only that, but that first stock is gone.
First stock gone, and only 57%. Again, Pac-Man, not a heavy character, but with such a good recovery and such mobility, hard to really track down and find those opportunities. Torna's really gonna have to work to try and take this stock. Counter, again, like you mentioned, being a big part of where they found their openings, but it's so committal. And even though that hitbox still comes out regardless, if it's only a little bit of chip damage, Euphine can get so much more if it's whiffed upon. Now at 110 in the corner, Euphine able to roll back. And again, these landing aerials too for Torna, they're throwing them out, but they're only finding air, so these kind of startups or defensive options too, not really working out too well for Torna.
Now, you see, we constantly talk about, you know, these back airs from a lot of these characters that hit so hard, but how about that forward smash with the red ghost? I mean, that hits awfully hard, but in all seriousness, we're seeing a lot of back airs coming out from the Pac-Man. Clearly, they're not relying just on their utility. They can go toe-to-toe and go throw the hands as well, as they go too low, and they aren't going to be able to recover. That ledge guard was perfection.
That down air is the size of Alaska. And look at the way it pokes through the stage. Perfectly spaced, perfectly timed by Torna, and a clean-up edge guard there to give themselves a second chance at this stock here. Gotta give yourself a chance at that last stock, but it is not going to be easy. 17% onto Euphine, and the neutral has just been really a slog for them to try and get through. Pushed away by the hydrant here, forced to box with Pac-Man, and when you've got such kind of charge up on the sword, it can be difficult, but they were able to get some good chip damage. But now an opening and all the percent comes online, up to 124 now as they make it back to the ledge.
Oh, and you saw the key they threw out too on the ledge guard. It didn't hit, but you can tell that right now Euphine is deliberately trying to come out with the best items possible with the apple mid-air. My goodness, the apple a day will keep Sephiroth away. What a play to end things out here in the favor of Euphine.
Second verse, same as the first. The apple on top just getting overly aggressive, knowing that he needs to make a play to bring himself back in the series, give himself a chance at that last stock. But the angle he's approaching at is perfect for the apple, and the awareness too, right? You cycle through those projectiles pretty quickly as Pac-Man, but at the end of the day, it's the perfect diagonal to get to the top of the head of Torna, who wants to use that extra jump when they have the wing, and they get called out for it. And so here we go to game number 3, and all of a sudden, Euphine on the verge of a sweep in Grand Finals.
And you see, this is why it's scary. Again, you know, Euphine on match point right now, and we're seeing Torna stick with the Sephiroth. And we know that both of these players have deep pockets, so I'm wondering why they don't try and go for another switch. But at the same time, there's a reason I'm on the desk and they're on Battlefield, because they know better than I just really hope for the best, but right now, Euphine, they're just too locked in.
Yeah, too locked in indeed. The Hydrant able to catch Torna. Torna unready, or not ready, excuse me, to tech the outside of the stage there, and all of a sudden it's another stock advantage, and a significant one, as Torna needs to find a way to take the stock without taking too much more damage to really give themselves a good chance, as the Shadow Flare will nearly kill. Neutral B won't be able to land the parry there, and there's the counter, there's the edge guard, and just like that, they're back in this one at a tied stock count.
Yeah, and that's really what you need to bring again, you know, because Pac-Man, when they throw out the bells and it does that much damage, when they throw out the hydrants and it's putting out that much damage, you've got to use Pac-Man's strength against them. Either smack the hydrant, send it back their way, which we have seen Sephiroth do several times, or you bring in the counter to try and send this util back their way. The point is that that damage that Pac-Man puts out, you have got to start to try and use it against them. Again, a lot of this utility, it can be sent back at them.
They're starting to find ways to do it, starting to get a good gauge as to that percentage, but oh no, they get caught by the very top part of that bell and nearly paid the price for it. Torna now at 135. Don't want to get too antsy here, but they know they need something. They know they need a little bit more. Get caught underneath, but there's the tech to survive. Huge opportunity there, and Torna able to give themselves a second chance at life. Now with all this rage, maybe a chance at an edge guard here. The counter's been money. Oh, but they don't go. They end up low there, and the trampoline ends up knocking them back on the stage.
And I gotta give credit to Euphine with how good they are with the utility. I mean, they're deliberately picking these items. You know, they're timing it very well. Again, you know, it's not RNG. Like, yes, the items themselves are random, but when the selection comes through, every single one has been deliberate. The lemons, the apples, the keys, the bells, it has all been deliberate from this Pac-Man. You have got to give Euphine the credit they deserve. They are playing on another level.
They really are getting so much mileage. And on top of that, the reversals. Torna, every time they want to get aggressive, every time they see an opening, it feels like Euphine is either dodging away, pulling away off stage, too far for them to actually get comboed, or getting back airs and reversals. Torna right now in a world of hurt at 68%. They will find the up air, so they'll get to that last stock scenario, but can they clutch it out here?
Well, here we go. This is the time to tell where the clutch factor will come into play. Torna has to try and stay alive, but once again, they get hit by the bell. Look how much damage just from the bell and followed with the forward air. My goodness. I mean, this will be an impressive comeback if Torna can somehow rein it in.
They got to find something here. They're throwing out projectiles, trying to battle at distance, but at some point they've got to go in and they get grabbed for it. 109 now onto the Sephiroth. Dancing around these platforms, looking for an opening, but they got caught by the bell, and there's the turnaround back air, and it's just enough to seal away the stock, and Euphine will sweep the grand finals of the singles bracket.
All right, Yufian's got to be like #1 draft pick going into, you know, the pro scene, right? I mean, there's got to be orgs eyeing this young competitor right now. My goodness. And that's what we love about these events, by the way, like the ECC conference. And of course, we're going to this, and not to mention, did they punch their ticket to finals for the 1v1s? I mean, my goodness, that is a point of these collegiate esports. You're giving a lot of this young talent a chance to showcase what they can do and put on display their abilities for potential scouts in the pro scene, for potential orgs that are looking to find players to represent them in these big name tournaments. And my goodness, that was quite a show we got to see from Yufian. And I got to tell you, as someone who commentates and casts Super Smash Bros. Ultimate esports regularly, I have a feeling it's not going to be the last time I see Yufian.
Yeah, what a performance from them. And like you said, these opportunities are once in a lifetime now, and they are able to make the most of it with a massive 3-0 sweep and a commanding one at that. Back-to-back 2-stock victories, as well as a 1-stock victory where they had the advantage throughout the entirety of that last stock, right? 60-ish% by the time he reaches that last stock. And then it was what? 10 to 110, I think, by the time that back air lands. So a commanding victory by Yufian in the grand finals shows how strong of a player they are.
Oh, absolutely. But with that being said, that is going to wrap things up for our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action here on the ECC BrookLAN Finals. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to try and get Yufian on the desk so that way we can get our word in edgewise with our 1v1 Smash champion. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Well, hello and welcome back to more coverage of the ECC BrookLAN Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals. Once again, I am Captain Etsuka, joined by Soy Sauce, and we do have ourselves a very special guest. It is none other than Fiend, your 1v1 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate ECC Grand Champion. Fiend, how does it feel?
It feels pretty good. I mean, yeah, winning always feels nice.
Winning also feels nice, but how does it feel to win in really kind of dominant fashion late in the bracket? You know, normally we see these 1v1s and it's a little bit longer, a lot more game fives, but you had a dominant run, a lot of sweeps towards the end. I mean, were you just playing with confidence? What was it that you think gave you the edge in this bracket?
I will say, out of everybody that is in this bracket, I was most scared to fight Torna, just because we actually are both from Long Island, so I've played him before, like at locals. So I did more research into him than anyone else. So.
And you know what? That brings up my next question, because, you know, early in the bracket, well, you know, actually, literally the game before in the semifinals, we saw that you went with a Steve pick. What made you want to switch off from Steve to Pac-Man to take on Torna?
So this whole like ECC thing, I'm not gonna lie, I have been just kind of experimenting with my pockets. So you look back into what I did for pools, I was just playing Kazuya. I really did not pick up Kazuya until I just started this semester. Same thing kind of with Steve. I just knew Torna was a really good player, so I'm like, yeah, I should probably go Pac-Man.
And the Pac-Man worked out. A tough, an interesting matchup, right? You said you did a lot of research into it, so I guess what were you kind of looking for in the Pac-Man Sephiroth matchup? Did you expect the Sephiroth from him, or did you expect him to go a couple pockets? Because he went to a couple different characters as well in this bracket.
Yeah, so no, I know he mainly goes Sephiroth. He used to play like Belmont and Wolf. Like last time we played, which is like a long time ago, he went Wolf on me and he won. But yeah, that the main thing is just kind of Sephiroth's range is kind of really good at stopping Pac-Man from charging fruit and just approaching. So you just kind of have to be in a position where after he like lands with like a forward air or side B, I can just either throw fruit out of shield or just like forward air or something to get one of my strings going. And that's kind of what I utilize the whole time.
And you know what I wonder? You know, I cast a lot of and commentate a lot of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action, and I got to tell you, I see a lot of promise in you, Fiend, especially being still in the collegiate scene. Do you have your eyes set on the pro scene at all, or are you just going to run it through college? Like, what are the plans from here on out?
So I do compete like in Smash tournaments, like I do go to them. So it's like I did go to a major. I don't know how familiar you are with it. Like Collision was like a S tier that just happened in Jersey not that long ago. I played in there. I did okay. It's obvious when you play against like actual pros, it's like there's a lot of work to be done, but I do want to like get up there one day. Yeah.
It's a kind of a hard question to ask when you have such a dominant run through bracket. But what do you think is one thing you need to work on moving forward with your Smash Bros career?
So I think it's just mainly just like a Pac-Man thing. Like there is like a flow chart to Pac-Man that most people kind of just like fall into, and like when you fight someone who's really good at just exploiting that, it takes a minute to like kind of adapt and kind of fix yourself. So that is something that I need to work out. Like I just need to be more mindful when I play.
Yeah, well, one last question and or statement before I let you go. Is there any shout outs you would like to make? Anybody that you want to give some, recognition to, or just any final statements in general, for the last bout here, the floor is yours.
I mean, I guess shout out everybody from the Mount, right? The whole esports crew. Not everybody could be here, obviously, because like we had other stuff going on. But the ones that were here, I appreciate that. And shout out to my dad too, because he's actually here. He came to watch me, so that's also really cool. But yeah, that's kind of it.
Well, regardless, congratulations. Yeah, of course. Big shout out to you, Fiend. I mean, they came in, they ran the bracket. They're the grand champions. I mean, for sure. Big shout out to you, Fiend, and of course, you, Fiend Dad, in the crowd. We love to see when the parents show up to support. But regardless, thank you for coming in and sitting down and just having a discussion with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Great to be here.
Well, there you have it. The words from the champion themselves, and you know what? It's bittersweet because we got to see some great Smash, but now it's coming towards the end. It's the end of our Smash coverage here for the ECC. Oh my goodness, Soy Sauce, do you have any parting words for the folks at home before it all ends?
I mean, what a day. Another great day for SSBU action. We saw a lot of fun matchups, and Ahsoka, this time of year is just always so fun to me. It's the end of the school year, which means that playoffs are here right around the corner. Everyone's trying to qualify for these lands, and it's just, you can feel that postseason action is coming, and there's just nothing else like it.
Oh, absolutely. It has been a phenomenal day, but it's still not the end. I mean, it's the end for you and I, you know, because we got to cover Smash, and not to be biased, but might have been the best part of the day. Putting on for the Smash team anyway. Regardless, though, it's not the end of the day. We still have some fantastic esports coverage coming up and two new beautiful faces as well. We're going to have the Valorant finals coming up next. It's going to be Utica University versus Southern New Hampshire University, SNHU. We get to see them again. Reminder, they managed to come out on top in our 3v3 crew battles. Let's see if they can get the job done in Valorant. And to bring you that action is going to be Seymour and Vincent, two wonderful commentators who are going to be carrying out the action from here on out. But once again, that is going to do it here for Smash at the ECC BrookLAN Grand Finals. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Once again, I am Captain Ahsoka, joined by Soy Sauce. And again, big shout out to Professor Layton, the producer, making all the magic happen behind the scenes, who actually does the real work while we just talk and yell into microphones. Regardless, that is going to wrap things up. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more esports action for you right here on the ECC BrookLAN Grand Finals.
Welcome back to the stream, everybody. We got the ECC finals for Valorant, and I'm happy to be joined alongside Vincent for the cast. My name is Seymour. We got two teams that are kind of decorated when it comes down to the ECC, Vincent. Inside these finals, we got SNHU versus Utica Blue, two teams with a ton of trophies in their cabinets.
Yeah, the past 2 years have really been the SNHU and Utica Blues show, actually, here for the ECC. And honestly, they've been adding trophies to that cabinet for quite a while. The question now is, who will we be seeing take yet another trophy? It's been a good day for SNHU so far, but Utica Blue, I get the feeling they have the advantage here for Valorant.
Yeah, Utica Blue are defending Fall 23 title champions. They hold the head-to-head versus SNHU. They've held it for the past 3 times they've met. And I'd have to say, Vincent, I mean, if there's anybody who's going to be SNHU's arch rival, has to be our Pioneers here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, past 3 times these guys have played. That extends to last semester. It's all been victories for Utica. Now, granted, the most recent time in the regular season, back week 5, it was the closest it's been. It was a 2-1 game, and it did go all 3. So I think that SNHU have been building into that, but the depth of this Utica team, it is solid, and it's off the back of one guy in particular, right? On the duelist role, of course, Pristine has been a topic of conversation every time we talk about Utica.
And you love to see Pristine when he's popping off, but the thing that everybody loves about this Utica Blue team is that when they're winning, even against SNHU, no one player against the rest. It's just Pristine is always involved in those game-changing plays. And, you know, for SNHU, they're going to have to find a way to get around the Pioneers today if they want another title in their cabinet. And one thing for the story that we got to talk about is how much the roster has changed after last semester.
Yeah, you have just one member remaining. Hilton coming through from fall 2023 into spring 2024, and it's been interesting. This rebuild has been strong for a reason. They're here in the finals, right? It's been fantastic, and there's sort of, you know, you talk about Pristine. There's one name that comes to mind, and that's Nami on this team. I mean, there's a lot more to talk about, but Nami in particular, throughout the regular season, he was a beast. I mean, when we talked about him in week 5, we were talking about some crazy stats, crazy numbers, dropping like average 24 frags per game. That is an insane story for him to continue into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's not going to be Nami, then who is it going to be? Because last time we saw these two teams in the regular season, that Pristine Nami head-to-head was just so important to talk about, Vincent, and we're gonna have to see if it's gonna play a big case here in this best of 5 between SNHU versus Utica once again here in the finals. Right now, we can talk about our maps and our best of 5 that we will be seeing. Starting off, a little bit of a swing here. We got Sunset to kick things off, then Lotus in the map number 2. Ascent guaranteed, but if it goes the distance, Icebox and Split. How you feeling about this?
This is really interesting to me because Split is actually the map that we saw go SNHU's way in that week 5 game, right? That mentioned it was 2-1. So it's kind of wild to see that like towards the back end of this series. But I think it's cool that Utica have pulled out the Sunset. They had like just one game played on it previously, and I kind of had the feeling that they had something in their back pocket for that. We'll see exactly how good that looks. Lotus, it's a classic. I don't think that we have really too much to talk about there until we get there. But Ascent and Icebox are the two question marks for me because there's been a lot of changes for, not necessarily a lot, but there's been some changes in who's playing what on those two maps in particular. And so I'm a little concerned for SNHU, but I think that extends to this whole series.
Well, first, we got to get through map number 1, Sunset, as it looks like we're ready to get into the Agent Select. Something that we can talk about is Clove is allowed in these finals. It seems like the TOs have talked amongst each other. It's been 2 weeks. Clove can be played within this best of 5. Will we see Clove? I think it really depends on how much these teams have practiced with that character. But for right now, it seems like everything is locked in. A near mirror matchup or a complete mirror matchup across the agent board.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, right, will we see Clove? It's really dependent on how much time, right, either of these squads have put in to learning that agent, right? As much as it's been 2 weeks. Like, that's not a ton of time to fully get somebody up to speed on an agent and then introduce that into your agent selections on in a team environment. So I don't know, but you and I both agree. We were talking in the green room. Clove seems busted on
Kind of OP.
Like, I mean, that was like my first thought, and I was like, maybe I'm just crazy. And then I keep looking at it more and more, and I'm like, yeah, they're just busted.
Like on a map where you have a single controller and that controller gets first blooded with Clove, you don't really have to worry about anything. You still got the smokes. You still have, the ability to support your team from the grave, and, the ultimate, the overheal, the decay. Like, there's just so much to that kit that, there's a chance that we might be seeing Clove get workshopped into a couple of these maps, especially ones that, don't involve the double controller competition.
Yeah, we'll see that, and keep an eye on that as we move forward. Right now, that won't be the case, and I think the biggest interest here is the pistol round is going to get Utica moving forward towards the B site, where there really isn't a lot holding them back. Not with the smokes up, at the very least.
No, it's a post-plant retake that SNHU are going to opt in for. The wingman for the plant, the disengage Utica. They'll have a lot of support, but not a lot of control to this one. They're going to allow SNHU back into the site.
I mean, that's all good, right? You have the utility to hang your hat on. I don't hate that idea.
But what you have, SNHU are going to have as well. So the smoke is down. Wizard is low. Into the smoke we go. Seikyo the first to fall. Nami quickly for the trade. With the ghost in hand. Can it do some damage? No. 3 kills for Utica. And the post plant is looking fresh and nice.
Yeah, I mean, trying to make your way through a dark cover like that, it's never going to be an ideal scenario for SNHU, but they tried to sort of burst their way in with a ton of that utility. It doesn't really work out so well, and I think a couple of people caught by Dizzy in the process. That really allowed for Utica to take some fights individually, then reset a little bit off the back of that. It's them to take the pistol and what ends up looking pretty dominant, but really could have been either direction with the chaos that was brewing there towards B main.
And hey, when that dark cover goes down, it's like the gloves are off. Pistol round, anything can happen. And it just seemed like Utica were a little bit more comfortable with the time that they had.
Pretty aggressive default here towards the B site right now for Utica, actually. And it's allowed some space for SNHU to get active. 3-man push. They're going to be walking in. Oh, but it might not matter. And it doesn't.
That's a Spectre. Jadel knows exactly what to do there. Utica, there's an opening through the middle of the map. Nobody's cleared it. Jadel, it's a heads-up play to make sure you clear outside of that spot. So Henzo's getting a lot of info. He's already into the spawn of SNHU, and, everything seems to be going according to plan. And that is terrible for Frank.
Yeah, certainly not ideal. Henzo's a guy, though, that I think we didn't really talk about. Thank you. That we didn't get to talk too much about on the desk. But he's been a really constant factor for this Utica team. Like, I think that he's been another one of the impressive parts of this squad. So,
no, you're right. And even for Utica, it's really, really hard, I'd say, to separate any of these players individually. Because individually, they all look fantastic. It's just when you kind of mix it all together, the impact that they have. They all have their different roles, and they perform those roles in a championship fashion. It's the reason why they just continue to dominate over SNHU every single time these two teams meet now.
Now we get to see if it's going to be a repeat. Remember, last time out, back in the fall, 2023, this was the finals. Very different looking SNHU roster, but the core of this Utica team, they're here to give the repeat. Put it together twice in a row. Put that crown once again to get into the gun round. I think fouled early. Out towards the A site, at least for right now.
And you want to
very grouped Utica right at this moment.
You want to give SNHU the benefit of the doubt, too, with these changes. You have to start seeing this rifle round turn into something pristine. Takes to the sky. Nice cleanup there from Hilton, but it takes too long. Henzo there for the trade, and they pick up the pace, and that's a Vandal now on the ground, free of charge. So numbers even. Guns starting to get picked up here for Utica, and they can slow down with the map control that they have.
Well, I think map control is kind of a big issue for them right now. Sure, they know that there's nobody breaking that trip towards B, but with that 0 point, things now could change. It's good info gathering right now from Seikuo, but
Gets out, too.
getting out without really losing anything is massive.
Caught in the fault line. Here's the flash out. Nami traded. Jadal gonna keep things even. Seikuo hiding around, finds nothing. Anchor, the Spectre, the bait and switch for Utica. Now with numbers 3 versus 2, they can look to work this plant, but just around the corner, SNHU will be here for the immediate raid take. Like this angle from Frank. Jadal, are you gonna recognize it? You do not. So here's the 0 point. Get the information. And both members now looking to work their way back in for the retake. Frank brings it into a 2 versus 1. Wizard, 70 health, a Spectre, a Dream, and the camera's going to give it away. Brings us into a 1 versus 1. Frank, though, knows that the health battle is going to be at an advantage. Taps away. Right now, Wizard just biding their time, hoping Frank has to go for the defuse. And Wizard is doing everything right.
Oh, the timing, too. It's just too strong. Frank is sort of caught between a rock and a hard place there. You really have to force the fight, but I mean, understanding that Wizard, as soon as he hears the footsteps, he can just be running the other way, tucking to the corner. It's, oh man, a tough position really for Frank to be in, but Wizard plays it so perfectly. And in a position where Utica made some mistakes there on that post plan, they actually didn't have to at all swing. They had a crossfire set up almost perfectly. But both the Gen player and the default player kind of get too active, get information, sure, but they lose their lives and put Wizard in that spot. The clutch potential for Utica standing strong.
I think SNHU, they had the right idea for the retake. They just separated, and I'm not really quite sure why they separated in that moment. It would have been smart to clear it together and would have put Frank in, let's say, an area that he could follow up, but that is a devastating loss, and you can see by just their presence in this round that they are not in a very healthy spot for this round 4.
No, I do like this sort of stack that SNHU have planned, though. I think that this is a good opportunity for them to find some space to work with. I don't know that Thrash is going to get deep enough either. Yeah, just going to clear the site, and understandably so for Utica. Should be the spike down soon enough, and here comes that retake.
Shot there from Case. The Sheriff game coming out. I don't even know what to follow. Everything just unloaded onto the site. When it comes down to utility, when it comes down to these Sheriffs, they all peak together and land the headshots necessary. SNHU. This is exactly what you would have liked to see to bounce back after round. You probably should have won. You could be looking at 2-2, but hey, at least you get your first here.
I mean, that was sort of a wild round. The judge, I don't even know who had it, actually, because I don't think we saw their POV for more than a second. Yeah,
100%.
But like, so the funny part about it, the judge doesn't get any kills, but was the ultimate distraction. Like, everybody from Utica were trying to deal with that judge because they know the threat of it. They know Nami up close with the judge is terrifying. Right?
Look at me, I'm Nami, I have a judge.
And then that allows the rest of SNHU to get the Sheriffs activated. What a round for them to win their first of the series, and it's on a Thrifty.
I mean, would have loved to see that retake come through from SNHU. This could have been an even game, but now they have to play their cards right. Again, a very passive hold, this time over towards A. It seems like they have an idea that they are going to play through mid, and this is the right call to make. Pristine going to look for the tripwire, destroys it. The Dizzy finds absolutely nothing, and SNHU posturing at re-clearing through mid. Seikuo alone on the corner, 45 health, looking to run away, stay alive. Wizard not going to be able to hunt it down just yet.
Yeah, but that's some good trading of damage, and Seikuo really lucky to be alive. It's a bit of an overzealous jiggle there.
Oh, the Thrash coming in. Destroyed by Wizard. And there's no reclaiming that. Sakyo gets found out. Dizzy popped in the sky. Hilton trades. That's bomb. With a spike down. An area where you're going to have to aggress into this fight. Boombot's going to get the info. The rotation's already here. And SNHU, they are stacked on site.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder didn't get much of anything there. But you're going to be living with that one. Oh my goodness.
4 HP, swings out, Nami trades it, but here's Case now in a 1v1. 7 seconds left, Anchor knows exactly where the Cypher is, with the right rather Rosie, and Case wins it out. Another 1v1, all the way down to the wire, this time SNHU on top.
What sort of upside down, absurd world are we living in where there's 3 players at Generator there? Like, I just, that just never is going to happen again.
The one where there's a Rolling Thunder thrown at your foot and there is no other cover on site.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. That was actually a situation that I thought was advantage Utica. They had the space to work with, and yeah, the Rolling Thunder didn't really get much of anything there, but they had the space to work with, and it just doesn't work out. They can't find the shots, and they get the information that there's so many stacked at Gen a little late.
I just think the follow-up from Anchor is a little bit disjointed for Steens. A thrifty for Utica, ain't no way they're gonna hit these shots here. Case cleans up. Oh, thrifty it seems. Case finds 3. Nami puts it away in a clean round from SNHU to tie us up at 3.
So, SNHU, it's not the cleanest way to get about it, but they win a thrifty to put themselves on the board. From there, it's a chaotic round at the A site where Utica sort of overstay their welcome and walk in late, the 1v1 for Case, and then he's going to double down for a 3K in the anti-eco. I mean, this is a good look for SNHU. They're starting out not the best off the 3-round loss, but they've answered back almost immediately.
Yeah. So now big swing rounds when it comes down to, say, Utica holding this lead or maybe going on a little bit of a loss streak even further. Lose this. Probably back onto a thrifty, and Hilton, it's a little interesting. Tosses the Dizzy right up, looking for the information mid, but not spotting anything.
Yeah, but what Dizzy didn't quite get, JDL shots are going to give away.
Yeah.
Right there.
What is the
lot
end
of
game?
Slower mid control for Utica this round. I think this is more about trying to gather some control, to set the tone, set pace. That SNHU can't necessarily just walk away with some map control for free. And they're hoping that SNHU are going to get aggressive. I think they have in early rounds previously, but that doesn't happen. So now they got to group up, stay together, Utica back to where really it's just Seikuo who's tasked with holding steady.
Seikuo 1-4 has to escape now. A showstopper that is breathing down their neck. Christine spots him up top. How does that hit him? He was around the corner, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, moments before safety could have been there for him.
Tommy's turn. Up he goes. Not finding 2, but the gun's going to clean it up. Frank chimes in. 2 versus 2. Both members backed into a post plant, but the flash is going to help things out. 1v1, Nami at the helm. Anchor doesn't care.
Nice off angle as well. Clearly, there's no expectation that he's just stuck into that corner. And there's not time to communicate it over for SNHU in the 2-on-1. Nice plan there for Utica. They have, I think, caught on to the fact that Seikuo is often somewhat isolated towards A. Especially towards the mid-late round when you got confirmation that, you know, for example, that Dizzy is towards mid. So you know exactly where Hilton's located. It's a good decision. They found the right site. But it's still a buy for SNHU. Is not out of this one yet.
Wizards going to open up market early on. That's going to put some question marks in the air for SNHU. That's going to
Nice
force...
idea.
I think that's going to force Nami to have to stick through mid.
This is a setup we haven't seen from SNHU. They've sometimes kind of poked aggressively, but it's a bait and switch right now. towards the A site, and I don't know if it's going to end up mattering. Hinzo's on the other side, but they do find it out. That's info for Utica, but it's SNHU who can now stand a little bit better passively at A.
Shane's going to be the first one out. Tripwire destroyed, and the cage is up as well. So Case is looking to protect themselves for the post plant. Retake. And see if they can suffocate and trap Utica. Pristine fishing for a kill. Dark cover goes up. A couple shots are traded. Pristine gets found. And Nami's right around the corner. That site back in control of SNHU. And Utica nowhere to defend this one other than the dark cover. Nami into the cage. Case, the spray down, dying to the teammate. Hilton actually going to find a team kill in this one. Anchor hiding away. Hilton snaps. Absolute chaos every single time we go to B. Vincent, there's no change other than SNHU this time coming out on top.
Yeah, they'll get the equalizer, put themselves in a better position now to work from, and it's Utica who are forced down to the lesser purchase. Gonna see some pistols around there, but Quasi buys in. I don't think that Utica haven't really had bad game plans on these eco rounds, but it's mostly just been stick together, try and overwhelm, and that's fair enough, but it hasn't necessarily worked either.
Can't use that.
Oh no. Pristine's kind of wings get clipped there from the 0 point. This Judge. No blast packs now to kind of close that range. Plant's going to go out here from Wingman.
Case is in the same spot they were last round. He's going to get punished for it. Pristine not going to get tricked the same way twice.
Now the Thrash Cyber Cage hopefully going to hold them at bay. Flash out for Frank. The Judge absolutely decks him. Nami, though, brings things back with the vengeance. Looking for the ace. Seikyo's going to seal the deal, but Nami, what a big ticket change.
Nami has been a little bit missing at times in playoffs. I was looking back, you know, taking a peek over what was happening, and had some role changes on a couple of maps. That's Ascent and Icebox. That's what I was referring to on the desk before. And swapping over to a deadlock on both of those maps, I hadn't been the best for their individual performance, but Nami on this duelist has always been good and continues to do so here.
Oh yeah,
in the finals.
11-7. I mean, when you talked about, you know, the Raze duel here, Pristine versus Nami, I mean, you could see the impact that both are trying to go for. Pristine being up close and personal, in your face, and Nami just, in a way, really supporting the rest of SNHU, but still being really flashy at that, not having to be as close and personal as Pristine is, being very flexible on this defensive side.
It's been impressive. I mean, really no two ways about it. I think that, you know, that looks really flashy there. Understandably, though, it's an anti-eco, and it's not as big a deal, some of those gun rounds, but it's been in those gun rounds, right, where, you know, Nami trading on the showstopper. That kind of play, keeping SNHU alive, and the really fast trades that have happened towards the A site, he's been critical in those. But there's a guy that I think we really didn't talk at all about previously, and that's because Case wasn't actually playing in this game. That I think we saw Atlas come in most of the regular season, if I'm not mistaken. Was playing previously in the week 5 matchup, but he's been phenomenal.
Yeah, Case has been great. Triple kills, you know, just some game round-changing kills from Case, but very consistent over towards B. But off the draw at A, it looks like Utica wanted to go head-to-head with this early crossfire. They do pick them apart. It's a 3-on-2 now. SNHU can have their location revealed, as Utica should be able to set up for the post plant. Low HP onto their Gecko. Jadal.
3 really, or rather 2, doesn't really go into a full team swinging at you. It's a good post plant setup, and that 0 point denied means that there's everything and anything that Utica have to offer still available.
Just who's going to make the first move here? Frank round. Case blinded. Frank now isolated, killed. Pristine holding his own. Case is going to find the trade there, but is it too late? Look how low the HP is. The time just ticking away. Case hoping that you can make this costly, hoping that you can hold the attention, but Pristine's going to hunt him down, finishes things off, ties us back up 5 apiece. It's a big round there for Utica, just opening things up right off the bat. And I did check for you, by the way. On that Week 5 matchup, Case was there, but very quiet. Not a great Week 5 game or matchup from Case.
Today, it's a different story, and, well, that round, Pristine, by the way, doing a really good job on Generator, just being a threat, but not overcommitting, not taking that fight straight up, but instead allowing for them to have to be worried about him and his swing without actually full swinging that.
Hello, Frank? Tripwire's going to keep Pristine back, and Case finds the trade. Softening the blow from that first blood. Wingman's going to get the plant destroyed by the showstopper, and Henzo gets an angle.
That commitment from Nami was about trying to deny the plant. Unfortunately, doesn't happen and wastes the showstopper. So bad news on either side. Henzo committed. Surely Hilton's going to have an idea, or maybe not.
No, not at all. The mosh pit gives all the information away to Henzo, and Seikyo, who is wrapped all the way through the spawn of Utica, is going to get rid of the tripwire and look to hold this Vandal for the last round of the half. A smart move, but what a blunder of a round from SNHU, Vincent. I had no idea what was going through the head of Frank.
Well, I mean, I think just trying to get back in there a little bit quicker. I think that was the game plan. You had the showstopper coming in, and I think SNHU, if you deny that plant, it's a very different story. But because that doesn't happen, everybody looks a bit silly.
I have
of course,
seen
it doesn't hurt that Henzo's finding 3.
I've seen some pretty ruthless things against Wingman. It's a cute addition to the game, but a showstopper shot at a Wingman is overkill.
I mean, yeah. But you don't know that when you're swinging that angle. You don't know that when you're hitting the button. But you do look silly afterwards.
Oh yeah, that is huge information from the 0 point. 4 agents suppressed, and Utica gonna quickly wrap this. Seikyo holding a tight angle with the stinger. This is a one-way for sure. It has Hilton. Both of them gonna have to play this one really carefully. The mosh pit. Dizzy's gonna catch Seikyo. Has to back up now and play this carefully.
That dark cover really reactionary. Showstopper off the back of that. They're just going to try and take this space. And the 0 point stops it.
0 point takes out for a second one, but Henzo's already found his way through. Henzo's going to stop the null command. Nami finds the trade here, the Guardian and the Bulldog. Can they salvage the round? Nami goes down, so it's all down to Case. 1v3, 64 health. Earl Theft with the hunt from Anchor. The Phantom's going to close the half off 7-5 in favor of our Pioneers.
And on Utica's map pick, right, you'd hope that they can pick up an early lead, and that's what they do. But, big props to SNHU. I think that their reactions on the defensive side here were solid. There was some moments that didn't work out. I mean, I think back to that showstopper, right? And in this last round, dark cover almost immediately posted out there by SNHU in order to try and buy some time. But when you're so out in the open, that's just not going to be enough. Not when you have the utility and the ultimates that Utica did to accelerate towards the site. But not a bad half, all things considered. Going on to the attacking side. Look at this aggressive mid setup, Seymour. This is cool here for Utica. A lot of the map control is the key for this fight.
Well, you can also just tap at heads if you're Hilton. Quick little double kill through mid. Completely swipes away that. The re-engage though, Wizard. We're gonna catch somebody unaware, you will. Hilton goes down on the rotation. Case still a very patient hold to watch this flank as Nami's gonna set up a crossfire. They have the B site on lock. The plant down, and even the post plant set up in towards their spawn. Henzo's going to block one side off, going in with the classic right click at the ready, finishes it with the tap. Frank, it's the trade, 2v3 now. Cyber Cage goes up, Wingman going to start this defuse, so now Wizard going to have to hold off the rest. The Wingman goes down, the fight in the back, it's all into a 1 versus 1. Seikuo wins it out, and SNHU are not done yet.
Nicely played by SNHU. It got down to the wire there, mostly because of the availability that JDL had there with Wingman to put pressure on the defuse. Important to get Wingman off of that. They do so. It unfortunately cost them a couple of members in the process, but a victory is well worth its weight in gold. And we're probably going to be looking at a tie game at the end of this round. This is a almost pure eco. Pristine has the sheriff. Everybody else is hanging out with Classic or very close to it.
Careful. Oh, Pristine showing off that flick. Dark cover goes down. Pristine's looking to aggress. Nami just barely staying alive. Forced out by the Aftershock. 3 go down for SNHU, and now Utica looking for their Thrifty.
Right there. This is a bit outrageous for Utica to be able to gather back, right? Stick together. I think a lot of pressure onto Pristine, and he's got another one. Recovery on that rifle. There's like so many players to shoot at. Frank just needs to not swing this angle. Absolutely. But how do you not? The spike's there.
Yeah, absolutely zero hope right now for Frank. It all came down to if Case could make the play on the flank, and Case did not. So low HP, I'm sure, for a lot of these agents, but Utica doing exactly what they needed to do to take a Thrifty in the second round of the second half. And it has to be a little frustrating if you're SNHU after that big clutch coming out from Seikuo, but now you look at the other side, and you're going to get ahead into a Thrifty of your own. And if you're not able to turn this Thrifty into anything, Vincent, most likely on the edge of possibly giving up double digits.
You think back to SNHU finding a Thrifty of their own back in the first half. It was in round 4. Let's see them try and close some distance here today.
Enzo, this is a cheeky angle above the smokes. Vandal out. Case gets caught on the roto. And the spike still hasn't reached the site, so the dark covers should give him the time necessary. Wingman's going to plant it.
This is where you can get a plant for free, and that's certainly a positive.
Yeah, he's the knower. Enzo's just a knower. That's good clear. Aftershock and 3 members watching it. Trickfire's not going to keep him back. Pristine in your face. The paint shells are going to get rid of Hilton. And Nami in a 1v3 surrounded by Utica members. You get the plant, Vincent. You get 2 kills. That's all you're getting.
And really, you can be happy with that. SNHU, they, I mean, investment-wise, weren't really in position to win that round. Though Utica were very much in a similar boat not too long ago. Regardless, we'll get into the first gun round of the half, and as much as it is a tired story, I mean, this is an important round, right? You talked about the potential for double digits. That's a huge moment for potential swing or to solidify Utica's position. That lead at half, you thought it would be equalized, and instead it's not. In fact, it's been lengthened. SNHU sort of ready for any aggression anywhere. Very much a default in the opening stages of this round.
Here.
Slowly working the map. SNHU very cautious with these rifles. Rightfully so, but Anchor gets clipped. Case sneaks away with 32 health, and Pristine's not able to get that trade, so you have numbers for a short minute here if you're SNHU.
It's a good place to be. And split towards B is a pretty interesting decision. So much a split now, 4-1. Pressure still towards mid, though, to maybe maintain something for Market.
Wizard gets caught. Seikuo finish things off. K's second kill of the round. Pristine, this flank is going to be found by the Neural Theft. And Fraser just played their life. Pristine gets rid of Case. Henzo on the other side. 2 versus 3. So the numbers starting to dwindle. SNH, you have to be careful because now the showstopper is going to be called in. Finds the null command out of Frank. Henzo goes down, but Pristine's going to hold it all the way to the end.
Oh, they're not going to swing.
Nobody's going to check it.
Oh my goodness. That is insane. Utica get away with murder. And not only that, it's around at SNHU. They have survivors, but I mean, the number up top is what matters, Seymour.
I can't believe it. The amount of times you and I see Ninja Diffuses. You had to think we're going to get one today, but Pristine, the goal to make that play, just tossing the showstopper all the way in towards Market. You get the null command, but you know you're still in a 1 versus 2. The Henzo goes down. You have to worry about these members, and unfortunately, SNHU just making the wrong split decision.
You know, and I think that part of it could have been like maybe some audio covered off a bit of that diffuse. Could have been part of it. I mean, there was a lot going on there, all in a short burst. But, I mean, an understandable timeout for SNHU. They're in trouble now. I mean, Utica, they have the extra cash, so them being 5 players down after the end of that round, I mean, they care, but it's not a big deal. SNHU, on the other hand, they might have weaponry, but they're starting to run out of rounds to utilize it.
Well, here we go. I mean, this is crunch time for SNHU. They haven't been playing horribly this map. I honestly have been very impressed with what SNHU have been putting together on Sunset. It's just when it comes down to the end of a lot of these rounds, everything just falls apart in a second, and it's either by the hands of Pristine or Henzo. It's one of the two just creating such opportunities.
Well, here we go. This is now a massive round for SNHU because, well, I don't think they can afford really another loss. Both economically and over the top of the scoreboard. It's looking like an A hit. Pretty much everybody there. Full B control, though, in the hands of Pristine for Utica. That is part of why there is going to be 4 players ready to go for this A-site defense. Really a matter of when SNHU want to click the go button.
It's not really much of a defense either. It seems like Utica are ready to absorb this one. So Cage goes up for Case. He destroys the tripwire, and that's go time for the rest of SNHU to make their plays. Although Henzo up top again. A devastating first blood traded out by Case and Nami. 3-on-3. The spike not going to go down right away, but here it goes.
Pristine has a lot to do. Already got to clear out the top mid area. And okay, with that done, it's a 2-on-2. Showstopper available. They're going to walk re-clear backhaul.
Oh, this is so smart. And Frank can just play distraction. Nami's looking to make the play. Everybody set up here to put away the round. Nami finishes it off. That cuts the lead by 3.
And it's tough for Henzo because I think realistically, if Henzo doesn't pull out the paranoia, then they get the kill out onto Case, who is lurking up mid. But instead tries to pull the paranoia. The timing doesn't work out as Case walks through the cage, and well, life becomes a little bit harder there for Utica. SNHU, they've almost done the job of breaking Utica, but they haven't quite made it there. 2 rounds in a row, enough to keep them in sound economic position for the moment. So again, very one-sided approach for SNHU on their attack side right now. Where they start has been where they end.
This one is a little bit already, I'd say, solidified over towards B. The spike.
Cover going out.
Waiting for somewhat of a pristine opening from Nami. Just when will Nami choose to blast back into this site?
I don't know if it's full confirmation, but the double market setup that SNHU have been playing up against here, that they found out about previously, it's been spotted once again.
Enzo loves to play above the smokes. Wingman getting the plant in ASAP, and as soon as they do, you have to be looking at Case to get some of these rotating members. Shadle brought low, but Case now in an area you need to stay alive. You're being hunted by Henzo, and Case has no idea, still wins the fight. And that brings us into a 4-on-4. Thresh, Seikyo actually gets through. Pristine still. It doesn't matter. He is on a tear. Paint shells in the back. Hilton's going to be brought into the open. Now it's down to the kills. Jadal hops the defuse. Pristine takes down Hilton. Frank's going to swing it, but is it going to be enough? It isn't. Anchor gets 2. And the defuse, which is already halved, brings Utica to 11.
A beautiful retake. I mean, the amount of utility flying in there, though, was insane. But, I mean, I want to shout out real fast. Wizard, the timing on the neural theft there, I mean, it's often, you know, called one of the worst ults of the game, right? You know, alongside From the Shadows. I think they got massive value out of it. They displaced Seikuo in the back of the site, or rather in back of B main. They were able to get confirmation about if there was any additional mid lurks, and I mean, they really took advantage of what could be difficult to get value out of. Seikuo is in trouble. He doesn't know.
Yeah, Pristine's gonna open things up. This may be the beginning of the end, though. Nami fighting tooth and nail to keep this round alive. Wingman, can you get the plant? No, the stoppage. Wow!
What?
The fragment coming out from Frank from downtown. SNHU still holding their advantage. Pristine on 2 HP. And Jadal's gonna bring it back. No spike in the hand, 52 seconds. It doesn't seem like actually Utica are going to have full information.
No. Well, but Jadal, that's a lot of that information being gained. Trying to find space to plant the spike's going to be difficult. Out of utility pretty much on everybody here for SNHU.
Man's running. And Case gets information on both players. Pristine, full wrap around with 2 health. What can you do? You bring it into a 1 versus 1. The spike still isn't planted, and Hilton finally going to dedicate himself. He has the thrash. Will you need it? On the knife's edge, Hilton wins it out. It got so dang close.
But yet, SNHU coming away with it in another round that, honestly, it could have been anyone. Kind of stuck there in the 2-on-2, but really strong work playing together. Again, you're entirely out of utility. Case and Hilton, how many times did they fake that spike? 4 or 3 times? Just trying to bait Utica into making an overzealous play. And here's the biggest W for SNHU. Yeah, they win the round, but they also break Utica. So they have a little bit of space to work with. Maybe they can grab an extra round for free, though nothing's really come easily in this half for SNHU.
But that kill sure did. Surfed up on a silver platter. The one-way pays off, and Nami looking for a second one. Crossfire Anchor's actually going to win it out, but now Anchor's in trouble. Neural theft. Give his position away in the dark cover, slipping out with 51 health.
Yeah, but as much as you want to get that confirmation, it's not going to be the end of the world. No reason to be investing the ultimates they have available. Utica in this round, they want to keep those for their gun round. And that's going to get you in the same boat. As long as they aren't investing anything here, I mean, a win, even if it were to be costly, though it doesn't look like it will be, well worth for SNHU. A tight game now, as it's been pretty much the whole way. Tied at like 4-4. Y5, the same boat.
It's been so back and forth. And not only that, I think Utica, their lead is coming off of some major blunders from SNHU. And it's not like major blunders that all happen at once. It's just small things that add up and just rip them apart in certain rounds. And it's the reason why Utica has this lead. And now that you're seeing SNHU play more close together, get those first bloods, actually force Utica into the open in uncomfortable situations, they've not only been climbing back very securely, Vincent, but they're banking ultimates as well.
That they are. I mean, that's something that I think is being discussed right now in this Utica timeout is, number one, how do we approach trying to get an early advantage into this coming gun round, but also to talk about what SNHU might be looking to do. Or, you know, something with like a null command. It's a lot to work with. You can really just kind of toss a thrash in, whether that be in the post plant or previously, like on a site take. I think both of those are effective utilizations where you're getting information to clear a site, or you can really stall out a retake with that piece of utility.
21 and 14 from Pristines. 19 and 16 from both Case and Nami. An absolute war going on Sunset right now.
Read. There's 4 here at A off the rip for Utica. Fully answering back that push with a Rolling Thunder that stalls him out well enough.
And look at this. Utica are going to fight for that thrash. Try to not allow SNHU to get things back. Hilton goes down. So now that is guaranteed. You're not going to see end.
And paint shells as well. Could do a little bit more chip damage. So it doesn't quite find the value that I was hoping to see. It's still a 5-on-4. I don't know how Utica had this read, but they start 4A. And they start 4A relatively passively as well.
And they have no presence to be, so they can't even from the shadows it.
Yeah, that's the rough part. Utica have just outbrained SNHU right now on this singular round.
Such an important round. Christine with Anchor to keep their numbers. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Anchor getting rid of Frank. That's 3 in the round. Doing everything right now for Utica to take map points. It's all down to Seikyo on the other side of the dark cover. Backed into a corner quite literally. And there's just no time to do everything at once. Seikyo going to do his best, but it's not enough. Jadal gives Utica their 12th, puts them on map point.
Nice work from Anchor. I mean, that's a guy we haven't talked too much about, but has been right there with everybody, and the consistency from this Utica team has been impressive. Even think about Wizard, right? A guy down towards the bottom of the scoreboard right this moment, but had that massive clutch, massive 1v1 towards the beginning of the game. Jump spotting, maneuvering on the site over at A. And Utica, what is this? They have 4B off the rip now? And they're going to quickly transition that to a little bit more traditional setup, which will mean retaking mid control, but still.
I think they're trying to play 4D chess. Here's the null commands. SNHU. Actually, Nami gets caught in the tripwire. That's right. Alert 3 go down. Frank traded in the blink of an eye. Sunset. It's all
over.
gone.
I mean, Case is, I mean, needs to pick up the pace if he's even going to have a chance at this, but yeah, I mean, he's lost this.
There's no chance you're going to get here. Wingman just locking down the defuse. 13 rounds for Utica, the 9 for SNHU. It was a well-fought map up until the end, and it just seemed like the gas ran out for SNHU in map number 1.
Not only that, though, I mean, what a call. Like, I just think it's so impressive to talk about how Utica had that read towards the A site. They took a timeout, and this is why I think it's a read, is because they took the timeout to talk it over, how they were going to play that round. They end up war stacking A, and it's a off-rip A play for SNHU that gets instantly demolished by a counteracting Rolling Thunder. I mean, what a big brain moment, right? Like whoever's making that call, presumably Wizard, who is the in-game leader for the squad. I don't know, but I do know this, Seymour. That is a round-winning call, and not only that, a game-winning call.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Anchor in that moment, not only the Rolling Thunder, but a 3K in that round. It's just, you're looking at this Utica team well put together. They had the idea heading into their map pick of Sunset, and they unfold into a map win. Keeping consistent from what we saw last time these two matched up and taking the first map of the series. And now SNHU going to have to take a little bit of a break and figure out how they're going to bounce back in the second map here, Vincent. And I think we can take a little bit of a break ourselves as well, as we'll see you on the other side with some more ECC finals. Welcome back, everybody, as we are just getting finished up with that sunset 13-9 for Utica over SNHU, and that's going to bring us into our Lotus pick for map number 2, Vincent. Very excited, and we put a lot of focus on a couple of these players heading into the series. I think we can continue with a little bit about Pristine, because after that map 1 performance that we saw from Pristine, really putting Utica over the edge in some of those rounds, let's highlight them going into this map 2.
Yeah, I mean, 23 elims and it picked up 4 First Bloods as well. That's a key stat. But actually, by the way, Henzo, 4 First Bloods alongside him was another piece of the puzzle.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Pristine, when it came to the guy who was able to kind of get the all-important rounds in what was a very chaotic map in a lot of situations, especially when you look towards the post plans, it was Pristine who was coming away victorious most of the time. And I think that in particular, the things that really jumped out to me, Pristine's performance in that one eco round where they won, right? It was a big thrifty turn round. They pushed mid, had I think 4 players there. Pristine picks up 3 of those, and you know, I think that in particular is kind of one moment that sticks in my head. But he was consistent across the board, and that's a guy we expected to do that, but it's impressive when he delivers in that way.
No, it's always impressive to see that, and I like the honorable mention for Henzo as well. Every single time that Henzo found a first blood, sitting above the dark cover, it just put a smile on my face. It's so cheeky, it's so different. I don't think SNHU are ready for it any sort of the time. But we're heading into Lotus now. We got our agent select ready to go, Vincent. As we're looking at Pristine again, locking in that raise right off the get-go. Nami's pulling out the Yoru. That's a little different for a map like Lotus, but we know SNHU like to change things up, and on top of that, they're hovering over the Deadlock Sentinel as well, something not a lot of teams opt in for, but we do know that SNHU sometimes like to bring it out.
Yeah, I mean, the Deadlock actually has looked good for SNHU. As much as I think I was probably at the top of the list of those who were skeptical, I got respect for it. I think that it's looked pretty decent. Now, the swap up here for Nami, not the norm look. And actually, last time I saw SNHU on Lotus, they played an Astra. So they've swapped back up to go for what I consider to be more traditional with the Omen and the Viper. But the big question mark for me is actually Nami on the Yoru, because last time I saw Nami on Yoru, it wasn't great. Now, it didn't mean that they lost, but it wasn't great. And so I think that as we continue to talk about Pristine versus Nami, who can kind of lead the squad in that duelist role, well, here's a bit of a risk maybe. Though, as much as SNHU take risks, it does work out for them a lot.
And I think the big thing about Yoru that always has me kind of iffy with the agent is you have to keep the agent fresh across the entirety of the map. And for a lot of these collegiate teams that, bring out the idea of, hey, I'm going to play this Yoru, sometimes I see players who kind of do the same thing over and over again. And it gets a little easy to read when you're playing against it. For Nami, I'm looking at this Yoru to stay fresh, continuously change up, what you're doing with this agent, and kind of be that distraction that you're meant to be. Be that playmaker that we know you to be. So I'm right there with you. So we're getting ready for this pistol round underway. It's going to be Utica starting off on the defensive side, as already the barrier mesh is going to block off the early push through A, and it's going to focus a lot of attention through mid here.
A little bit of presence towards B. Early fight won by SNHU, but it's not going to stay that way.
Enzo going to be given up as well from the decoy. It's pushing in towards this barrier net. Pristine has been waiting for a chance to swing it. And is anchored as well there for the crossfire. SNHU, their idea, looking to fall a little bit flat here. Henzo upgrades to the Ghost. Escapes as well from the decoy, the decay. Case getting away with 45 HP in a 1v3.
How does Henzo get away with that kill? That's just absurd. Heard, seen, up close and personal. Should have been dead, but still survives. 3-on-1 here for Utica. In case... sans literally any of their utility right now. That's the biggest issue for them trying to clutch up in a round like this. But you know what I love? Utica are grouped together.
You know what I love about this is that you talked about that utility. Case is going to give them the best case scenario, no pun intended, but we're going to head back to A to get the spike down, and that is going to give you that toxic screen.
Yeah, turning what was nothing into something. And it's going to go down the split up just a little bit to Utica here for the retake. As soon as that toxic screen goes down, oh my goodness, this could be massive.
I don't like this call for the revolving door. Hiding back in towards trees. Need a little bit of cover here, but everybody's swinging it together for Utica, playing through the door here. Pristine gonna take the first fight. Case wins it out. The Ghost now looking for 2. Henzo hits the full wrap. 3 in the round. Out of your Omen. And Utica start off again with the round win.
And into 3-on-1 there, Utica playing with the confidence that they should be, whilst also sticking together and playing tradable. That's just the basics coming to play, but it's so important. And of course, Henzo triple kill off of the rip on the pistol round does look good. But shout out the barrier mesh. Remember, like that's why I was skeptical of the deadlock, but like the way that SNHU use it, I really like. Trying to utilize this to deny early control of Root is pretty cool, and I think quite creative. I like it.
I think Pristine shows us, though, it doesn't deny enough. It doesn't expand all the way around, and Pristine can.
Oh, no.
Maybe not this time, but eventually you will, and the toxic screen is going to help you with that.
Yeah, but listen, the reality is that provides some time for SNHU to be elsewhere. Unfortunately, they haven't taken that time just yet because they've fully given up Mound. And again, Utica maintain this area, grab the orb, and they're not even going to stop there.
Utica are on a shopping spree right now. And there's nothing SNHU are really doing to stop this one. Finally, Nami's going to make some noise, instantly traded by Jadal. Oh, Utica pushing on 4. That's going to be 3 down for SNHU. They are trading effectively inside this Thrifty, but still have a lot of work to do.
It's ambitious for Utica right now, the way that they're approaching that. At first, they were taking that space tentatively. They were coordinating, and they stay in that coordinating way, but maybe overcommitting a little bit. As long as everybody else is surviving, though, they should be just fine.
Wizard backed up in the scenario, tapping away with the Spectre. Nice shot by Case, brings us into a 2v2. 16 seconds left, no chance to really rotate, but Pristine is going to be here to help this one out. And that paint shelf, that's going to seal the deal. Wizard just waiting on the headshot angle with that Spectre, puts it away. 2-0 start.
A little more expensive than they would have liked, but Utica, I mean, they'll be just fine. Leading them into what is quite a bonus round of sorts. They do not have a ton of weaponry at hand. In fact, there's no rifles available at all for Utica to play with. Well, SMG's shotgun even. It's not the Judge, it's the Bucky. Okay, I'll just stop talking about what Anchor's going to buy. He's changed his mind 5 times.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, fair enough. And even with that, I don't think they had the earlier barrier mesh, actually. So, space towards A taken by Utica.
Fantastic read on Wizard, but not able to get rid of that early positioning that Utica are looking to kind of command through B. And even at A, that early barrier mesh, it just doesn't seem like it's helping out. I didn't really see if they went for it this time.
Yeah, they didn't. I don't think they got a chance to this time.
Nami going to take the first blood. Let's see if SNHU can convert this into a round 1.
I mean, it should be. This is basically best case scenario. It's 5-on-4. They have the advantage in weapons.
All right, here we go. This is what I like to see. Nami and Seikyo winning their fights at range with the Vandal, putting to rest the Sheriffs, and looking to secure things. Time draining. Here comes Pristine, the Sheriff, looking to at least make it costly. The Ghost of Anchor finds absolutely nothing. 54 HP, gonna net you at least the 1 kill, but Nami, 4 to open up the map. SNHU get theirs on the board. They avoid the 3-0 that they had back on map 1 Sunset.
And it's Nami, right, powering that up. Not really a lot to talk about the way they've approached the Yoru yet, but still fragging, and that's what I think is the most important part. Has a dimensional drift to work with now, and into the more important gun round actually as well. That's the sole ultimate that they'll start the round with, though they're going to be close on the Gecko as well.
I think the big thing that I do like about the Yoru utility is that with there being two Vipers on the map, 2 Omens on the map, it allows you more capability to kind of explode off that pop flash into a site.
Yeah, definitely gives you that space to work with. Mount control has been available for Utica pretty much every round they want it.
Jadal this time not going to really hold that control for too long. We're into a 3-on-3. Nami's still alive, and you still have Case. It's a little bit of utility. The dimensional drift allowing now that safe passage into C to get the spike planted, but Seikuo goes down. That's Anchor making a quick flank around the decoy, forcing Utica back now. Nami wants to make a play. The flash around Wizard, ready for it. Case fighting alongside his duelist, but it's all alone in a 1v3. Knows you're getting flanked, so it has to be pristine or nothing. Utica 3-1.
And this is another situation where SNHU, they make actually a pretty, it's an aggressive play, but Seymour, it's an understandable one, right? They know that they're getting flanked. They know what's coming down the pike, and they need to clear out some angles. They had the advantage with the dimensional drift of getting up into that position, and so instead of just Nami buying time for the plant, they fight with Nami instead. And it doesn't work out, but I think a valiant game plan out there for SNHU. Jado, you can't go through that.
Oh, that's a huge wrap net. Oh my word. Oh my word. Still walking away with 2. That's just
crazy.
Utica things.
Locked in, pal.
Oh. Just gotta catch them all.
This is so funny.
This is a subplot of Pokemon. Oh, no, you can get out.
He's not quite locked in. Okay. I thought he was locked in. It looked like it.
It's the plant down, and honestly, Utica don't have to worry about this close position from Case. Henzo trades it, but it's a 2-on-2. And Wizard finally going to be escaping that barrier mesh. The TP up from Henzo, not expecting Fred to be just around the corner, and Dizzy spots Wizard 1v1. Poison Orb gonna open up. Here we go for Thresh. Wizard gets caught in the detain, and oh, Hilton. Oh, Hilton. That is dirty.
Nice find. I mean, that's where you get Thrash available. You make sure to well utilize them. And I want to talk about the opening of this round for SNHU. Really cool set play out towards A, and this is where I think it can be very cool. So the grab net comes through. That's actually interesting because they've been setting up that for the entire half, actually, SNHU. They've been throwing out the barrier mesh. Instead, they toss the grab net, and then they have Nami on the TP to get up and across and into position to take advantage of those caught in the grab net. It's really cool, and it's something that SNHU, again, the way they set up around this utility, it makes it look a whole lot better than basically any other team I've seen on the Deadlock.
I mean, you say any other team you've seen on the Deadlock, this is the only team I see on the Deadlock.
Back towards A. Utica.
Ravnet, oh, pristine, gonna be able to remove it as well. Look at the stats utility from the get-go, and while this is going down at A, Nami has snuck through at B. So Henzo's got to be a little bit careful. You can hear the conversation, or at least you can visibly see the conversation, forcing some of the rotations out of Utica. Nami making his way through Waterfall. The C-site has been breached.
Oh, Wizard doesn't check him. Got to be looking out for that. There is still some space to work with. Pristine has got an upgrade onto a rifle.
Yeah, and they have the Rolling Thunder.
Question is, you really want to utilize that in a round like this where you're not actually Well equipped.
Oh no, Pristine doesn't realize that is the double snake bite and the mosh pit. Hilton takes down Henzo. Nami on a little bit of a heady there. It's going to be a triple for Nami in the round. And Utica giving up the third for SNHU to tie us back up. Similar kind of situation that we saw back on Sunset, but it's where teams started to go blow for blow.
And it's where the ultimates really come to show, right? 3 of them available on either side here coming into the round. Once again, you talk about the deadlock and how you're going to activate it. It looks like we might see a similar grab net play that we saw in the previous round. This is, again, conditioning, setting this type of play up, but SNHU, they don't catch anybody in the trap this time.
Oh, the dimensional drifts again from Nami, the second of the round. For the deadlock ult. Anybody gonna get caught in it? No, Pristine hiding away. Nice shot. Pristine backs up. Anchor takes down Nami. And any inkling of an idea you had if your SNHU is gone.
I mean, 5-on-3, it's by no means a confirmation, but it's certainly the right direction.
Wizards just listening.
And slinking through these smokes, confirming further information about where SNHU are not located. They've evacuated quickly.
They are off the dance floor.
Right there.
Fully, though, not quite. Hilton's going to re-engage. Wizard tucked away. Toxic screen goes down. Hilton, do you check it? You do. And here's the trade. 3v4 from the shadows. Reinforce this A site. Leaves B wide open for plants.
Yeah, but that's all fine. You still have the man advantage. You're still got the Rolling Thunder ready to go. Thrash is good in your pocket as well. I mean, Utica, they've got the tools to make this retake happen. They just got to be careful about Case.
Very aggressive. Our SNHU, Henzo in the smoke, somehow finds Hilton. Thrash from Utica, searching for these members. Case hitting the full wrap, making lots of noise. Henzo's on watch. Second from the Omen. Seikuo all alone, caught by the Dizzy in the mosh pit. Losing health, losing time. Pristine hops to the defuse, and well, everybody deals with it. That's round 1.
Don't even need the Rolling Thunder either. That's massive. Right, invested Thrash, sure, but I mean, you're fine with that. You were probably ready to toss in the Rolling Thunder if needed, but that fine. It was Henzo who was waiting for Case, as you mentioned, made some noise on that rotation, but I mean, there was a lot of chaos. Wasn't unreasonable for Case to maybe be left unheard there. SNHU taking a timeout off the back of that round lost. 2 rounds in a row, only for them to be bested. They come into this next round lacking pretty much anything when it comes to their ultimates, but another gun round available, and a Utica not quite available to be broken. They still have quite a strong economy.
What's that?
SNHU are going to need something here.
Can't really say the same about Utica. They have the toxic pit now from Wizard. So I wonder what they're talking about here, Vincent, because this is going to be a tricky round. Unlike Sunset, where they were going back and forth, SNHU were doing a good job at banking their ultimates. This time, they're kind of throwing everything at the wall, hoping it sticks. And even Frank in that last round using the deadlock ultimate, you would have liked to see maybe Frank use a little bit of the geometry, but instead trying to directly catch somebody with it. Pristine, you just cannot, I guess, disrespect a player like Pristine like that.
No, you certainly can't. But you disrespect the SNHU utility out A early. Look at what they've done with this conditioning. Seymour, SNHU have forced Utica back from actually playing aggressive route early. And, I mean, Utica, their response is to get aggressive mound.
And, I mean, they've been doing that all game long. Jadal, first blood, silences the presence towards C. B, there's a Viper Spit, and A, Pristine doesn't need to get aggressive. Everybody's going to walk into this trap. Nice shots from Hilton, but Pristine's still alive. Anchor here as well to back up. And the Rolling Thunder, if they want to go back in, Anchor, wow, whoa, the fault line?
No.
The Aftershock. It's all up to Frank. 1v3 again for SNHU and Anchor on site, ready for the smoke to go down.
Right there.
A very awkward round if you're SNHU.
Yeah, incredibly so. Again, though, SNHU, the way that they're taking space is really cool. Unfortunately, it's cost them some space elsewhere. And I think that Utica's understanding of how they need to be working this map is really well-founded, right? Like I mentioned, taking back that mound control, fighting for it as aggressively as they have been. Sometimes they've lost there, and it's left them open. But when they aren't being fought in that area, they get it for free, and that's happened more than they've lost.
Man, that portal's gonna trip me out every single time. I'm telling you. Early Thrash, or a Thrash being set up from Hilton. All the way through, looking to clear out Mound, you will. No detain, though. It's the Rolling Thunder in reaction, and Wizard is still nice and fine sitting up top. Nami's gonna get the trade case as well, but still numbers for Utica as they're looking for space if you're SNHU over towards A.
Well, they've got all the space that they could ever want. SNHU do. Nobody home with all of that fight. And again, Utica making a brilliant read with how many players they had ready to make that engagement over at Mound. Somehow Henzo stayed alive as well. Can we get the spike down? Set up here. The retake looking good for Utica. They've stick together once again. All three members making their way forward in a split defense for SNHU as well. They're isolated at the moment.
Early plant is not going to give Utica a whole lot of time to hit this defuse.
Okay. Every position. This is good.
If the trades come out, and Utica are going to start panicking. The dark cover is going to make it hard for Hilton. Case gets the first one. Case gets two. 1v1, but caught in the reload. Henzo.
It's close.
I think there's time.
I do too.
And so does Henzo.
Just enough. And they get away with it, and it's another moment for Utica where, think about it, if Henzo dies, who I'll be honest, should have been dead on that mound play, he TP'd, got the shrouded step off into the corner, and his feet were showing through the dark cover on the one-way, but they just didn't check him. They didn't know. There was too much chaos going on, and he's left unchecked.
There's, what, a Thrash, Rolling Thunder, there was a Toxic Screen, there was, I think a Gravnet, two Dizzies. Yeah, it's just, it's hard to feel safe, really, no matter where you are there, but Henzo's always felt safe around dark covers, whether you're above them, inside them, showing a little bit of foot, being scandalous. It doesn't matter. Wizard.
Utica.
Wizard.
Okay.
Seikyo has no idea.
And why would you? This is such a huge off angle. You're gonna see that late in the round, maybe up against a take towards B, but just sitting there in the open.
Here's Case now has a Vandal. Although Case has been playing fantastic back on that Sunset, here on Lotus, it's just been a different story. Case playing a different role. Not really allowed to play together with the rest of your team, and I think this attack just has not been feeling the best for SNHU. And I will say, too, I don't want to put it down to their agent selection, because I'm all for being experimental, Vincent.
Don't you dare.
I think SNHU may have overcooked.
Seymour, I don't know if we can continue to be friends. That's crazy.
It's the consistency of the composition for Lotus that Utica has when you look down to how strong the Rolling Thunder is in comparison to the Annihilation, or how strong, having the Showstopper is instead of the Dimensional Drifts. How much Pristine has just been able to command a lot of these fights where Nami has to go and jump through hoops just to make a play. All Pristine really needs to do is blow you up.
I mean, yeah. But then you could just put Frank in this position, right? Take the swing, Wizard goes down, it's B-side open for business.
And you're relying then on gun skill that Utica has proven to be a lot better in so far.
That's fair. Yeah, it's tough. I don't think I'm putting it down to the comp just yet, but right now, you do need to get Frank more activated. And an opening pick like this one, key wave to make that happen. And a 5-on-4 that SNHU, I'll admit, it's been a rare find.
Yeah. And on a map that, you know, generally, I'd say, leads attacker heavy. 7-3 defense so far for Utica. You'll take that.
Plan's gonna go in. Showstopper, though. Oh, that's not gonna deny it, but they won't get out.
It's a pretty hefty one. You take down Case, you take down the Viper. Annihilation. Can you get something back here? Banks off, finds it nothing. Jadal, though, low. Nami's gonna confirm it. 3-on-2. Now a 2-on-2. Pristine. 30 health. Backed up off the flash. Time ticking away. And you're gonna have to go into the belly of the beast with little to no health. Backed up to Frank, and Frank's gonna put you down. Tucked away, Anchor in a 1v2. Nami, you know where he is, but the shots through the wall land, and Nami won't give it away just yet. 4-7, they stay in this attacking side.
Yeah, knowing's only half the trouble if you're up against Nami. Trying to hit the shot against a guy as slippery as that, it's just not going to be easy. And SNHU, well required 4th round, I think, for their attack side. Right, here's kind of the minimum that I expected to see from the attackers. Anything further would be good, but not required.
Yeah.
We're going to see another one of these set plays out towards A that they've been conditioning for. At least I thought so. The counter utility a little too strong. Insta fault line really catches 3 players, but the space gain for SNHU.
Space that I think Utica are going to be okay with. You just look at the way that this defensive toxic screen has been set up. They're okay to kind of give up that line of scrimmage towards the A side. So Dimensional Drift is really going to push now SNHU into enemy territory. The barrier mesh going to block off the spawn. Nami pinging over towards Pristine. Decoys out. Flash pops in. The swing. Bye-bye Pristines. And that's an opening now.
Nami can get out safely from the gate crash as well. This Thrash is really important for it to find something, and it does get a lockdown.
Look at the trades, though. Hilton, Nami just continuing to trade. Nami with the classic dunks on Jadal and SNHU. They take the best they can on this attacking side, 7-5.
Well, that's a recovery of sorts for SNHU. And a nice way for them to close out the half with, you know, gaining back some momentum. Here's the problem, Seymour. As much as I've been a really big fan of some of the creative ways that they've been using the deadlock and how they've been putting Nami in fun positions.
I know where this is going, and I'm on board with everything that you're about to say.
Yeah, it took a 17-8 scoreline in one half for them to get 5 rounds, and that's, I mean, if Nami can do that again, great. I'm here for it. But
and it's going to be difficult on defense because you can't make those aggressive plays on defense.
We'll see. I mean, SNHU, they do surprise us very commonly.
Yeah, maybe I'm just a doubter. Barrier mesh out towards Mound, and this is the exact call that you're looking for. Dark covers go up, and it seems like Utica want to take their sights elsewhere as the revolving door. Nami be looking to rotate quickly away from C and reinforce the rest of the map.
Yeah, very interesting from SNHU. They are head on a swivel.
Oh, they're racing.
And, I mean, defense going to win this race. And I think Utica starting to realize that that is the case. Meanwhile, Frank jump spotting out towards C. Doesn't see anything. Going to fall back away. And that's where Utica plan to make their stay.
Oh.
The C site.
Utica have made the perfect call you could. Henzo stays alive through all of this as well with about 5 health. They're going to get the ult orb at Mount.
I think they might not touch it just so that they aren't going to make any audio cues.
It's all right. Here comes the paint shells, and here's the audio cue out. Frank has to be careful not to lose their life, and Wingman's going to be planting it 4 mounds. Utica have the post plant that they want.
This is beautiful. And you saw as well, the Toxic Orb goes up into that position. A lot of utility for SNHU has been utilized already in the early stages in that mound push.
The Dizzy's going to be the one bringing them back in towards C. Early defuse by the Wingman. Wizard finds Case in towards the snake bite. Nice shots here from Pristine, but no, going to get the better of Frank. Seikyo, a second one defuse, stuck to half. Jadal in a 1v1 versus Seikyo. Full health and the armor. Jadal wins it out.
I mean, there we go. Chaos brewing there towards the C site. And now it's 2 pistol rounds here on Lotus for Utica. How big a deal that can be. We know what that means. SNHU, ooh, not a good look. And again, I want to toss it back. Nami has had a great performance thus far. I'm just worried if that's what's required for SNHU to win, they won't be able to sustain. Of course, I'm happy to be proven wrong, especially when it comes down to a guy as skilled as Nami is.
Yeah, and I will say, at Utica, the love is being shared. Lots of players really stepping up here in the finals. 2 vastly different teams.
Going to be basically the same setup here at C.
Ares on anchor.
A little awkward when you have to take down your own barrier mesh.
So here, off to Dizzy, it looks like they're going to swing this one together, but the Ares is going to shred them to bits alongside the Spectres. There's nothing you can do. Hilton's going to get 1. Seikyo, uh-oh. Oh, wow, okay. Maybe the blast pack helping out Seikyo a little bit. But it won't help versus Henzo. 3 stay alive for the Pioneers to find their 9th.
I'm doing some learning here, Seymour. Apparently, we've been trolling all game. It's not Frank. It is Franck.
Franck. It's okay.
I'm
Okay.
just
Yeah,
You hit me with that earlier today, so
yeah.
Once you're back. Also, fun fact, thanks to Leighton production for letting me know. Hilton is actually the same Hilton who played for T1 Academy back in like 2021, which I thought, like, I had the idea. I'm like, is that the same guy? And I thought, no, there's just no way. It is. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Getting an education. On right
Can't
now.
play video games forever.
Absolutely schooling. Grab that. Nami gets 2. Completely shaking things up. The Odin from Case making a lot of noise, but it's Henzo within the smoke to trade things out. Case gets caught in, it seemed like, the sensor. Hilton's going to track down Pristine. 1v4 for Wizard. Sheriff in your hands. 50 seconds to you find the next best thing. There's an Ares on the ground. There's a Spectre on the ground.
Important, I think, for Wizard. I'd love to see them just get a single kill here. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. But what I'm looking for there is just a little bit of damage. Because Utica, that buy wasn't really there. They had big bonus weapons. With a couple of players going down in the anti-eco, it wasn't perfect. Case didn't get a ton of damage actually done with that Odin, but took a ton of space and was a real distraction that allowed Nami to work his magic. Got the double kill opening engaged there. Utica, their attack side, just gonna have the 1 ult to start, but a Thrash and a high impact one at that.
There is flash out by Nami. Early kill, looking for 2. Seikyo gonna back him up, but the trade game back and forth. It's a 2-2 trade.
Oh my!
What?
and he wasn't holding an angle. Seikuo was just trying to cross.
Pristine was a little surprised on this one. Thrash out, Frog. Not long for this round. Pristine with 3 already. Still a minute left just before the spike is planted. Case. Paper X charm on the Odin. Harnessing a little bit of that championship opium here in the 1 versus 3. These going to have to be some crisp shots as you look just how separated Utica are. Won't get past Pristine. A 4K from Pristine to decimate SNHU.
Yeah, and as much as you talk about Nami and some of the individual moments, Pristine has continued to deliver. He was the it factor on Sunset, has continued to be just that here when it comes to Lotus and SNHU. Calling a timeout, understandably so. I mean, you can take a look at the combo happening right now. A little bit of stunned silence from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be feeling too happy after what has gone on for, my map of choice either. You're sitting 10-6 down. And you've cooked together something interesting here, bringing out the deadlock, the Yoru. We've seen Nami still putting up some big plays in this defensive side, but when it comes down to the deadlock, just not really seeing too much impact coming out from this Sentinel when it comes to either stalling out Utica, stopping Utica, doing like what Deadlock needs to do to at least be a viable character in this composition. Haven't seen it yet across any of these rounds.
Okay, call it hopium, call it coke, whatever you want. I really do like this Deadlock. I think SNHU have found something interesting, but Franck has been put onto this. Last time, I think it was Hilton who was playing this. And unfortunately, I think Franck, who has been a safe pair of hands for SNHU most of the time, has struggled in order to get into that fragging department win on this agent.
Oh, Nami at the dimensional drift. Oh, he is backing them up. He's just trying to be annoying. Waving to his opposition. He's going to TP out of there. Everybody forced over towards C. Case is here. Ready to tango. Snake bite. Should deal some damage. The showstopper's out. Anybody going to be on the receiving end? You know that there is going to be Seikuo here. Blows up. Where's the call for the retake? Seikuo a little bit ahead of the rest.
No way to deny that plant either case. That was job number 1. Franck will get activated, but they're all coming from the same angle.
Everybody just flooding into this zone. Nami with the shorty, gonna jump at Pristine, and Wizard backing him up. 11 rounds for Utica. SNHU just throwing bodies at the site, hoping it works. Seikuo again, just ahead of the retake, giving numbers to the Pioneers for the post plants, and then when the trades come down, it leaves Pristine and Wizard in a crossfire that you just cannot get through.
Sheriff Roundup coming here for SNHU. They are going to be giving away, well, giving away maybe the wrong word. They're going to be allowing for Utica to have the big gun advantage here. And 12, a likely outcome of the top on the scoreboard. Sort of same setup here for Utica as the last round, though they don't have the dimensional drift to deal with.
Oh, that was an interesting animation.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there.
Nami gets caught. The first blood here for Utica as they are blazing a trail to map point on Lotus. Wingman not going to be able to stun anything up. Hilton, you got a Sheriff. Let's see what you can do. Blast back out for Pristine. Seikuo is going to be here. Immediate plant coming out from Wingman. Wizard sprays them down. Anchor's going to find Franck, and it's all down to Case again. They know exactly where the Viper is. Nothing stopping Utica from map point.
No. And it's not quite time to hit the panic button here. It's a best of 5 to be fair, but SNHU 6 rounds required to make the comeback. Again, their map pick, I'm glad you brought that up. It's something that we haven't actually mentioned very often. SNHU losing Sunset wasn't that big a deal, but losing Lotus, that's a huge blow. Yeah. And a blow that will be difficult to recover from, particularly when you have the stars aligning here, right? If Nami is just not playing well, right? That's part of your big win condition is Nami playing well. He's playing well, and it's still currently not enough.
It's not even close. Utica putting on a clinic. Their attacking side, so decisive, so direct.
This is just going to be a very standard exec, I think. Wherever it ends up, presumably C. They've got the Rolling Thunder, and they got the post plant available with Viper ult 2. Oh, no.
Aggression at A from SNHU, but they're going to work this flank. Have to start very soon. Proceed slowly into B, or into C. Aids out, Seikyo. Gonna get a lot there, and away from the paranoia. This plant's gonna come through now. You need to play for the retake. Right away, they're here. Wingman gets stopped, no plant. It's denied. Seikyo on the corner, Pristine. Working his way into the site. Annihilation catches the raise, but Jadal takes down Case, and Franck is down for the count.
Nice find. The problem is it's still a 2-on-3. Utica in advantage, but the post plant just started. Spike just now taken down. If Wingman had gotten that engaged earlier, it would be over.
Thrash is going to find Nami. So Hilton's going to have to pick up the pace here. 360 from Jadal. And this could be it. Hilton swings out. Jadal puts it away. 13-6. Utica take map 2.
I am now currently the biggest fan possible of Jadal. That is awesome. Cheesing across the board. All having a great time. Oh my goodness. What a way to end it. And again, the domination, right? It's 13-6. It would be different if this was an affair where it was close, Nami playing well, and it just wasn't. And it comes back to, again, listen, you've been pushing the narrative, and I think it's fair, Seymour, that the comp wasn't right for SNHU.
I will say it, Vincent, right now. Southern New Hampshire, they overcooked. I will say, I'm all for workshopping new compositions, but there's just a reason why we never see Deadlock truly make it in towards any meta. And especially a 3-site map like Lotus, you throw the Deadlock util out, you may be conditioned in one area of the map, that's fine. We'll pack our bag, we'll go to the other area of the map. And as soon as you use that Deadlock utility, you don't get it back. It's done. It's there. It's gone. Yeah. And if Franck isn't slaying out after that, then there's no use for the Deadlock.
Yeah, listen, I think I am one to nerd out over some of the fun stuff we were seeing there from SNHU, but the points you're making, they're perfect. Absolutely right. You know, it's an issue where you're not getting the value that Franck would be getting on another agent. Yeah, and that's the biggest problem. But beyond that, I think Utica deserve a lot of credit here, right? You have the continuation of the Pristine storyline where, again, that head-to-head with Nami, I think Pristine just played his own game, right? Nami was playing really well, and Pristine just didn't care, was playing with the pack, and was able to get the frags where it mattered the most. And not only that, I think that Utica, it's actually their defensive side as actually perfect as their offense was. It's their defensive side which was more impressive to me, because the way they dealt with a full curveball, which is that composition, I think that's where SNHU can find success with it, is that they're tossing something that most teams have never seen before and won't be able to adjust to. Utica adjusted brilliantly. They didn't seem like they were ever having problems, and they knew what they were looking to do.
And I don't want to discredit at all Utica in any sense of the word for their defensive side, but they never really were tested on their defensive side. Maybe like I could probably count on my hands how many times they actually had to retake a site. And most of it came down to maybe 1v2s or 1v1s, Vincent. And in that case, Utica, they could just trade effectively or trust in their individual skill to win that. But as a team, they were always good at playing aggressive, not really respecting SNHU on the defensive side and taking those fights up front and winning them. And in that sense, I don't think SNHU really had a strong post plan ever, maybe once or twice on their attacking side. And to have a 7-5 half as an attacker at a deficit, it's not a comfortable place to be in for a map like Lotus, a map where, normally we're going to be seeing a lot more significant leads?
Yeah, that's I think a question that needs an answer for Ascent specifically, right? I mean, that's where we're looking to head for this one, and I think that realistically, both in reality and in metaphorically, this is SNHU's last chance to try and find some space to work in this series. Down 2-0. We're going to see what is to come for Ascent when we come back.
Welcome back to the ECC Finals. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We just came off of Lotus, where Utica really stepped up 13-6, Vincent. And they just have been non-stop dominating SNHU. Map number 1, Sunset, it was close. But map number 2, I think Utica are really finding their groove, their rhythm, and we can give a little bit of a shout to some of these players. You know, last time we talked about Pristine and how good Pristine has been. Pristine continued to be good. I mean, I don't think we need to talk too much about Pristine anymore. We've been hyping him up all day long. I want to talk about his right-hand man, Henzo, and what Henzo's been able to do on this Omen, on not just Lotus, but on Sunset as well.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how Hinzo was that secondary player, kind of getting first bloods in the same way that Pristine was on Sunset. It wasn't the first bloods necessarily that were coming out on this map on Lotus, but it was a consistency, right? Nobody played bad here for Utica. Let me just be very clear. But I think that the way that Hinzo was able to follow up and stay alive in some of those really chaotic moments, especially thinking out towards Mound. There was one round in particular. It was like a 4-on-4 fight. There was craziness of brewing, and Hinzo just kind of tucked in, found a little bit of space to work with. I think his awareness of those situations is what really impresses me about his gameplay.
I think trying to pick one person to talk about is like finding diamond in a pile of diamonds right now. I think Utica are doing nothing wrong at all in their playstyle. It's SNHU where we need to see some changes heading into our third map. It's going to be Ascent, a very basic map. You know, everybody knows how to play Ascent, Vincent. It just comes down to, will SNHU concoct another wacky composition, or are they going to be going back to the basics of, you know, these meta comps? Because if you look back on Sunset, when they went for the mirror match versus Utica, it was a very close game, and you know, everything was kind of feeling comfortable up into the end for this team. I'd like to see SNHU go back into that comfort zone heading in towards Ascent, because you could see that a couple of those players were starting to fall behind on Lotus when they were adding steps to their comp.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I think that kind of jump out to me, right? Nami continued to play very well. I think you need to find a way to not have like 8 kills there if you're Franck on the deadlock. The other thing as well, Seikuo, a guy that actually had a lot of impact back on Sunset, and in this run through playoffs has actually been really good, has been a bit missing this series as well. So there's just a couple of those little factors that aren't quite going right, and that we aren't finding that success on. So
I agree.
As we jump into it, it's time to get that agent select underway, and well,
it's already done.
Done and dusted, yeah.
Okay. I'm sad we're not seeing any Clove, but I think that's to be expected. Still new, still workshopping Clove in towards, and shout out our observer for giving us a little bit of a snippet of the agent selection. So we're going to get a mirrored matchup. The jet duel between Nami and Pristine is going to be heading the fights here on Ascent. But you get the Killjoy for Case, and Hilton swapping onto the Sova instead of the Gecko now. Franck off of the Deadlock into the KO. Very standard Ascent compositions, and this is what I like to see for SNHU.
Yeah, listen, they tried the wacky, they tried the weird. It didn't quite work out. On Ascent, it is kind of where you just kind of have to go with the norm. There is one best composition, and we know what it is.
Like maybe you can throw a Phoenix in here. That's if you're a Phoenix.
It's really funny you say that, because SNHU actually do play Phoenix, just on bind.
I think for Nami, though, I'd rather see you take this jet duel than not.
Same. Yeah, I think putting Nami in the best place to multi-frag, like, that is step number 1 for a win here for SNHU.
Double stack into trees. Seikuo caught with the smoke. Doesn't matter. No, Seikuo gets 2. And Franck alongside that's 3 down immediately for Utica as they are bruised off the rip on Ascent.
And Seikuo, a guy that I just talked about, right? Like, needing to see maybe a little bit more, has really been impressive through the playoffs that I saw. Comes alive for a quick double. Out towards tree, spike down. So unrecoverable. It's one of those moments for Utica in a 2-on-5 where how do you even start to approach making this this round winnable?
Well, first off, you're going to rotate to B, but second off, you have to watch your flank. Nami's going to be here, throws it in, and Wizard Wondering, what are you doing at the tailwinds? Right into the fight, but adaptations around. You have now Crossfire to worry about from Market. Case. Gonna be playing contact here. Wizard swings out. Gonna know that. Reads him like a book. Expects Frank to swing. Frog's gonna hit the shots of the frenzy at range. And, I mean, it's SNHU. What a simple way to open up the map.
Simple bait setup to start things out. And all you gotta do is hit those shots. AQ does just that. And that is a bit of a refreshing look as well when Utica win both pistol rounds last time out on Lotus. This time they are put into position, and it wasn't quite both pistols on Sunset, but a thrifty win very shortly afterward kind of gave Utica a similar setup on Sunset. So one of the first times we're going to see SNHU actually fly out to an early half lead unless something crazy goes through.
Just a little shock dart. Anchor's going to get caught for a couple of damage. Tailwind into Market from Pristine and Hilton. Spotting nothing on the cross, just listening towards it. A shot there with the classic. Pristine dinks him. Wizard dunks on him. Case now tucked away. Hilton's going to find 3. Softens the blow now. Hilton for 4. Swaps to the Marshall. Look, trying to get the ace. A little too much. Case is going to finish it. You lose 2, but Hilton, wow. Hilton steps up.
Yeah, nice job. And hey, listen, you needed one of those, right? A confidence round. SNHU, I don't think that the confidence was particularly high at the end of last map. So starting this one off in a strong fashion like that with a round where you just kind of dominate, love to see it. Of course, here's where the real game gets started. Into the guns. A very strong bonus, though, from SNHU. They got 3 Bulldogs, a couple of Marshals, Sheriffs.
mini Marshals, I'd say.
Yeah, you know, listen, there's some sort of connection there somewhere, like law enforcement or some such. That's my excuse. I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... You're not technically wrong.
That's the best kind of right. It's technically.
Case is going to fully engage through garage. Bulldog versus Vandal. Case, you got to get out. Turret's going to get the info. 0 point. Actually catches Case on the exit, so 5 seconds until you can use anything. Swarm grenade will slow down for a second. But now it's AQO. That's spiked down.
Not going to stick around because they don't have any backup, but again, a massive moment there with Utica losing a ton of space. They're going to have to re-clear if they want it back.
That's all Seikyo needs to do. Throw up the one-way, just be a nuisance, stay alive here. Nami, a second one elsewhere, so Utica are just getting bled out.
This is a very default start to a round for Utica, but it's meant to be a way for them to find opening engagements and space on the map. Instead, they lose them all. It's SNHU that are laughing all the way to the bank. Time about to expire here.
Clear in the flash. Swarm grenade's getting destroyed. 7 seconds left. 0 point. Gonna make it difficult, really, to do anything if you're Utica. You want to keep these guns and Pristine. Oh, Pristine. Only one gonna hold this gun into the next round. A little bit of damage done, but SNHU 3 in a row to open up Ascent. You were struggling to get these early rounds back on Lotus and Sunset. This is a job well done. A brand new look to this roster.
Yeah, and it's Hilton, right, getting started early. CQO, a guy that we didn't really see that much from in the previous 2 maps. And I want to toss out there as well that Utica might have gotten a couple of kills there towards the end, but absolutely not worth it. SNHU were bonusing.
Yeah. And to be honest, I think the scoreboard's kind of flipped to what we got in previous games. Hilton, another first blood Case. The Odin just shredding these players one by one. Brock's going to put it away. 4 rounds for SNHU. Incredible. It was just a thrifty from Utica, but even still, not losing a single member.
I mean, this is a totally different SNHU team. I know you mentioned it before, but what is happening?
I mean,
Utica, they play Ascent. They've played a couple of Ascent maps this season. We know that they're competent here, right? They've got some wins under their belt.
This is what it looks like when it's not just the Nami show.
I mean, that's fair as well. Adjustment here for Utica, though, trying to adjust to the Odin.
Oh, and the Hunter's Fury early on. Some players gonna get caught by it. That's enough to slow the roll from the Pioneers. Pristine going down is huge for Nami.
Yeah, I mean, adjustment to the Odin, but they didn't anticipate Nami.
Oh, no way.
Being in a position as case. Well,
it's a menace to society. Do you think there should be team damage?
I kind of... Okay, the problem is I'm just a CS gamer, and so, like, my obvious answer is yes, you know? But I don't know if that's my bias or like, if that's fair.
Frog! Oh, they line up. Collateral with the Vandal. And that's a feel-good moment.
SNHU, I mean, if they continue playing like this, this is not a difference in Utica playing badly. This isn't a difference in SNHU just being better at Ascent per se, though their setups have been good. Don't get me wrong. This is a potential to swing the entire series. Yeah. I mean, they need a reverse sweep, Seymour, but this type of dominant, overwhelming individual performances, I mean, that's something that can absolutely change the complexion of this game.
Utica haven't even had a chance to play. Henzo is 0-0-5. Anchor is 0-5. Pristine gets blooded last round. Jadal gets blooded the round prior to this one. It's just SNHU are setting traps. They're not hiding in corners, but they're being patient. They're forcing Utica into the open and punishing on these players, engaging, disengaging, separate sides of the map. It's a pendulum right now that I'm seeing from SNHU that has a rhythm to it that I don't think Utica can really click with.
I mean, it's them taking space too. I mean, SNHU, they have had command of anywhere they please.
I think Utica just kind of got punched in the face.
And they don't know what to do about it. That's the difference between right now and previous moments for Utica. Whenever they've got hit before, Utica have had a response. They know when they're going to block. They know when they're going to adjust. Now, they clearly don't. And that's what that timeout was attempting to figure out.
In the past, Nami would have sent this one. This time, backs up. Vandal at the ready. Everybody's funneling on through. Nobody checks the corner. Frank and Nami combined for 4. Frank's going to put it into a full house. 6 in a row. Utica run to their death. A slaughterhouse of a sight.
So an adjustment made, though, for Utica. They pick up the pace a lot there, trying to maintain some semblance of the game that they were previously playing. And I think respect to Utica for the attempt. I'm really curious at what this gun round will look like because Utica, again, where they've been very effective before is their adjustments. And they're going to go back for it again.
And I guess if you're going to take anything out of this, Henzo and Anchor, they find their first of the game in that round. So maybe a little annoyance in the back of the head gone, but you can talk too. I didn't really mention it, but Henzo swapped off the Omen. Anchor is playing the Omen this time.
Yeah, because Henzo's been really good on that KO. That's where he's at right now. This is one way to get the site.
A little bit of an ult dump here, but Seikyo is going to be able to reaggress back out. Hilton above him. Seikyo finds nothing. It's a trade.
Post plant. I think the first one, actually. Bladestorm out on the flank, though.
Peekaboo. And this is Nami's way back in. Pristine tucked under Hell. Anchor on generators, and it's all going to be down to these two. Pristine gets a second one. Anchor is down. Pristine's going to have to go for the ace. Going to pull out the blades, but Frank in the bait and switch too good to deal with. It's an ult burns and a round lost. Utica, I mean, they get the plant in, but right now you need rounds.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I think you're desperate for that round, it's tough that you end up burning that ultimate one that you could have maybe used in another round that you could have maybe found. And yeah, that is their first plant of the game in round 7. And it's off the back of basically forcing SNHU to give the site thanks to the lockdown.
Well, here we go. Franck is 10-0. I think Franck was listening to you after the deadlock performance. Nami's going to gauge through mid. No worry in the world. Oh, caught though in the tailwind, and Henzo's going to open up the round. Null command right away. Looks like they want to snowball this one, though. Seikyo and Franck disrupt everything. Franck's going to gear with this shrouded step. Anchor trades it out. Can they get the res?
I think so. So a 2-on-2 from the shadows to get back to the B site. The spike in hand. Wizard was so very close to catching Seikyo out in the open.
Seikyo should know that Wizard is there. He gets the information at the back of Boathouse, so Wizard's the only one you have to worry about. Just gonna check into Garage. Neither player's gonna be looking at this one. Seikyo gets tagged through the wall. So low. Anchor caught though in the wall bang. It's all down to Wizard. Wizard just hiding, patiently waiting. A 1v2 clutch puts Utica on the board.
Finally, they get there. And again, it's an expensive round, but it's a round that you needed badly. Great job from Anchor just to get the heck out of Dodge, right? From the shadows onto the B sites. The Wizard patience paying off in that round. Had no expectation of where he was located by the look of things. Maybe that will be the difference maker for Utica, but it's not just one round that's required. They need far more in order to fight their way back into this one. Nami in the rebuy and the op.
Like to see the boom stick out. Anchor, oh, that's going to be troublesome. Still gets a kill. Anchor gets 2. Absolutely ridiculous.
Nami's catching rotations and nearly catches another one as that smoke pops out. Out a door. This is still not a safe place to be. Anchor gonna find that out the hard way. 3-on-3.
Immediately, you do see the lockdown going to be initiated. And a little bit of a heads up here from Case, expecting the flank, but no. Wizard playing it patiently yet again. Catches Case off guard, wins the round, and seals the deal for 2. Utica seems like they have finally woken up on Ascent. Is it too little too late, Vincent? Who knows?
No, it's absolutely not too little too late. 7-5, a real possibility, and even then, if they don't find all 5, it's not too bad because they're heading towards the defensive side. That's where Utica have found success before. But man, talk about Wizard, right? You know, a guy that in leadership here, don't necessarily always see him top of the charts, but well, that's a 1v2 and it's really important. Hunter's Fury. Oh, and
Hilton's going to bang it home.
Talk about a way to take Utica out of a round where they don't even really get a chance to succeed.
That's exactly how the first 7 went. And here we go. Hilton's going to put things into a 5v2. A minute and 11 left in this round. Utica haven't even thought about going to a site yet. They're going to group up, head into A, and there's 3 members waiting on the other side of this dark cover, which is now opened up, reapplied by Seikyo. Nami's hitting the full flank. I mean, you got nowhere to go.
And with that flash drive now, not that there really was much question about their positioning, but it's certainly been given away now. Even that 0 point gets destroyed. I think caught actually by the fragment.
Now you have no flash to pop out of this dark cover. Nami's still working the flank. And here it is. Wizard's going to be picked off. Henzo tucked away in wine. Should be good for at least this one, but here come the players to lock it down. Henzo, a second one, but the round won by SNHU. Lead back up to 6, Vincent. A dominant one as well. I'm loving the Hilton plays here. Not just early on, but just continuing to be proactive. The second Hunter's Fury of the round. Both times finding incredible value.
Yeah, getting into that early posture where you can take fights and then in response to those fights utilize the Hunter's Fury. It's one of the best ways to utilize it early. You're gonna go for more of a fishing type of angle. That's the way to do it.
Of what I'm seeing here with the Odin, but no early damage from Case. Wizard tracking it through the wall. Case is actually going to be on the receiving end. Hilton's going to be caught in the first blood there. Pristine opens up the rounds. Looking to put some pressure on B.
That's a good look. Not going to cause too many rotations, but it is going to cause a reaction, and that's Utica. Looking at SNHU, double pushing through A. And rather than take the fight, they're going to evacuate the site.
Nami goes in. Wizard trades it. Still numbers, and now it's really Case, and Case early on took so much damage. This might be the call. Lockdown goes out. Case is just going to give it up.
You think I've been farming those? The spam, well, it's going to buy a little bit of time, but not enough time as the shot dart tracks him down. SNHU, it's a Hail Mary for a 2-on-4 retake. Unlikely as it is. That 0-point catching Henzo means one man's close. Oh, the timing is beautiful.
It's probably the snappiest shot I've seen from Henzo. Goes to get fancy, and Seikyo in a 1v2. Who wanted Seikyo to step up? Here is his moment. 36 HP. Picks up the Vandal. Still another dark cover. And a shrouded step in case he needs this. Seikyo's going to use it to get out of there.
Might as well. I mean, the time was ticked. Too far gone anyway. No need to throw away good weaponry, even if it is the end of the half.
Saving it for next half.
Oh, their money's actually not that good. I didn't realize SNHU. I mean, they won so dominantly for so long. I just, in my head, they just had all money all the time, actually. But they did lose 3 out of the last 4 rounds, which means their cash is now gone. Well, so that save actually matters a lot more.
Vincent, economy is important to know. It's an important thing to think about. Yes, there's trees, there's vinage, but money on a cent does not grow in trees.
Apparently not. Those were SNHU. They made it look kind of like that.
Standard setup here for the Paranoia. It's not going to have time. Nami's going to have to make the play through the smoke. And that's going to call for Seikyo to swing out. 3 go down. No command immediately stopped. Pioneer silenced at the gates of A.
I mean, Utica just cannot open that A site at all. Like, in any way. Whether they're doing it on an eco round, whether they're doing it with a lockdown, it all falls apart. Earlier or later, at some point, they have themselves a 2-on-5, it seems, every time.
I don't think anybody expected the immediate push out from Nami.
No. But it was well taken, right? The timing there worked beautifully.
And because you take that pressure off of Seikyo, he just swings out, takes out Wizard. The split decision. Sierra Case playing a little bit like Wizard, lurking through mid. Jadal in a 1v4. Isolated gunfight here. The pop flash not going to be enough.
No spike, though.
22 seconds, and everybody is separated on the map. Sonar into the dark cover. Case is not going to be seen. Still, Jadal wins it. Snaps over. Nami seals it. 9-3 at the half. SNHU commanding the lead as they swap to their attack.
And here's the question for Utica right now. I mean, do they even have a chance in this half? Normally, right, 9-3, bad, but recoverable, especially if you pick up the pistol round. That's still a true statement. But after the way in which SNHU won, that's where you start to question whether Utica even have it in them to fight back on this map particularly. It was a really slow start. They finally get activated, and it's when it's Wizard finding the big clutch moments, I think that's when you know that there's a struggle for Utica, because typically he can fall back a little bit, calling the shots. Not true right now.
Utica, they need this pistol round. Here they are, grouped up at the gates of A. See if they can take a little page out of the book of SNHU, Southern New Hampshire. Posturing at A, but it doesn't seem like this is their end game just yet.
I mean, you're right, but the real problem for SNHU is that they have no map control at all. So they got to be careful when they're rewalking back towards the B site. The fortunate position that they are in, though, is Utica are very much over-rotating here. Nobody at B. None at all.
Seems like the rotation's going to pay off. Door gets closed right in the face of Utica. To play this retake with the numbers, Vincent.
That is the one positive, right? The plant is just now coming in. So Utica, they've got a lot of time to work with, and they have that man advantage.
And it's going to be doubled. Anchor catching the lurk of Case. That sonar revealing a whole lot on site. It's going to be the green light to attack now if you're the defensive side. Anchor, another one. They pick them apart, and a pistol going the way of Pioneers.
Okay, Utica, I mean, listen, they played that perfectly, sticking together, making sure they could trade if required. That really wasn't required, but Christine getting the frag onto the lurk out towards A, and then the player, I don't even know who it was, who lost their life towards B main. Kind of sealed the deal for SNHU's loss.
Here's Case.
Yeah, tough one. But Utica, they might be up 2-0 in this series, so not too many worries about the series brewing just yet, but they're certainly still down bad in this map. 5 rounds, the current deficit. There's a couple of sheriffs to potentially change the second half as well if SNHU can make something happen off the back of them.
I'm sure it's just scratching the back of their mind that, you know, SNHU, they opened up this map 7-0. A 9-3 finish at the half does not guarantee you a map win.
No, got to be careful of those 9-3 curses, if you will.
I didn't say anything about a curse. You did.
Yeah, sure did. Here. SNHU. They may be cursed.
Just getting the record straight for a stream.
All right, yeah.
Who's going to pick up those pitchforks? Don't throw them my way. Tell you that. Wizard trading damage with Case, but Case taking a whole lot more. At the gates of A, Pristine's. Nice shots with the Sheriff. Nami, Frank, both getting pieced apart. Hilton's going to get run down by the Sheriff, and it just seems like Henzo ready to do whatever he wants. Flawless round for Utica in the second half. It's going to bring him to 5, and you can start to see that the cogs are turning now on Utica, something that I didn't really see in the early rounds of Ascent.
Yeah, there's two important rounds coming up right now. The first of which is this one, the bonus for Utica. Because it was flawless, they're going to have so much money into the next round. They'll have the opportunity to get into good position to continue this run. But even if they lose this round, Seymour, it's not over yet. SNHU, they got to be careful of the revive. Oh, this is an old school strat.
Yeah, Pristine. Hilton's not going to fall for this one. Cracked open like an egg.
That's crazy. Hilton, lots of experience on his shoulders, and I mean that is an experienced play, ready and waiting. And I mentioned it's an old school strategy because he saw it all the way back in the day. That fast play up and into the dark cover, Off the back of the recon bolt, the Jet could just take a free shot. Doesn't work out this time. Not for Utica. Utica, they have money to reinvest, so honestly, doing damage here would be great.
Yeah, and it seems like Wizard, at the same time of wanting to do damage, doesn't want to receive that damage. The time just continues to dwindle. Utica just getting closer and closer to showing some respect. Anchor's going to find one of the exit, but both Anchor and Wizard will end up falling. Double digits for SNHU. Utica, they get to 5, but then that's where things halt. It was just a bonus, so, you know, it's a little bit as expected, Vincent. Now this is where things start to get heated.
Yeah. As much as that set play doesn't actually work out, I actually really like that Utica were going for that. That is one of those early game plays in the strat book that you can pull out on a bonus round like that, and it can just win you a round off the back of it. Thanks to Hilton, though, well aware. SNHU. We move on to the gun round that arguably more important, especially when you got the operator out on a Pristine.
Gotta be careful. Pristine gonna hear the shrouded step. It is gonna call for a reaction to watch the cubby. It seems like Pristine thinks that Seikyo has made it across, but it's all just a little bit of a bait. The timing, Pristine only flashed off the angle, so hold their life, and it seems like they want to go back in for this one. Nami gets caught. That's a job well done.
Yeah, and especially when Pristine is escaping out of that engagement without really anything being done. I mean, yeah, a bit of chip damage, but you're not really worried about that late round, especially not with an operator in hand. Case, an important part of this round now, because he has this control, JDL needs to clear him out, and oh, he's just spotted him. That's important info.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate if you're Case. And you can start to see players wrapping around. Jadel's going to clear it. Case has no idea. Shoulder's going to be spotted, and now it's a 5-on-3. Jadel with market control. Door's not down, and it's just going into the ground. Jadel's going to get cleaned up. The trades, they come out, and Utica, they're on top. 6 rounds for the Pioneers as they bounce right back.
And this is an uh-oh moment here for SNHU because they are going to be buying next round, but how much is the investment going to be? And exactly what will they be able to do with it? If you look at their ultimates, SNHU have a lot to work with. They'll command Hunter's Fury. We already talked about how good Hilton has been with utilizing those. But you gotta think about where Pristine is going to be activated with this operator, and he's gone back to A. That's precisely the opposite position that SNHU will be headed towards. B is the name of the game.
Big time at B here. Jadel immediately going to be caught by the 0-point null command from SNHU. Southern New Hampshire, they want to pick up the pace. Nami's going to close the gates, but not right away. Gates get broken. Dark cover still up. Plant's going to go down, and here's the Hunter's Fury now to get Nami into a situation where you can attack, and Nami going to do that. Hilton finds Henzo on the other side. Utica may be broken right away. It's going to take a lot to break back into B.
That it will. And, I mean, they're up close and personal here as well.
What a flash. Seikyo just playing off of it as well. That flash came all the way from the lever.
I mean, that's crazy. That flash perfect. Catches them both. Knocked them down and out the round. SNHU have 11. And Utica, as soon as it was like a 3-on-5 there, I started to ask the question in my brain, like, do you want to, like, save this, maybe? And I think that would have been an ambitious thing to do. Probably a little bit crazy. But
I was crazy once.
Well, not again. Not again, Seymour. Nipped that one right in the bud. There was that time, though, where Utica, they would have had maybe an operator. They do not know. This timeout, their last chance. and last in multiple ways because 12 on the cusp here for SNHU.
If you ask me, Vincent, I need to tell you who picked what maps. I would have told you that Utica had the chance to pick the first 2 maps, and now this is SNHU's map pick, but that's not how it went at all. I mean, this is a Utica pick. Utica wanted to go to Ascent, and this is where they figured they can put away the 3-0, but SNHU have been working on themselves. Back on Sunset, they looked really put together. A lot of scrappy rounds that they weren't able to clutch up. This time, that scrappiness has been wiped away. It's clean, it's concise, very direct. And I think SNHU, the best thing that I'm seeing here on Ascent is that they're really not leaving anything up to chance.
Wow, look at this decision for Utica. They're gonna give them 12. They're playing to buy a final round instead of investing twice in a row. Interesting call for Utica, and I think, gotta respect it.
Yeah.
Late Storm gives them a real chance at success, too.
The thing is that they 4-stacked A right off the bat, so it's going to be a quick audible to rotate over towards B. Nami in the smoke, cutting them down. Wizard trades it finally. And the defense now looking to have to stand up to the oppression on the site. Pristine. The blade storms out, not going to get a second one. Hilton finds Wizard at the back of Boathouse. 7 HP left. He gets it done. 12 rounds for SNHU. Not enough damage from Utica to really make a difference in that round.
Who are also low.
And it's
2
all
out of
down to
3
this.
on red HP. But they have the buy here. This is what they were going for, Seymour. This is why they wanted to ensure that they could get something out. Opt into Pristine's hands. Gotta give your best shot, and this is how you do it.
Thanks.
They're gonna leave him at A. Almost alone. In fact, entirely so in the early round.
Early contact coming through mid. He's teasing with the idea to aggress there. He's being watched very passively for the cross. Pristine to op out at A. To spearhead some of this defense. Looks to the right. Flash comes out. Pristine now getting ready to get away. Peeks back in. And Nami this time not going to lose the fight.
High low. SNHU, they were ready. They were prepared, expecting that to be the case.
Nami looking to go on the hunt, but Wizard has been lurking, just tucked away in the corner. Frog finally gets the trade. Brings us into a 3-on-3. This is a call for the rotation.
Ooh, interesting. Full information there. Unfortunately, on fall back, Anchor gets taken out. Is from the shadows, was out towards A main to try and confirm that nothing was there.
We've seen plays like this before. Half engage into the site. You take a lot out of the defense and then immediately pedal it back to the next site here at B. The spike getting planted, but they don't know is that there's a lurking player from SNHU, and if they're not fast enough, it's going to cost them the map. Hilton ready to win it. And Case is going to find Jadal. SNHU, they're not done just yet.
No,
the
they are not.
On the desks, Vincent. You can see the cheering. They stay alive for another map.
And you know what? I think realistically, they come out and they look the best that they have the entirety of this series on Ascent. For a couple of reasons. Obviously, it helps that everybody is playing individually well, right? That's the first and foremost. You know, Hilton was playing a game that we haven't seen from him yet throughout this series, and continued that pretty much throughout the entirety of Ascent. But it wasn't just him. I mean, you talk about some of the big names. Nami was there as well, and we were missing a little bit of firepower there from Utica. But I don't really know what SNHU talked about between map 2 and map 3. Whatever it was, they turned it up to 11, and honestly, it wasn't even like they just outbrained them. There wasn't anything crazy that SNHU did. They just shot better.
It literally looked like they just stepped up to bat and they matched Utica in a lot of those rounds. And where in the past, Utica have been destroying SNHU when it comes down to those individual battles, SNHU, they put their foot down and they said no more. We're headed to Icebox. Up next, a chance for SNHU to give us all 5 maps in this best of 5. A little bit of a break here on the desk, but we'll be back with some more ECC finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the ECC Finals. We get a little bit of a glimpse of our Map 3 winners, SNHU. They take Ascent, Vincent. A little bit of a surprise to us on the desk. Utica expecting to close it out in a 3-0. They wanted to go to Ascent, but it seems like after the first 2 maps, they've awoken the beast.
Yeah, and listen, I think the expectations were there because, well, SNHU, they've really had a trouble getting started in this series. But something changed, and honestly, I was telling you in the green room, Seymour, I have no idea what it is that changed, but everybody started playing the best Valorant they've been playing all day, and it's really one guy, though, that really changed the tune, and that's Hilton, right? I mean, he went from a decent performance in the first 2 maps to really starting out this game dominating and continuing to do so alongside of Nami, but alongside of everybody. And I think he's the change that really hit the hardest for me.
Yeah, 18 eliminations, 4 first bloods, really good in the early rounds when the SNHU built that 7-0 lead. I'm not sure if it's the swap from the Gecko to the Sova. You mentioned how this team has been loving to change roles recently and towards the playoffs, and possibly the role changes just weren't hitting in maps 1 and 2. And heading back to the Sova, Hilton just feeling the comfortability of this agent, just the proactivity, everything that we saw from SNHU in those early rounds in that map alone, it just felt better, faster, more put together. It seemed like the trust was there, and they were building off of it. And we didn't get that in maps 1 or 2, and I think that is just a lot to do with SNHU finally playing their own game rather than playing in reaction to Utica's game, and maybe not mixing up the compositions a little bit like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, yeah, actually, I think it's funny because I think SNHU actually played less of their game than at any point today. They played a very aggressive style. They played to take the fights, and then they won the fights, right? And as we look towards Icebox, this poses a very interesting question for me, because this is where those changes in composition come through, right? Ascent is a map that they had that kind of crazy composition change before. They didn't opt into it here today, and it worked out brilliantly for them. In playoffs, they played Nami on the Deadlock, and then they played a Harbor as well. So they previously played double duelist, and then they swapped to no duelist on Icebox for playoffs. They won, but I don't think they should do that again.
No, I agree. I don't think they should, but granted, in comparison to, Lotus, one of the big issues that I had with Deadlock on Lotus is that there's 2 other sites you can go to. On Icebox, there's not that extra site. And there's a lot more chokes where that Deadlock can have high impact on. Most normally than not, I like seeing the double controller on a map like Icebox. I think that information denial is huge on a map where a lot of these sight lines are very long. So if you can see a double controller be picked up on this map, I think that SNHU could value the impact of, I'd say, info denial, but they are going to go for the Deadlock again. Nami's going to bring it out this time instead of the duelist. You see Franck is going to highlight over the Harbor. I personally am a Harbor fan. I do enjoy seeing Harbor get picked. I see Harbor's in your green screen as well. I'm sure you're a little bit of a Harbor fan too, Vincent, but I am a big fan of the Harbor pick. I think that alongside the Viper for Icebox, it works.
I think it does too. I mean, I think that this was never the part of the comp that I had took issue with. I think what's crazy is putting Nami in Deadlock jail.
It's just taking away that flavor that that Nami has had. The impact that you saw on the Rays back in Sunset, the impact on the Jet back in Ascent. Where does that correlate with a Deadlock now?
The answer is it hasn't in the past. It's unproven, at least not in the games on Icebox that we saw in the playoffs run here for SNHU. But listen, they definitely have scrimmed this because they played it now twice. SNHU, a team willing to go out on a limb and just pick some random things. So I know that's not what's happening here. At the very least, we know they have a game plan coming in. I'm right there with you, though.
Just worried.
Are you putting the handcuffs onto Nami by doing this? That's what I'm worried about.
I'm right there with you. So getting ready for Icebox, map 4 of this best of 5. You see the fist bumps across the waves. Players just sliding into the comfort zone of their chairs after the break. And this has been a very, I'd say, enjoying grand final so far. Last time these two teams met up, it was a 3-0 in the finals. So this is uncharted territory for SNHU right now.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up, but I didn't find a time to. It was up until Ascent 5-0 in the last 2 grand finals for Utica, map-wise. We've now changed that. It's 5-1 currently, but it's still a long road home to a victory. They're going to need that 3-2 scoreline in order to pull it off.
See, this is what I like about the deadlock, that early denial for the rotation in under pipes. And now SNHU, they can go full steam ahead at B to get this spike down. And it's going to have to be the long rotation from Utica. Anchor tapping away at the long sight lines. Nothing really threatening happening just yet. The rotations have arrived, so the timing that SNHU were hoping for, they've missed it.
Yeah, and part of that, the utility put together. But they got a couple of kills off the back of it somehow.
This is where the Harbor can split the site. You don't have to early engage with a Toxic Scream when you have the Harbor. You can use the Harbor utility to further the Viper utility. So you see this, Nami working through the kitchen. Pristine at range. Delivers a bullet to his noggin. Pristine finds 2. Now it's a race to A.
SNHU getting a little bit, I think this is one of those overcooked moments, right?
It's fancy.
They had the site, and I think Pristine, good awareness to realize that, hey, they're not actually planting. That's because they're waiting on something to happen. That's when you find Nami on the flank.
Well, now you can high tide and block things off, but no utility for the post plant. Pristine's gonna get a 3rd now. Carefully moves into the top on the ropes, looking for more. Pristine looking for the 4th one. Frog stays alive, but Jadal on the defuse after taking down the Harbor. Utica take round 1.
Yeah, and I think SNHU, like I said, overcooking just a little bit. They had, they had B. They didn't fully have control of it, but they had the utility down. They had the space to work with. They got the opening picks, and still they rotate out after losing Nami, who was catching a very nice timing. But again, I think the fact that they stalled for so long is what gave Pristine the information, the idea that SNHU had something getting activated there on the flank. Regardless, Pristine, a nice 3K to open the proceedings. And it's with a Sheriff as well.
This is what I like about the Harbor. It's just you can have so much space off of the utility to get these ult orbs as well on Icebox. Man, I'm going to be glazing this agent pick.
Yeah, I can tell. Though I'm there, I am there with you.
They know Nami's in kitchen. Pristine on the hunt. Caught by his own grav net, and that is probably, it's not high up, but it's somewhere on the list of things you hate to see.
It's very high on the list of things that is very funny to see, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's tough, but yeah. A little bit of a funny moment to lead us into a very important round. Smiles on the face of the winner here because a bonus for Utica with 3 SMGs would be phenomenal for them to work with.
Oh, Anchor.
Here. Ooh, interesting. Not gonna pop it back in there. Instead, just gonna take the space anyway.
Here.
That's both snake bites. Now swarm grenades.
And both of those.
And Aldron's just gonna re-clear it. Will anything come from this? A kill from the Spectre. That's all you need.
On the one hand, I can appreciate the setup there for Utica. On the other, a 4-on-4, not advantageous for the defense traditionally.
No, but you are taking one of these rifles out. And I think if you're going on a map like Icebox, which is so prone to long-distance battles, you need to early on kind of, I guess, hold them at a certain range. And that's what they were going for.
Well, Rangers have opened up. He's finding nobody home. Here's that short range engage, and there's where Spectre can really be at its most effective.
Utica are now finding value here. Thrash from Jadal. Actually, I think didn't get the lockdown there, so
no, did not.
Wingman into the cove. The swarm grenade's actually going to make this a little hesitant. Seikuo evens things up. Pristine continuing to press this issue now on yellow box with the Vandal recovered. Hilton on 31 has to get rid of the Wingman. The kills come through, and it's a Utica to stay flawless so far. Through these early rounds, the early pressure slows down SNHU, forces them to poke and prod into the trap that the Pioneers laid.
Communication was on point there for Utica. Notice how the game plan was for Jadal to get Wingman on the spike, to apply that pressure so that the rest of SNHU would have to swing. That had to be delayed because of the Nano Swarm on the spike initially, and Pristine could have overswung there, but the communication came in fast enough that Pristine stays alive, can then swing with the rest of the team when Wingman gets activated. Small moment, but something that I think has been good for Utica pretty much throughout, and is still good here on Icebox after a trouncing on Ascent.
Yeah, a big Jadal fan on the get-go, won't lie. It's been
good.
Good, yeah, especially back on Lotus. Dizzy's gonna go high up. Lots, a couple of them swings. Lots of information, lots of people to shoot at. Still gets the 2 though. Little SNHU. Fortunately, Hilton goes down. That's gonna give numbers to Utica. Nami trades it 2v2.
And I like that SNHU are just kind of falling back a little bit, resetting, not just walking into that. They've got a whole minute to play with, and in a 2-on-2, trying to split Utica up is the right course of action.
Look at the health of Case. It's a combined 90 between the two.
Yeah, not the best, but you do keep in mind that there's an op on one of these two players, which means that realistically, you can catch them out in the open.
But a surprise, the screen is down. No surprise for Anchor. Now the reposition. Pristine in kitchen. Anchor sitting on site. Rotates back to hopefully force Case into this op. Docks the screen for the cross. Pristine watching it, waiting. 4-0 start for Utica. A little shaky, a little dicey here, but able to put it away nonetheless.
Nice find. Remember back week 5, you and I were there for that, Seymour. 13-6 on Icebox, favoring Utica. That's the final score line. Big moment for SNHU to bring back in. Gun round getting into it again.
That was Pristine back on the Reyna, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a double duelist setup.
Nami finally getting some action here on the deadlock, the opening pick that we've been missing for SNHU. Southern New Hampshire have to work up this one. Annihilation, nobody's home to get caught in this one. You look at this play from Henzo, is just hiding away into the corner, following the harbor wall to get an angle.
Oh no.
It's gonna go down. Nami's dead to right. Henzo almost getting 2. Fortunately, Franck gets away.
And man advantage still held by SNHU. First shot missed for Pristine. There's no Wingman to work with on this fight.
Oh, Pristine's gonna have to be careful. The Swarm Grenade and the decay brings them low. There's a second Swarm Grenade, almost dead. Pristine. How does he die to that? Anchor's gonna be making quite the ruckus. Low HP onto Franck. There's no time. Wizard's gonna grab the up, run away, run to the hills, try to carry it over for Pristine. Southern New Hampshire finally getting around on Icebox. It takes so much effort to get it done, but they get it.
Nice post-plant utility. I mean, that's NHU. That's part of their game plan here is once they can get that spike down, then they're in a much better spot to work with. But they didn't have the cove to cover that off. I thought for sure Henzo would deny the plant. And I think if Henzo does deny the plant, that round ends Utica. Instead, gonna get the early position off, able to close the round. So the grab down's been put to use here at A almost exclusively in the early round.
I suggest you move.
Reckoning. Wizards gonna get caught. Utica have to respect it. Give up the site, Pristine. There's no way we're gonna see it off make a play. Yeah, goes for the shot, misses it. Wanting more. Into the cove we go. Seikyo says no. Jadal here for the trade. So the spike yet to get planted. Vincent. SNHU still want to fight for it. They're gonna do it. Ace the second kill here. Nami above gets a third one. 2 left for Utica. The lockdown's gonna push him away.
I mean, but that lockdown, it really hasn't confirmed the plant. Even as it fades away, they only then get that planted into the ground.
You have a Viper's Pit.
But against the Hunter's Fury, that's just not the plan.
If you're looking to spam away the swarm grenades, not doing so, but will find it. Cove's out. Hunter's Fury. Anchor through the wall. Seikyo goes down. Toxic Orb now on top of it. Anchor playing frontline of the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't kill him. Hilton's got to go in for this one. The shock darts being held. Hilton gets them both. Last second defuse, though. No, not coming through.
I mean, I don't know if the Cove was still up or if there was damage enough done to it, but it might have been. I think that's the only reason that they get away with that. Massive for Hilton. 2 rounds now, and Utica in a weird spot. And it all kind of starts with Pristine getting a bit overheated. Tries to go in with the shorty. They write him like a book. A different look here. It looked for a moment like Utica wanted to fight towards mid with Jadel, but no. Decision made to play back passively towards the B site instead. The majority of SNHU heading towards that area as well.
Early Viper's Pit on B. Not really going to cover as much space as you'd hope. Lot of chance to wrap all the way around this yellow box.
Want to be able to maybe find like a recon ball into that to clear out area, but it is a good dissuasion from that site.
Pristine getting clipped. 67 health. Storm still hunting. No tailwinds. They're going to have to respect it. Henzo going to open up the round there onto Case. Alarm bot finding some extra information onto Nami. Henzo hiding on the inside. Jadal's going to lock down a kill into Hilton. That's things falling apart now for Southern New Hampshire. They're going to fall off B and run to A.
Pristine, he's about to be back into that position. He's just heard a footstep.
12 seconds.
Yeah, Pristine is going to sacrifice their life to deny the plan almost certainly.
Shot's not going to hit. 4 seconds left. There's no time for the plant. Just got to stay alive. They get the ult orb. They hold their guns. They get 2 ultimates out from the Pioneers, Vincent.
I mean, I don't think that's worth it, though. I mean, that wasn't the plan, right? It wasn't let's sacrifice a round for 2 ults, but I think Utica are very happy with their investments. Maybe that's the better way to communicate it. That's an HU. Take a timeout off the back of that one as well. They're on the cusp of finding themselves in an economic tragedy. We'll talk it over. So very close. The rounds that SNHU have won have been just by the slimmest of margins, Seymour.
I mean, it's 5-2, but a lot of these rounds just come down to some early value that Utica are finding. In that round especially, Henzo playing around the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, and then
First pick. The first pick comes through mid. Second pick, I think Enzo's just being so active around the map. 5 and 5, just not the prettiest scoreline for any player, not the prettiest across any of the maps, but Enzo has been involved in some really big plays.
Yeah, got active, that, like you said. Part of it for sure. JDL I mentioned as well, out towards mid. He's had a phenomenal start to Icebox. This guy's 9 and 3. Haven't even seen the best of what we expect from Pristine. That's still available though. Here at the A site, he's hanging out, trying to play on the high ground, a little off angle right now.
Walls go down. Nami, first blood onto Pristine. Look at the ult dump now. Viper Spit, Annihilation, Coves down, walls, everything that you can ask for just to get the plant.
I mean, gotta get that confirmed. Lockdown comes through. This will hopefully counteract some of that Viper Spit. Is it going to reach far enough, though?
It does. It does. It pushes him out. And now Nami goes down, so Jadal's going to go hunting. Wingman onto the defuse. Swarm grenades, will they stop it? Enzo finds Case. That's a pit down. Cove's in, and it doesn't seem like the defuse was actually going to be there for the Wingman, so Wizards get hop it. Jadal now on top. Enzo, another onto Franck. Somebody from SNHU has to stop this one, but I don't think they will. The defuse comes through. Hilton, the only one standing. 6-2 for Utica. They march back into the site.
And as much as you love that Hilton gets a bunch of kills on exit there, again, who cares if you aren't winning the round? And it's another one where Utica, they just walk away with a round in their pocket, and I think that they're happy with that. Jadel, again, shout out to him. It's one round, it's one kill, but he frags out Nami on the entry.
Look at this. All right. Nami said, yeah, I'll look.
Pristine has not won a 1v1 against Nami this game.
I mean, I don't know what Pristine expected.
Over there.
What do you have here if you're Southern New Hampshire? You have the first blood, and this is an altless round, so this is going to be an interesting one.
Still mostly worried about this A site hit our Utica. Only now are they starting to spread back out. Try and discover if this A hit is coming or if they're going to be in trouble over at B. There's one man lurking out in that direction that might pull the rotate even further. Final man leaving A, and it's SNHU to go for it and find nothing home.
Finding their time, it works. Hilton, though, up top, in a little bit of danger. Jadal goes down. Damage from the swarm grenade. And where was that from Wizard? A wallping from nowhere.
2 screens, I guess.
Sprang down his anchor. Gonna have to remove the net. Plant for SNHU, and this hasn't confirmed them rounds in the past. So here come the Pioneers. One step at a time. No ultimates to burning things away, but the toxic screen will create a little bit of cover. Hiding in behind the wall. Henzo has no idea. It's gonna be shot in the back. Nami is waiting for it. The chance to strike, the chance to put it away. Nami hiding.
Yeah, tucked behind the high tide. It's something that I think Utica should have been a little bit more suspicious of, but it's a high tide that SNHU have put into effect multiple times this half. And I think for that reason, they weren't quite so interested. This is where you look to a guy like Persine to have impact that we haven't seen. Final buy of this run of form for Utica out right now. Hunter's Fury available. The Reckoning to maybe stall out the take. And Pristine, gotta give it to him. Still playing these aggressive angles after, like I said, really struggling to win fights against Nami early into this map.
I will say, you can really never stop Pristine from doing whatever he wants sometimes.
Toxin screen down.
A little adjustment over from A for SNHU. Putting out a lot of the early round healers that they have been at that A site. Back towards B, where Seikyo is going to be making the connections.
It's a big stop there from Henzo, not allowing that swarm grenade onto the corner. Still, Henzo loses their life. Seikyo now going to slot into the site. Cove goes down, and Anchor a little late on the snake bite. Not going to hit its mark. Second one going to be Burns, and Seikyo was in a spot to blow this whole round up. The timing works. Anchor's got no idea. Wizard goes down. Everybody's still standing for SNHU.
And it's not looking any better. Pristine will grab one consolation prize, but a 4th round for SNHU, and that one, one of the best we've seen from them this map. It's a lot more interesting to see SNHU kind of late round work back out towards B. Seikyo leading the charge. You mentioned how it was important for Henzo to get that information, but he needed to stay alive. That was the other side of it. And Seikyo tucking back in. Again, great job. Passive approach. Don't want to overextend. Seikyo does not.
No.
Broken economy for Utica as they head into Sheriff round territory. Second to last of this half. And SNHU should be able to start to close the distance.
Early Cove from Utica. I don't want to take anything away from the Pioneers with these Sheriffs. We've seen them put SNHU to the test in the past. Henzo opens up the round. Onto Nami, a second from Henzo before falling. More than you could have asked for, because look at this flank already. Utica, they flipped the map.
Yeah, and there's Pristine. Man on a mission. Struggled with the op, didn't have the impact on the rifle, but the pistol, it seems, is his domain. Territory gained. And a 3-on-2.
Reckoning's out from Wizard, so I mean, Utica, they want to confirm this round. Hilton's going to make his way through. Wizard chasing them.
When Thrash got nothing here.
They're going to run to B. This is smart.
Yeah, no need to overinvest or overstay your welcome. But what they do give away in that process is that they allow for JDL to grab back some utility. Not just that, but they also allow the rifles to be regathered. JDL has half armor. The post plant set up. SNHU for success, certainly, with the Hunter's Fury.
You have two of the best performing players from Utica over the course of this series. Still alive for the clutch. Time ticking away. The screen's going to deny a whole lot of information and force Utica to go into the deep end. Hilton playing in kitchen. And Case waiting for Thrash here now to clear it. Information is there. Pristine's going to hop the defuse right away. Hunter's Fury now from Hilton. And Pristine's, I don't think he got it to half. Jadal going to have to get these kills. Case waiting for it.
Oh my goodness.
Round for SNHU to walk away with a clutch moment that didn't want to have to be in that moment, but they're glad they came out of.
I mean, here's the key, though. You force that Hunter's Fury, and that Hunter's Fury now responsible for 2 of their 5 rounds. Hilton, he has come to play. He was the guy we were talking about, the step up on Ascent. He was there. And now on Icebox.
Is just so good for Hilton.
Yeah. He's certainly been showing that one off. Utica, final round of the half. They're rebuying in. Don't have to contend with the Hunter's Fury, but Annihilation is available.
Yeah, it is. Will anything come from it, though? It's the big question. Nami loves to run with it.
One frag.
Back on Lotus.
Yeah. But total over the course of these couple of maps.
You know,
it makes you slow it down a bit.
I think I may have casted Deadlock a handful of times. It's crazy that that handful involves these 2.
Yeah.
Reckoning's going to be out immediately. Here we go. Hilton opens up the round. Into the Cove. Spraying through. Wizard drops. And that's the A presence wiped away.
Pristine can't win an A fight. It's another struggle. A 3-on-5. No chance for a save here as the barrier mesh put together.
And you have the lockdown from Henzo. Immediately going to be used. Annihilation still at the ready
for this post plant. Look how deep they're playing. Nami now forced to use the Annihilation, looking for something. It's going to catch Henzo, woven into a cocoon. Jado's going to hop the defuse. Jado's going to stick it. The Wingman's on it. And the attackers still win it. Frank at the end. Wingman gets taken care of. 6-6 at the half.
And SNHU, I mean, making a comeback. 4 rounds to start for Utica, but 4 rounds to end for Southern New Hampshire. And, I mean, at this point in time, I think you got to give it to the likes of Hilton and Nami. They've been shutting Pristine out of this game. He might be 7-8, but he has not had a good time, not had the impact that we know he could be having over on that A site for the defense. And I think it's a brilliant game here from Jadel and from Henzo. The fact that it's a 6-6 scoreline, but we head to the attacker side.
We asked, heading into this, is the deadlock going to put some weight onto Nami? Well, it's not the Nami that we've been seeing, but still, Nami is finding values when it comes down to those frags.
100%.
Could be improved on.
I mean, at this point, though, I think you take what you got here. Very one-dimensional approach here for Utica. A hit from the start, but he got utility first round to bait out any responses. The second is the go button.
Takeo goes down, up and above. Pristine wins out versus Frank. Hilton's here to hopefully pick up the slack. Nice shots to the wall. It's going to be an even 3-on-3. Nami, big 1-on-1 where Henzo shuts him down.
Jadel can't get out, but a nice trade. That's massive for Anchor. Taking Hilton out of the equation. Case in the 1-on-2. HP low for at least Henzo.
Look how deep you're going to have to go just with the classic. It's a different story if it's the Ghost, but it's going to be tough. Snakebite. A second one here. So much time gone for Case. Going to have to hop it. Burns to death in the decay. Anchor wins it at the end. 3 kills in the round. It's another pistol for Utica, who have been, I think, dominating the pistol rounds for this series so far.
Yeah, they have at least 5 that I can remember. That's... yeah. So, 2 towards Lotus. They split them on Ascent, and now that's 2 here on Icebox, and I don't recall what the Sunset ones were, but I can find out.
I think it was a split. Pretty sure it was a split.
Yeah, so what's that, 6-2? Certainly call that dominant.
Definitely
3
wouldn't
times.
give SNHU the advantage when it comes down to these pistol rounds.
Response for SNHU really not going to be there. An eco in this one, an understandable outcome to that pistol victory we just mentioned.
Not really even any force-ups or upgrades on these pistols. No sheriffs that I can see of. That is a wonderful... Oh my, Frank. It's a free gun, by the way, everybody.
Yep. They're going to get this right down. Good news here is the crossfire set for Utica on the back end of this one.
Bad news is it's a 2-on-1 here for Jadel, so has to be cautious not to lose their life. And playing it perfectly so far. Disengages and back into the aggression. Hilton making this costly for a second round of the half, but it's gonna have to be a 1v3 for the win. And now the information is there. 74 health versus a lot of heavy-duty utility. The plant coming through. I don't think the shock darts are really gonna make this any different. And to make matters worse, Wizards got a Vandal.
Yeah, and on the fadeaway through the edge of the wall there as well, to make what was impossible even more so. But, I mean, as you mentioned, expensive. This is far more than SNHU could have hoped for on, again, classics. Free gun, by the way. Utica stuck in a bad situation. The half buy. They want to make sure they can get guns out next round, so it will be essentially a thrifty for them. Some pistol armor. Upgrade onto a Spectre for one, and the singular Vandal.
Well, here we go. Pristine still struggling in these open duels. He's on ice blocks. SNHU gonna catch that kill and gonna hope to walk away with this one. Wizard through 2. Won't be able to escape Seikuo. A second kill for SNHU.
That's the rifle down as well. Henzo caught. Had a bit of a timing. Spike could go down. Big win for Henzo.
A little too deep, though, for the second one. Franck just continuing to keep SNHU ahead of the game. Plant
Spike
doesn't,
denied.
actually go through, so that's even more pressure here for Utica, where you wish that you had time on your side. Jadal gonna have to recover this one. Into the Toxic Orb. It's all down to Jadal. Gets one before dropping, but 3 players left standing for SNHU. They win their rifle round. Shut down the bonus of Utica.
That means SNHU keeping it close. It's absolutely not free. With that being said, Utica, this is their real gun round. This is the real testing ground for this attacker side. Pioneers look to put together, and you know what? I want to see a little bit better stuff here from Pristine in this half. That's what I'm looking for.
You and me both. What are we getting here from the attackers? 4 stack at A. Very normal. Henzo versus Case to see if this B zone can be cracked.
Second defender just getting added to B, and the high tide's going to cut them off.
There's
Hey,
trade.
look. It's another fight, though.
Oh, and Hilton, of course, is the Hunter's Fury. Back and forth. Case gets caught at B, so this is a 3v3 still. And Henzo's getting a lot of real estate. If Franck goes down, might be a red alert for SNHU.
Yeah, and Franck is currently really infoless at the moment.
Still has the Reckoning, though.
That's true. That may not really deny as much as he would have hoped, though. As soon as the toxic screen goes up, this should be a dead giveaway. And
High
that
tide
plant
ready. Cove and Cascade is going to push out through mid. Swarm grenades from Henzo. Alarm bot, steal a second one as well. It looks like we're going to get the Reckoning, actually, for this retake.
Understandably so, right? Keep them on the move.
Henzo, first one to go. Hilton opens it up. Anchor on the setups here. Taps the defuse. Franck pushing forward. 2 versus 1 for Utica. It's Anchor now. Left standing. Low HP on Franck. 1v1. 33 health into the Cove. Hilton still standing, but the time is draining.
I don't think there's enough.
And
there
that
is
is
not.
it. 9 rounds for Utica. Anchor just doing enough at the end with the lineups, and the one-on-one versus Franck seals the deal.
Hey, give him credit. That's a 1-on-3 that he should be credited for. Isolating the first duel, getting the second one found, and low HP, sure. As you mentioned, enough time bought on the Snake Bite and the Toxic Orb. Late round heroics. Thinking back to Hilton, he was the one to do that for the attacker side of SNHU. Now Utica finding some similar footing. Anchor on the offensive side. Early that round, by the way, another Nami Pristine duel that goes Nami's way. He has just been so good in that engagement individually.
Got the Annihilation for Southern New Hampshire. The other side, Reckoning. The Thrash, the Viper's Pit. Lots of tools for these attackers to get the double digits.
That was a lot of confirmation, though, about how many players were a day. And look at how the space that SNHU have gathered off the back of it.
Seiki will want some timing here. It's not the timing you expected. Hilton hoping to flank now. Gets the kill, gets out.
These guys are relentless right now. SNHU.
Have to be. Will it work, though, for at least maybe a gun recovered? Henzo's going to have to try to defend this one, but no, the rifle gets swiped and into the 4v4. Still bomb yet to get planted. Wingman's going to go for the spike plant. Here's the annihilation through. Captures the target. It's Wizard inside. And Wizard to go down. Henzo third in the round. This is getting crazy.
Thrash, though, set up. Racine. Oh, the timing is crazy. He'll get them both. Again, a round that SNHU make very scary. Not quite as expensive as it could have been. Great recovery from Utica. Their rotations were strong. And double digits are theirs. Off the back of 1v3 there from Anchor. Leading into the eco round, though, SNHU, I said they were relentless, and they are. I mean, as soon as you take space at A, Utica, SNHU, they're up mid. As soon as you fall away from that space at A, SNHU, they're through A. And the same was true over at B, though more of a contained play. I think SNHU mid-rounding that was really impressive.
Now they trail by 3, so timeout going to be called, and SNHU going to have their work cut out for them at the end of this Icebox. Last time, I mean, when we hinted at it, they met on Icebox in the regular season. It was 13-6 in favor of Utica, so technically this is an improvement for SNHU. And to push us to a map 5, blanking on where we're going to be headed to, I think we're going to have to see a couple of individuals stepping up for this one. I mean, we talked about Nami and how in first half Nami was doing enough for the attack. Nami has truly slowed down in this game. And whether it's because of the deadlock or not because of the deadlock, it is a stark difference on what we're getting here from Nami.
Hey, Nami's been great, though, on those opening fights with Pristine. If that's all he's doing and all is required, honestly, that's just fine.
It's Hilton that's been incredible this game. 20 kills on the Sova.
Heating up big time. Hilton over the course of this best of 5. Deep into the 4th map. Need all of them to get it through.
Lockdown's going to have a gap in the back there, so Nami's going to tuck away. Right now, Utica, they should know this one. Pristine looking to hunt them down. Nami gets caught. Detained and dead. Frog traded. Jadal goes down. Back and forth. Spike planted. And the post plant now for Utica to take 11.
Yeah, and this is looking like it should be a guarantee. Unless something crazy goes awry. No utility for Hilton, and he's just been dinked on a crazy swing. Okay, he's gonna grab a Guardian. Nah, that won't do. Vandal instead.
Shots proceed right through the wall. Won't even allow Case the time of day. 11 rounds for the Pioneers as they grow closer to the finals win.
Remember, Utica, they're looking to do this back-to-back, Seymour. Fall 2023, and they're the ECC champions, beating SNHU 3-0 there. Not quite as dominant today, but if they win just 2 more rounds, it's the back-to-back victories as they do the repeat.
And this will tie SNHU 4 ECC titles. As SNHU are the Fall 22, Spring 23 champions. Henzo opens up for the first blood. Utica. Looking for more. Henzo gets 2. Frank gonna trade it. It's the B site now for plants, and not gonna happen. Wingman it's destroyed. Reckoning's gonna be out, and Viper Spit in reaction.
The fact that SNHU can get out of here alive is crazy, though. Well, alright. They were out of there alive.
They flipped this one around. Cascade from Frank. That's going to push the agenda. Nice shot from Case into the 1v2. Anchor shreds the match point.
I mean, do you see the shake there from Anchor? So excited. and has absolutely been dominating. He's had some crazy impact individually, Anchor, in a game where you're not necessarily seeing the expected kind of output there from Pristine. We've been talking about it nonstop, but it's Henzo who's been there, Jadel at the start of this game to provide them the opening they needed, and now Anchor towards the end with the overarching Henzo performance as well. What a game thus far. SNHU, they need 5 in order to push this to overtime.
They can taste it. Luckily for SNHU, Hilton's got the Hunter's Fury. So, let's see some of the magic.
So a guaranteed kill is what you mean?
Yeah, that is exactly what I mean.
It's crazy that that's been the case so very often.
Rami's just going to sit here and listen. And it looks like Pristine going to be caught and brought back down to earth. Nice shots from Nami, but it's the swarm grenade to actually clean it up. Henzo through mid finds a trade. And Hilton's going to keep the ball rolling in favor of SNHU.
Rotation over to B, though, Seymour. Utica, they've got the space to work with. There's just one man here in defense, and that's Case. But that's where the Hunter's Fury can get activated.
Fortunately, though, Hunter's Fury not going to guarantee them a kill this time. Instead, 2 members fall for SNHU, and Utica have numbers for the post plant.
I mean, at least they deny the spike plant for the moment. Oh, but it's not going to be enough. 1 man left. It's Hilton. He's got to come out with something incredible.
1v2, 1v3 for Hilton. He walks through the doors, but it's Utica to take the title this year. And you can see the excitement, the smiles on their face. There's a reason they're pioneers, because they've built this dynasty.
And with that set as well, you gotta ask the question, who can stop them? Because SNHU, I mean, now twice in a row, they couldn't do it. Incredible performance here coming in from Utica. And you know what? It might not have been the consistency for Pristine in map number 4, but he was there the rest of the series, and the rest of the team jumped in to provide that support when necessary. That's that complete team that we've been talking about for Utica. That is so impressive over the course of 4 maps.
I mean, Utica at the end there, they looked like they were cool, calm, and collected to finish that icebox. I'm excited to kind of pick their brain on how they went into the series, because it might not have been as clean as the last time, Vincent. They went into the finals. It was a 3-0 last time, but they still looked out of this world, even on the map picks of SNHU. Yeah, Ascent doesn't go their way, but it's just very limiting what they gave away in Sunset, Lotus, and Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive. I think when you talk about Icebox and the end there, right, it was getting dicey towards the end of the first half. I mean, what a comeback there that SNHU put together. I mean, I thought with the way Hilton was playing, we were in for a really impressive second half of that game. And, well, we were, but little did I know it was Utica that were going to be putting that together. I mean, they barely even stopped when it came down to it. You think back to Anchor as well, right, that 1v3. How much would this game be different if it wasn't for him delivering in that crucial moment?
Anchor's been incredible. I think, we highlight a lot of these players from Utica. I don't think we've given Anchor truly his flowers across the series. Back on Sunset, in the end on Icebox, so many moments from Anchor, Henzo. I think, Jadel showing up on the get-go as well. Wizard having more of a quieter series for the Pioneers, but even at times, Wizard was just doing enough. Pristine on top of everything, just being that superstar that Utica Blue needed to win this title. This is a really well-formed roster that Utica has put together, and I can't wait to hear who we have on the interview desk. We're going to head to a break and get our player set up. We'll be back with the interview for Utica to talk about these champions. Welcome back after a short little break. It seems like we are ready to go with our interview. We got Anchor joining us inside of the booth. Big congratulations on your win. How does it feel to win alongside your team on LAN?
It feels amazing. To be honest, on the land, we feel like we are like the weak side, the underdog, with a lot of audience rooting for SNHU, as they were the champions for the last few years. But we feel really comfortable because our friends like Dan and his family, like his really well friend Khaled, sorry, son was also from our team last year. So we feel like really motivated. All of our family members and friends, like lovers, watching our streams, they give us a really a lot of confidence, more than the ones like who are yelling for SNHU and rooting for them. So that gives us a lot of like support.
Sick. I do. So I want to jump into just kind of we want to talk maybe a little bit about you here because my understanding is that you kind of help call mid round. Is that correct?
Yes, for most of the time, I be the one like start with the mid round calls. But most of the time it's Hansel and Ethan, which is the wizard. So they are playing kind of like flex roles. So they do the mid round calls, and I be the third IGL whenever they are like in the shape of like lurking or anything else. Like when they are thinking about strat for next round, I be the mid round caller.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there was some big moments throughout in sort of that role, but I also want to talk about some individual moments from you because you had that massive 1v3 kind of to help get you into position to close out Icebox. Can you kind of just like talk me through that, kind of where you guys were at, what the vibes were in the team, both before and after you win that 1v3?
The 1v3 on the defuse on B long. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Yes. So at first I was just playing lineup and telling my team to just relax and play time. But as one of our team got run down, it become even like bad for us. So I tried to like swing out and try to trade the team. At that moment, I guess I'm just in the zone and I just didn't think about any other stuff. I just want to go for the gunfight.
And it works. You mean now you're champions because of it. And I see you guys already got the shirts on. You think you could show it off for the stream?
Of course, yeah. This is the front and this is the back. I'm not sure what's on the back. I didn't watch it.
There's nothing on the back. It's
yeah.
nothing on the back.
Yeah.
It's awesome, though. ECC champions back to back. And now you guys get to go to Texas. Is there anything in particular now you need to work on in your minds heading into Texas? Anything that you guys are focused on?
I think we need to focus more on our team composition and mostly like communication and post plan. But other than that, I think we are like really set for Texas and for any future adventures. Even though this is my last semester, I'm gonna play the best of it. I hope like friends and families and other people watching this stream support us and hope we have a really good result at this end of the semester.
I mean, you're an absolute gem, Anchor, and I wish you guys the best of luck in Texas. Before I let you go, speaking of friends and family, you got anybody you want to shout out who might be watching?
I want to shout out to my mom and my dad and my siblings and the friends and the director Dan, of course. He's the GOAT. And sorry, son, he's our teammate, and CJ Complex from the previous team as well. The old team and the current team out here, like, absolutely support the heck out of us. And my girlfriend and all my other friends are watching this, Utica peoples. We did this for you, Utica. Let's go, Dan. Let's go, Utica.
It's a big win, Anchor, and I can see you're ready to go celebrate with the rest of the team. I don't want to hold you for too long. Go be a champion with the rest of your roster.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you, OG.
Well, Vincent, I mean, I love Anchor. It's just an absolute gem to talk to for the end of game. Champions and humble at the end of it too. Still have things to work on in Texas, but I mean, this is a team I can really get behind for the run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they put it together, and I think that they stay strong through a rough ascent as well, and then they come back and they just come out and they smack around SNHU towards Icebox, man.
Yeah.
So fun to watch, and a series that I think that looking back, Utica can be so proud of. Just big moments from everyone.
That second title in the ECC, and it's back-to-back to make it happen. I'm sure it's going to be a special moment for them, their school, and everybody that has been supporting them. And I want to thank everybody for coming and supporting Esports U and all the conferences that we've been covering across the day. That's going to be it for the coverage, and we can't wait to see it next time on stream. So make sure you're following along with everything that's going on. Just around the corner is going to be Texas, and you do not want to miss that. But for now, have a great night. We'll see you next time here on Esports U.